Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Pursuant to 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code, it is my duty to lay on the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year 2017, as well as a supplement received from the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner.
I have the honour to lay upon the table the report of the Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Perspectives on Climate Change Action in Canada, a collaborative report from Auditors General. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would also move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. No! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Null.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et le dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
And back to Mr. Scarpalegia.
Monsieur Scarpalegia.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Tabera.
Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 121, 121.
Je déclare
I declare the motion carried.
ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration and second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I encourage honourable members who would like to ask questions to rise so that the Speaker may have an idea of the number of members who would like to participate in the question period.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Minister about Bill C-71. The government has said clearly that they wouldn't go back to any form of arms registry, but the government of Quebec has a mandatory registry and has since January, so all guns are registered. But there's a problem there. If someone from New Brunswick or Ontario or somewhere else wants to sell his gun to a Quebecer or vice versa, well, that transaction has to be registered. So I'd like to know from the Minister, what are the negotiations happening with Quebec on this subject? And if C-71 was put in place, would that not facilitate transactions with the Quebec Registry? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
In our election platform, and we've said repeatedly since that we would not return to any form of a federal long gun registry. That was the explicit promise, and that promise is being delivered exactly as we made it. In relation to provincial governments, as the honourable gentleman knows, provinces have jurisdictions which are their exclusive domain. The issue has been tested in the courts in the province of Quebec, and the legislative provisions that Quebec has come forward with have been determined to be within the jurisdictional competence of the provincial government of Quebec.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to talk about the time allocation motion that we're facing today. Now, we know that the firearms issue is one that creates a lot of emotional reactions, and we've seen Liberal and Conservative governments take actions that have caused polarization, that have made certain Canadians feel like they're under attack. And that's very problematic, because if you want to have real public safety and you want to have good public policies, you need to have a reasonable debate where the right questions are asked and reasonable debate can be had. Now, I think that this is a step in the right direction, but we have a lot of questions. We have constituents asking us questions, and we want to bring their concerns to this debate in the House of Commons. So why impose a time allocation motion on such an important issue, even a controversial issue, and why prevent us from asking those questions? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I have a good deal of sympathy for the position that has just been taken by the representative of the New Democratic Party, because in the proceedings thus far, the NDP have not had an opportunity to participate in the debate. The House will know that we have on 2 occasions attempted to bring C-71 to the House of Commons, last Friday and again yesterday. On both occasions, the official opposition chose a different procedure and stymied the opening of a discussion on Bill C-71. There were 2 speeches, mine and the official representative of the Conservative Party, and then the Conservative Party moved to adjourn the debate before even giving the NDP an opportunity to be heard. And I do understand that is not a fair situation with respect to the NDP. However, the honourable gentleman's grievance is not with the government. His grievance is with the official opposition that obviously is not interested in having a serious discussion about this legislation. And the better place for that discussion to be had would be in the standing committee, where the various parties can call forward witnesses and talk about the provisions of the Act in detail and bring forward whatever amendments they think are appropriate to improve the legislation.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Minister. You know, I get confused the messaging coming out of the government on not just firearms issues, but yesterday they wanted debate, today they're going to cut it off. There's no consistency there. But the minister keeps coming back and keeps bringing up the point, I'm not bringing back a registry, when all points lead to it. Madam Speaker, registrars look after registries. So, so is he saying then that this registrar, is he responsible for the menu up in the cafeteria or the parliamentary restaurant? What's his job if it isn't to look after that registry? This is a backdoor registry. Everything points to it. I'd like to hear how he's going to get out of that or explain that, because registrars, make it clear, look after registries.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the reference to the official that is named in the legislation that the honourable gentleman has just made is a reference that goes back many, many, many years. In fact, that term registrar existed in the legislation all through the term of the Harper government, and the Harper government did not change that language. The fact of the matter is, if the Standing Committee thinks they've got a better title, CEO, Director General, Chief Official, whatever, we would certainly be prepared to entertain an amendment to change the title.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to express through you my absolute disappointment. As a person who represents a rural riding, I'm doing my due diligence and talking to my constituents and gathering information. Having this debate shortened so dramatically leaves less time for us to have that robust discussion and send that information and make sure that it's said in this House. And I really think it's important to point out that the Conservatives moved the motion to adjourn debate, but the Liberals are the ones who voted to end the debate. So when we're talking about what happened here, I see two wrongs, and they definitely don't make a right. So I would like the member to explain to my constituents why we are not being allowed to make sure their voices are heard in this place. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, there will be one full day of debate assigned to this legislation. Beyond, Madam Speaker, the two opportunities that we've already tried to bring the bill to the floor of the House for debate. So there will be opportunity. When examining the provisions of the legislation in detail, as we all know, the real spade work is done by the diligent members that serve on the Public Safety and National Security Committee of the House of Commons. That's where witnesses can be called. That's where the evidence can be examined in detail. That's where amendments can be proposed, Madam Speaker. And I certainly encourage all members to participate in the debate in the House that is coming, and then for the members of the Standing Committee to do their due diligence to examine every single clause of the bill and to make sure that it's in the public interest.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to pose the Minister a question in the sense that, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is an appetite, I believe, from Canadians as a whole in all regions of the country to see legislation brought forward that truly reflects what it is that the Canadians expect the Government of Canada to do. Very much aware of the Conservatives where they had adjourned debate the other day. As the Minister himself has pointed out, very sympathetic in terms of making sure that New Democrats will be afforded the opportunity to speak. My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that the NDP and members will be afforded the opportunity not only during speaking time, but also through questions and answers, the opportunity to ask and participate in debate, along with committees and so forth. I'm wondering if my friend and colleague could provide comments just how important it is from a Canadian perspective that we do move forward on this very important piece of legislation.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for his observations, and it is important for the House of Commons not only to debate matters, but also to come to decision points and actually take votes and make decisions. And with respect to this legislation, the improvements with respect to background checks, the improvements with respect to license verifications, the improvements with respect to business records, the changes on classification and transportation authorizations, all of those reflect what we promised to Canadians during the course of the election campaign. They faithfully apply those election promises, and all of it is in pursuit of three goals. Number one, public safety. Number two, assisting police in investigating crimes, and number 3, making sure that all of this is fair and reasonable in its application to all Canadians, including law-abiding firearms owners.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. Joe Jordan's a former Liberal MP, and I remember reading a couple of weeks ago he suggested that if the Liberals bring this bill in, they should bring it in and pass it as quickly as possible, basically before Canadians are really aware of the contents and can step forward and oppose it. So I have, and it looks like the Rural Caucus has failed their constituents one more time across the way. But I want to ask a specific question about reference numbers. There's a procedure that's being introduced to track firearms, firearm sales across Canada. In order to obtain a reference number, businesses need to not only have the buyer's name, they need to have the buyer's license number, and they need to have the firearms serial number as well. And so we see all the foundations being put in place for a registry across Canada. But I want to ask the minister opposite. We're told that private transactions are also going to require a reference number. So my question is, will the process at any point to obtain a reference number for a private transaction require the firearm to be identified in any way?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, just to be absolutely clear, I'd like the honourable gentleman to ask that question once more so I get the detail of what he's asking.
I'm sorry. That's not how it works. The minister can answer the question.
If I heard the answer correctly, or the question correctly, the answer is no. There is no point in the checking of the verification of a license where the firearm.
I'll get the minister to respond because the light was off.
Madam Speaker, to be very clear to the honourable gentleman, the answer is no. When a license verification is underway, the purpose of that verification is to ensure that the license is valid. There is no reference to any particular firearm.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Accountability to Parliament is fundamental to responsible government and requires that ministers provide Parliament with the information it needs to fulfill its roles of legislating, approving the appropriate funds, and holding the government to account. The Prime Minister expects ministers to demonstrate respect and support for the parliamentary process. That was the letter from open and accountable government from the PM to its ministers. What we have right now is a bill that was tabled last week. We've had less than 1 hour of debate. Even the Conservatives, when they were in a majority government, never, ever did time allocation with less than 1 day of debate. And we haven't even had the chance to participate in the debate on an important piece of legislation. The government is showing complete disrespect for this House, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering how the minister can justify what the Prime Minister said in the mandate letters to his ministers and then calling time allocation on such an important bill. This is the 31st time they have done that in this House, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, the facts of the matter are clear with respect to Bill C-71. We had it on the order paper for debate on Friday. That was totally preempted by the official opposition. We put it on the order paper again yesterday. We began the debate, and the opposition moved to adjourn the debate. Clearly, Madam Speaker, there was not a serious intent on the part of the official opposition to have a serious discussion at second reading on Bill C-71. We are prepared to provide one full further day to go through that process, but the process has been truncated and preempted thus far by the official opposition.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In concert with the tabling of C-71, the Ontario Provincial Police, together with regional police forces, issued an amnesty suggesting that firearms owners in Ontario hand in their firearms. So just as with the carbon tax, where the federal government imposed this tax expecting the provinces to do the dirty work and collect the taxes, is it so not true that they're doing the same thing with this Gun Registry Act, that they are going to implement it but have the provinces enforce it and do what they ultimately want to do, and that is see no firearms in the hands of civilians?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Security.
No.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time when this argument keeps coming up, and it's one thing to talk about the procedural shenanigans that are happening, but the issue here is that regardless of who proposed to adjourn the debate, the Liberals voted in favor of adjourning the debate on the bill yesterday. Less than, probably about 24 hours ago, they were voting in favor of adjourning this debate. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm just having a hard time, and then they're heckling, but no, they don't heckle, they don't adjourn debate, they don't use time allocation, but they do all these things anyways. Really, that's the reality. And as my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé pointed out, we've had less than an hour. We haven't even gotten to an NDP speaker yet. I spent the whole day waiting to speak on this bill yesterday. Didn't get the opportunity. The bill didn't come back. It's not here today, but I'm getting to speak on time allocation before I even get to speak on the bill as my party's critic. Can the minister tell me how that makes sense?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I hear the honourable gentleman's concern, and I suggest he direct his angst to the official opposition. They move the motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Langley, Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, how disappointed I am. This minister has been a parliamentarian for many years. This is not a minority parliament where our government sometimes have to bend to the will of other parties. Every choice that this government has made, they have made to diminish the voices of other parliamentarians and the people we represent. I bet there are people in this gentleman's riding that take offense that we have to get answers to technical questions like other members have asked about the registrar, about how the process is to go forward. The fact that we are asking technical questions, Madam Speaker, begs that the fact that this government is not allowing a proper debate to go forward. Madam Speaker, will the member please explain to this House what is so important and must be rushed that he cannot even allow members of Parliament to educate the committee that will be studying this as to what the concerns will be? Or are those members on that committee so special and know everything about this bill that other members of Parliament can add nothing to it? Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear from this member, from this minister, why he thinks that his government can act in such a bulldozer fashion and not let voices like my riding be heard properly.
The Honourable Minister, Public Safety and Security.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, on the issue of technical questions. Indeed, there are many technical questions with respect to the administration of any particular piece of legislation, and the place where you go into the technical details is in the work of the Standing Committee. That's where you ask the precise mechanical, administrative, technical questions and get all of the detailed information. In terms of the broad debate on second reading, the debate in principle, I would ask the honourable gentleman in return, why did his party move to adjourn the debate yesterday? We were ready to go. They chose not to.
Then comments? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the minister's advice when he tells me where I should direct my frustration. But the reality is, and I want to come back to the first question I asked on this debate on time allocation, is that this is an extremely delicate issue. It's so important that we be able to adopt the appropriate legislation to respect all Canadians and communities that will be affected. The minister himself talked about the importance of having a sensible bill that respects everyone, to learn from mistakes made in the past. So my question is, could the minister explain why, when he advocates an approach that he says that we shouldn't revisit divisions of the past with firearms, why begin this process with this new bill with a time allocation motion? Does he not think that will that goes against the principles he wants to advocate for in his legislative approach? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, again, with respect to the representative from the NDP and the views that he has just expressed, I share a good deal of sympathy for his perspective, but it was clear on the record from Friday and yesterday that every time Bill C-71 was going to appear on the order paper, the official opposition was going to pull some stunt to try to prevent the debate from proceeding. And because of that clear indication from the official opposition. It is important for the affairs of the House to be organized in a timely way, and we are in the process of doing that through the motion presented by the Government House Leader.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A few Canadians have been asking me why Conservatives are so intent on getting to the heart of the cover-up in the Atwell Indian affair. It's because each time we probe, more walls go up from this government, blocking the votes, now limiting debate, time allocation. That only provides us with more incentive because clearly they're so worried about Mr. Jean giving 15 minutes of testimony to a committee of parliamentarians that they're willing to disregard democracy to do it. But I'm not going to let that affect this debate on this important bill and the government's attempt to, by stealth, introduce a gun registry. My question relates to the minister's use of statistics. The CBC on the weekend highlighted how this minister is misleading Canadians by cherry-picking statistics. He has to use 5 years to benchmark violent crime in Canada because a few years ago the level was so low that by using that timeline it makes it look like there's more of a problem than there truly is. But to pin the changes they're making, he only uses a 1 to 2 year statistics window to suggest that it's due to rural crime and gun thefts, and that's the problem, as opposed to illegally smuggled weapons at the border, which we know is truly the problem. Here's the irony, Madam Speaker. We've been talking about rural crime, especially in Western Canada, for 2 years, and they've ignored it, Madam Speaker. Yep. When will the minister admit to the House that they're cherry-picking statistics, unfairly informing Canadians about the risk, all just to sneak in their gun registry once again, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Security.
I will never admit that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, because it's not true. The fact of the matter is that there has been a distinct increase in gun-related crime since 2013. Most crime statistics in Canada have been generally going down for the better part of 2 decades, maybe even longer than that. But in 2013, there was a sudden reversal of that trend. In 2016, there were 2,500 criminal incidents involving firearms. That's up 30% since 2013. Gun homicides are up by 2/3 since 2013. Cases of intimate partner and gender-based violence involving firearms, as reported to police, up by 1/3 since 2013. Gang-related homicides, a majority involving guns, are up by 2/3, and break-ins involving the theft of guns is up by 56%, all since 2013. I would ask the honourable gentleman, how long should we wait? 2 more years? 5 more years? 10 more years? When would he find the statistics convincing?
Questions and comments? Honourable
member for Belleuil-Chambly.
And Madam Speaker, because the fact is that the government got elected 2.5 years ago, and as the minister has repeatedly stated, this legislation is nothing more than them respecting their campaign commitments made 2.5 years ago. So they've had 2.5 years to table legislation. The legislation was tabled on Tuesday. They control the House agenda, despite the seeming frustration at the limited tools available to the opposition. And at the end of the day, the motion to adjourn debate, whether that was presented rightly or wrongly, notwithstanding, was voted for in favor of by these very same Liberals. And I just want to come again, because my question to the minister is, the minister keeps saying that I should direct my frustration at the official opposition. I am asking him how he believes that on an issue as fundamentally important to get right in the respect of all communities and not go back to the wedge politics of the past, as he says he wants to do, how on earth is it the appropriate approach to begin that debate, and before even hearing from a critic of one of the 3 recognized parties, already be moving time allocation? In what way does that ensure we're hearing the voices of all Canadians so that we can get this right as we want to do, and as I imagine he wants to as well?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Security.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, When C-71 is called another time, my understanding in terms of the rules of precedence is the New Democrats will be the next speakers, and I will be very anxious to hear their views with respect to C-71, and that's how the resumed debate will begin. The next important stage, Madam Speaker, is obviously then in the committee work. And I'm looking forward indeed to the very good work that will be done by all members of the House in the committee dealing with technical and detailed questions. The honourable gentleman is a member of that committee, and I'm sure he will present his views in a very able fashion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the Minister. I think it's clear that we've had 3 pieces of legislation relating to firearms since the early 90s. C-17 under the Mulroney government brought in all the background checks, all the security checks on individuals. It basically is the same checks we still have today. And so one of the key pieces of this legislation that I think is important to all Canadians, and one we see in the U.S. starting to unfold, is the issue of background checks for mental issues and issues surrounding individuals. So I think we all agree on the fact that that is a deficiency in the background checks that were made under the Mulroney years under C-17, and I think it would be useful for the Minister to take some of the members who haven't been around that long back to the days when all that came into play after the massacre of the 14 women at Polytechnique. This was brought in by the Mulroney government. It's almost exactly the same as exists today.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, 2 points, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and putting this whole discussion in its historical context, which is important. There are specific provisions in Bill C-71 that will enhance the background checks that are to be done. Currently, the law says that when those checks are done, when someone is applying for a license and seeking the approval to purchase firearms, that the look back over their history in terms of criminal offences, violent behaviour, other types of activity that would indicate they should perhaps not be in possession of firearms, that look back is mandatory for a 5-year period. And what we're proposing to do is to eliminate that time frame so that the look back can be indefinite through the lifetime of the person. And I think it's interesting to note that the original suggestion for that change came from James Moore, a former Conservative member of Parliament.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lakeland.
Speaker, Conservatives support protecting the safety and security of Canadians while also supporting the rights of law-abiding innocent firearms owners. This debate is really important to my constituency, which has faced escalating armed robberies of bars and hotels and farm families right across Lakeland. But C-71 does nothing to address the illegal gun trading by gangs or actually to address the illegal use of firearms. And in fact, C-71, just like always, targets law-abiding farmers, hunters, sport shooters who already comply with extensive rules, regulations, and paperwork. And so I just wonder, will the Public Safety Minister advocate for stiffer penalties for criminals who use firearms and stop the revolving door in the legal system to stop repeat offenders? There's nobody who wants a tougher crackdown on criminals who use guns than law-abiding innocent firearms owners.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Security.
Madam Speaker, indeed, the House could have a very useful discussion in terms of enhancing penalties for those who misuse firearms, and I would look forward to that discussion. But the honourable member should not discount the value of the enhanced background checks, as was described very eloquently in this House on a previous occasion by James Moore, or the improvements with respect to the licensing system, or the business records, which the police say, including the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, will be critically important to them in tracing guns that have been used in offences, determining straw purchases, identifying activity that might engage gang activity. The accurate, consistent classification of firearms is also important. The transportation authorizations is also important. And I would also mention $100 million a year that we will be investing with the provinces to enhance the activity at the local level against guns and gangs, including the integrated enforcement teams that have been very effective in the last number of years in cracking down on illegal gangs.
It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forth with the motion the House is now seized with. The question is the following. Mr. Chagger, seconded by that regarding C-71, an act to amend certain rules regarding firearms, that there be at most one additional sitting day for deliberations at second reading of this bill.
Before the expiry of time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. À mon avis, les non l'ont pas.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Shager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Nemeti.
Mr. Nemeti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bastio.
Bastio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Maswi, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Maswi, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Cheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finlay. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Ledoux.
Mr. Ledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Mr. West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Cusi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Quan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 133, 133.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion carried.
du jour.
Orders of the day.
C'est-à-dire ordre du jour. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relations to firearms.
Order. I would ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank you. I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 2nd, 2018 by the member for Durham concerning the information provided to members of the press in a media briefing. Je remercie l'honorable député de Durham d'avoir soulevé la question.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Durham for having raised the question, as well as the parliamentary secretary to the government house leader, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, and the member for Joliette for their comments.
Forward that the Minister of Public Safety had acknowledged that the Prime Minister's National Security Advisor provided members of the press with information that he was unwilling to share, at the same time with members of Parliament for reasons of confidentiality and security. The member argued that, even if such reasoning was justified, such claims of confidentiality could not override the individual and collective rights of members to access that information, and as such, accommodations to make the information available must be made. The secrétaire parlementaire.
The parliamentary secretary disagreed, arguing that, since there was no order of the House to divulge to members the sensitive information requested, the privilege of the member and the House could not have been interfered with, and the Speaker has no authority to compel the government to release it. Furthermore, he contended that, as matters of privilege necessarily involve a proceeding of Parliament and do not pertain to the actions or inactions of a government department. This was simply a matter of debate.
On February 7, 2013, at page 13868 of the debates, my predecessor stated in a ruling, quote, "Access to accurate and timely information is an essential cornerstone of our parliamentary system," unquote. There is not only great truth, but also great power in these few words, for they represent a right that is so integral to the health of our democracy. They also explain to some extent why members take seriously the need to defend their right to access timely and accurate information in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, particularly their role of holding the government to account. In raising this issue, the member for Durham looked to a ruling by Speaker Milliken on April 27, 2010, for justification for his argument that the right of members to be provided with any and all information is absolute. However, a close reading of that ruling reveals that, while it touched on the broader issue of access to information, the core issue was the right of the House to order the production of documents, confidential or not. On peut lire ce qui suit à la page.
Borino's Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, first edition, states at page 281, quote, "It must be remembered that under all circumstances, it is for the House to consider whether the reasons given for refusing the information are sufficient. The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public questions is undoubted." Unquote.
Par conséquent,
thus, should the House, by way of a formal motion, order the information from the government, it will be under an obligation to produce it.
Equally true is that this absolute right of the House does not de facto extend to individual members' requests for information. This distinction is crucial to a clear understanding of the limits and obligations with respect to members' access to information, and very much informs the merits of this case. Since the House has not ordered the government to produce the information in question, the government is currently under no formal obligation to provide it to the House. The same logic applies to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Moreover, it means that I, as Speaker, do not have the authority to require the government to provide that information to the House. Pour ces motifs et
Given this, and having examined the facts, the Chair is unable to conclude that members were impeded in the discharge of their parliamentary functions. Accordingly, I cannot find a prima facie question of privilege in this case. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Débat. Honorable député de Beloeil.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I see that Bill C-71 is before us again. I imagine there was some shame on the government side regarding the way this issue has been handled. It's such an important issue and such a delicate issue.
One thing that's become crystal clear over the last number of years when it comes to the issue of firearms in this country is that far too often successive governments have played wedge politics with an issue that is fundamentally about respect for communities, it's about public safety, and more broadly speaking, respect for all Canadians, including, obviously, firearms owners. And I think that when you come forward, as the Minister has, with the intention of presenting legislation that seeks to provide, as he says, common sense legislation, which is certainly, I will acknowledge, a step in the right direction, and then you decide to time allocate before I, as a critic of one of the three recognized parties, has even had a chance to speak to the bill, I think demonstrates, unfortunately, a lack of seriousness over what is a very serious issue that we, as parliamentarians, must get right. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, after less than 1 hour of debate, there's been one sitting day allocated to debate on this bill. And I recognize what the minister has said by saying that the National Safety Commission can look at the technical elements, that there are competent members. That's very flattering because I'm on that committee, but let's be serious. There are a number of members in this House, I would say a large majority, who have concerns or who on behalf of their constituents have concerns they would like to express. At the NDP, we recognize that this bill is a positive gesture, a step in the right direction, and we are generally in favor of it, but we have questions we'd like to raise as part of debate. But it's not my responsibility alone as critic for this. It's the responsibility of all members, and not just members on the National Security Committee, to raise these issues. So when there's a time allocation motion after so little time, and as my colleague for Berthier Masquinongé said during the debate on this motion, this is something that not even the previous government would have done, even though it was well known for time allocation and closure. So, Mr. Speaker, this approach goes against the principles advocated by the Public Safety Minister.
Speaker, come after we've made excuse after excuse. We've tried to blame the official opposition, saying, well, they moved a motion to adjourn debate yesterday, and notwithstanding whether or not one might agree or not with those tactics in the House to make a point on certain issues that the Liberals are running away from, the fact of the matter is that there was one party in the House that voted in favor of adjourning debate on Bill C-71, and that, Mr. Speaker, was the Liberal Party. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, and despite the heckling, they should perhaps consult the journals of yesterday's proceedings, where they will see that they are the only ones in this House that voted to adjourn debate on Bill C-71. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, comments were made on panels last Friday by members representing the Liberal Party, alluding to deaths in communities as reasons why it was shameful that we hadn't come to that debate. And that's actually what's shameful, Mr. Speaker, is when I look at a party that's been in power for 2.5 years and has not come forward with this legislation and then chooses to blame everyone but themselves for the cavalier way in which the bill is coming through the House is extremely problematic, because, as I've said multiple times and will continue to repeat both in this speech and outside this House and every opportunity I get, this is an issue that should not be one where we are seeking to create division and make it subject of procedural and partisan games. It's one that we have to get right. And I know the public safety has his heart in the right place on this, so I would implore him to perhaps speak to his House leader to make sure that his approach is the one that's being put forward in the way the government's run the agenda in this place, because we cannot afford to get this type of issue wrong, and New Democrats will work and strive in that regard, both here for the limited time that we have and in committee, of course, and that's something that I can commit to Canadians without a shadow of a doubt, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je veux mettre...
Mr. Speaker, now that that point has been made regarding the way the agenda has been set and regarding procedure, I'd like to get to the heart of the matter before us with Bill C-71. As I've said, firearm control is an issue that raises a lot of emotion, with reason, from Canadians, because it's first and foremost an issue of respect. Respect for those who've experienced tragedy. Unthinkable tragedy. It's almost impossible to even put ourselves in their shoes. They've experienced extremely difficult tragedies, and they see an opportunity to defend their neighbors, to ensure no one else goes through the same tragedy they've experienced. And they're also law-abiding citizens who enjoy hunting and sports that use firearms. These are citizens we want to respect in the legislation as well. So we need to find a balance between these two issues. We need to ensure public safety and the safety of our communities. It's an approach that must be put forward with these issues in the House. Unfortunately, what we've seen over the years are divisive approaches that have been problematic in the way that this has been handled. There was political fundraising done on the back of this issue. Many different issues were done, and it was very partisan. At the NDP, we want to ensure public safety while respecting all Canadians and all communities that are affected by this issue. And in this bill, I will give credit where credit is due to the minister. I see a step in the right direction. I think there are sensible measures that we can support. There's the background checks.
We only go up to 5 years in the obtention and renewal of a license when it comes to the procedures that are in place. However, a quick study of some of the jurisprudence that's there, some of the precedents that have been set by the courts, see that they have deemed it's absolutely appropriate and legal and lawful and respectful of charter rights to go all the way back, a lifetime examination of one's background check. So whether it's criminal records and other pieces that are looked at as part of this process. And that's something, Mr. Speaker, that members on all sides have shown support for, both current and previous members from all parties have shown support for. So essentially, what this bill is going to do when it comes to background checks is bring legislation in line with what's already common practice and has been deemed so appropriate practice, has been deemed so by the courts. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a reasonable measure that can ensure that we are protecting public safety. Mr. Speaker, the other element, and one that has retained a lot of attention, and that is a key piece of this bill, is records being kept by shop owners, store owners, business people who, in their business, in their shop, in their store, sell firearms to Canadians. And that, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, when it comes to maintaining those records, I will agree with the minister on this. The vast majority of reputable businesses already do so. So what we're seeking to do here is standardize the practice, of course, because it will now become part of the law, and also protect that information from government and law enforcement unless law enforcement has a warrant, that's where the French comes in, or mandat, a warrant obtained through the courts. And Mr. Speaker, this is something we already see happening in the U.S. and has happened for a very long time now in the U.S. And so I don't see it creating an additional burden for businesses. However, as I asked the minister following his speech before the time allocation motion came down, the minister in his speech, I asked him what would be done in terms of consultation with business owners to make sure that the standardization does not carry a unreasonable cost, that it is done in a way that is respectful of the best practices that business people know best at the end of the day, let's be honest. And unfortunately, while the minister acknowledged that work had to be done to have that standardization, that it would come from best practices, the details were rather sparse. So that's going to be something we're going to be looking at, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the standardization of those practices don't create an additional burden on businesses, because some, of course, may have to modify their current practices in order to be in line with what will be the legally and government-mandated process that will be put in place. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, in particular through the committee process, and I look forward to hearing those business people who are the experts bring their perspective forward and how we can make sure that the minister's consultation is done appropriately in a way that will ease the burden on small businesses that is already, in some regards, far too large. And I say that going beyond the particular issue that's before us today. Monsieur le Président, c'est très...
Mr. Speaker, it's very important to emphasize what I raised a few minutes ago. The aspect of having a warrant. Currently, it's current practice for businesses to keep this data. It's normal business practice to have files for major purchases. It goes beyond firearms. Any responsible business owner already does this. The specification we need with this bill is that this information can only be obtained through a warrant. So during a criminal investigation. And as I've said in English, I'll say it in French now. We are going to be asking questions to ensure that the consultations by the minister will ensure that there are standard practices, but that it does not put an additional burden on businesses.
Being brought in by this legislation concerned what was in the previous Parliament Bill C-42. Under the previous Conservative government, which sought to give automatic licenses for transport for any purposes and of restricted firearms. And that, Mr. Speaker, was something that our law enforcement, the members of the law enforcement community saw as problematic, because there would be all kinds of instances where it would be difficult for them to know whether an individual that was stopped in a context of a roadside stop had perhaps firearms in the vehicle. An unlawful individual, of course, I mean here. That's an important important precision to bring to this discussion. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues with that was, how do you find the balance there to make sure that for lawful purposes and more routine purposes, so for example, and the legislation opens the door to that, so automatic licenses for transport will still be given for example, bringing the firearm from the location where the purchase took place to the location where the firearm will be stored. Same thing with an individual going from the location where the firearm is stored to a shooting range. Now, we have other questions over the consequences of some of the administrative burden that might come across. Et quelques exemples de ça, Monsieur le Président, c'est par...
A few examples, Mr. Speaker. For a convention on firearms, gun shows, someone who's transporting firearms for that, could there be a number of people who would indicate that they want a permit at the last minute? Obtaining a permit and going through that process is appropriate. The change made in the bill is very appropriate. Now we want to know how it will be administered. So the minister in the technical briefing referred to a number of methods, for example, a web portal. But we all know here, those who deal with the federal government as part of their MP work and helping citizens with their issues, that sometimes answers are slow in coming for any issue, not just for firearms permits. So it's very important that if we create this additional burden, I would say, it must be done in the easiest way possible without creating heavy bureaucracy that would make life difficult for citizens who want to obtain a permit in that set of circumstances. It goes without saying that through these discussions, we recognize once again that the changes made, repealing elements of the former C-52, which in any circumstance gave these transportation permits for firearms, restricted firearms, this is an appropriate change in this current bill. The NDP opposed the changes made in the last Parliament, and these current changes are appropriate to ensure public safety. Another element that's very important that is contained in Bill C-71 is the classification of firearms. It's often been a controversial issue, but at the NDP, our position has always been clear. At the end of the day, those who are best equipped to make these decisions, in our opinion, are those men and women in uniform who ensure public safety, that is to say, the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, this is a change made by the previous government where Cabinet had the power to change the classification of restricted firearms. That was problematic because it comes back to the point I made at the beginning of my speech that all too often this is a politicized issue. It's been divisive. There hasn't been respect for the expertise of those who aren't politicized, who make sensible decisions for public safety. And so we're pleased, Mr. Speaker, to see that finally the RCMP will have the power to classify firearms. We see in the bill, in the details, that there's still a situation where Cabinet still retains some power, so we'll be looking at that at committee to ensure that there's no loophole that would ensure political decisions to be made that would bring us back to past situations where we saw that politicians were not equipped to make this type of decision. If we want to ensure public safety and respect all Canadians and all communities, it has to be done by the experts, first and foremost.
Mr. Speaker, the second part of the bill has to do with
what was Bill C-52 that was tabled by this government many months ago. They simply added these elements. We are in favor of them. These are changes that are being made. We're repealing changes made by the Conservative government to the Access to Information Act. These are changes being made because of the litigation between the Access to Information Commissioner and the government. This had to do with access to information requests under the previous government regarding the registry. When the registry was destroyed, the previous government had started destroying data before the bill had passed in Parliament by Parliament, the House of Commons, and the Senate. What was concluded was that essentially it was illegal to destroy this data. Regardless, without wanting to go through the political issue of the registry, the citizen had a right to make access to information requests. This led to the litigation between the Information Commissioner and the government. The government has therefore made changes regarding what the Conservatives have done to make what was a mistake in the past, to correct it. We're taking data from the Quebec registry, which are the only information still available. Quebecers are working under asymmetrical federalism and proceeding in the orientation that seems worthwhile to them. The federal government had a right to destroy the data, but if it really wanted to respect the spirit of cooperative federalism, it would be strongly encouraged to provide data to Quebec, and that is what the bill does. And the National Assembly will do with it what it will, which is its right. I will conclude that by saying that at the NDP, we will always support sensible approaches that are respectful of all Canadian communities and ensure public safety.
Get right. They're too important to be lost in a partisan black hole, and we will continue to strive in that direction. It's always what our approach has been. It's what it will continue to be, and I look forward to doing that both here in the House and in committee, with working with colleagues in all parties and colleagues in my own caucus, hearing the comments from their constituents to make sure that we get this right. This is a good first step, so let's keep in this direction. If the minister's heart is truly in the right place, I ask that he pass that message to his House leader so that we make sure we get the proper time to take the necessary steps to make sure that we're addressing any questions that have been raised, both by myself and will be inevitably raised by other colleagues, because there are good things here, things that we support, and we just want to make sure that we get them right. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I also want to thank him for saying that, yes, it is possible to have a debate on firearms. I want to ask the question of my colleague. He was here during the last session. I want to ask about C-42. He talked about how retailers will have to keep records, and the official opposition is attacking us by saying that it's a backdoor registry. I'm going to ask him the question, why was that practice not banished through the last session? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good question. We need to make sure that one thing is clear, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. One thing that must be made clear is that often we hear elements that are raised by certain members, namely Conservative members. We need to distinguish between the bill before us and existing legislation. It must be said that if something is still on the books, if you will pardon the expression, and it's not a part of the law, this is a change that actually has not been made. Therefore, we need to make sure that we see the opportunities to make a change if the previous government had deemed it necessary. But, as my colleague mentions, we have made changes through C-42. Some of them were problematic, others were missed opportunities. I would like to congratulate the government for rectifying those aspects of those bills with the bill before us today. What I appreciate in the approach, but I am waiting to see the answers that we're going to get when we ask questions in committee. We appreciate that there are some elements that are going to be rectified, some can be maintained, That is how we're going to find the balance between public safety and respect for all to not go through the debates of yesterday, which were tainted by partisanship rather than a willingness to formulate sensible public policy. I think my colleague agrees on this matter. I think we are working in this direction, but it remains to be seen. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful speech. Now, I'm astounded that the Liberal government is trying to bring back the gun registry in this sneaky and indirect way, and they say it's because they want to eliminate, problems with gangs and guns in big cities. So I would ask my colleague, how is this bill going to help address that when the gun gang problem, they don't adhere to the current laws?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for a question because it does allow me to get into that aspect, which I didn't have a chance to raise in my speech. And the Conservatives have correctly raised the issue that this is far from sufficient. It's only one piece of a much larger puzzle and how we tackle the growing epidemic of gun violence. There's a few things we can do, Mr. Speaker. First of all, when we talk about counter-radicalization efforts, we often talk about it in the context of radicalized individuals committing acts of terrorism, but that also goes for when we deal with gangs, because gangs too often are recruiting vulnerable young people, and that's something that we need to stem the tide of. And so certainly the government falls back on this money that's invested, but as with any investment made by a government, the devil will be in the details of how that money will be spent, what initiatives will be looked at. And so while the summit that took place here in Ottawa a few weeks ago is a welcome overture to that, it's definitely far from sufficient. So that's one issue. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is tackling the issue of both guns coming across the border, which is from the U.S., which is a huge issue, and making sure CBSA has both the authority and the resources to tackle that and able to collaborate with law enforcement. But also, Mr. Speaker, looking at the growing epidemic of domestic thefts of firearms, which is a problem, and a problem that both rural Canadians and law-abiding gun owners will look at as something that they want the government to tackle as well. So there's a whole slew of issues here, and I'll just end on this, Mr. Speaker. I think another thing that would be great to bring back, which unfortunately was a cut from in the previous Parliament, was the Police Recruitment Fund, which is a great fund that went to funding both provincial and municipal efforts, federal money that went to the provinces and municipalities to invest into police and policing. And because that money was lost, we saw things like, for example, the Eclipse Squad in Montreal be lost, which was specifically mandated with, or not lost, but certainly hurt by that. And their mandate was in part in large part to tackle gang recruitment and gang violence. So I think those are the kinds of initiatives we can look at. Certainly more robust background checks like we see in this bill are helpful, but far from the end of that discussion, and I welcome the Conservatives' contribution to the debate in that regard because it's an important issue. This is certainly not the end of that discussion with this legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague made several extremely important points. We see it throughout the world, especially lately, that dealing with firearms is not something to be taken lightly. I am concerned, and I'm wondering if my colleague thinks the same thing. With all the little political games that happen here, with partisanship and time allocation, if we will not have enough time to discuss this bill as we should, and because of that, we may end up with problems in this bill, which is extremely important, things that might be missing or botched. Does he think that there might be consequences to this lack of debate? And what might those consequences be? And what is especially important in this bill that we certainly must not skip? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her questions and comments. That is exactly the problem, Mr. Speaker. When we look at background checks, more thorough background checks, over a lifetime instead of 5 years, that's a good initiative, which many stakeholders support among all political parties. When we look at certain elements that were raised in the last Parliament when it came to transportation of firearms, we're taking a step in the right direction. We're looking at the costs of these measures, how they will be applied. These are legitimate questions raised by the people we represent on both sides of the debate. At the NDP, our approach has always been to adopt an approach that is respectful to all. If we want to ensure public safety, it must be done in the least partisan way possible, even though it is the nature of this place. When it comes to time allocation motions, when we have so little debate, when we have to hear technical debates on a time allocation motion, because that's the only time members can raise technical questions about the bill, it's a problem. I have full trust in the Public Safety Committee, and I'll be very pleased to thoroughly participate in its work. But members have questions to raise on behalf of their electorate. We don't want this to be a political issue. We must succeed on the first attempt as much as possible, and the NDP will attempt to do so with this effort. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that what we have within Bill C-71 is a fulfillment of a commitment that the government made in the past election in bringing forward reasonable and appropriate legislation dealing with a number of different issues related to safety. I thought the Minister of Public Safety made an excellent presentation in terms of why it is that this legislation is good for Canada. My question to the member across the way, I know he's made reference to it. I believe that the NDP will be supporting the legislation. Can you maybe just expand if, in fact, that is the case, and if he has specific amendments that he would like to see specifically to the amendment at committee stage?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. We will be going into second reading and we will support this in order to be able to ask questions and perhaps make amendments at committee. That said, I am unable to answer his question in detail at the moment. We have an exhaustive study that needs to be done. Consultations will be held not only with my voters, but stakeholders in the public security file, but other representatives. I've had excellent conversations with other colleagues, and so we will make sure to raise the most important points in the time that is perhaps more limited than we would like. I would like to thank him for his intervention, and I can say that we will support the bill at second reading. However, we will certainly discuss the matter, and I hope that the minister will be open to the amendment process and the work that will be done at committee. I am sure the work will be fair. I will certainly not be shy to approach him or his parliamentary secretary with suggestions that we may make at committee. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great honour and privilege to be speaking on Bill C-71. And at the outset, I'd like to be saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, there's an establishment in my riding, which is in the middle of Toronto, a great family establishment called Playtime Bowling. And it's a place where mothers and fathers can take their children, their loved ones, to kick back at the end of a busy week, where they can distract themselves with a little bit of close time with the ones that they care for, the ones that they work for every day. I take my girls there, like many families do in my community. And the reason why I'm referring to this establishment at the outset of my remarks is a little less than 2 weeks ago, on a weekend night, shots rang out. And shortly after those shots rang out, 2 people's lives were lost. This is part of a disturbing trend which we've seen not only in my community, not only in the City of Toronto or the GTA, but right across the country. And I think that it's something that all members should be fully grasped with. In Toronto, there were 61 homicides in 2017, many of which were associated with some form of gun violence. In 2018, there have been 28 shooting incidents already reported. This number is up 55% from this point in time last year. And I want to say that this is in spite of the great efforts of local police officers with Toronto Police Services and with many actors within the law enforcement. But the reality is that gun violence is all too common in many neighborhoods, not only in Eglinton Lawrence, but right across the country. One of the victims that who lost their life just outside of this family establishment had been at an IKEA earlier in the day and had been shopping for a cradle in anticipation of starting their own family. And this person was described as caring and humble. That's one more life that's been snuffed out as a result of gun violence. And it's for this reason that so many within the law enforcement community, within the police community, within the victims' communities have been calling for gun law reform for so long. And Bill C-71 is a response to those calls. It contains practical and balanced reforms, like including mandatory life history background checks, like strengthening controls for the transport of restricted and prohibited firearms, like prohibiting certain firearms that meet the criminal code definition and limiting their circulation through grandfathering, applying a consistent approach to the classification of firearms, and cracking down on unlicensed access to firearms. Together, these reforms prioritize public safety while ensuring practical and fair application to responsible firearms owners. What Bill C-71 does not do in any way, shape, or form is to bring back the federal long gun registry, and I want to make that abundantly clear. Nor do they add any unreasonable measures for law-abiding citizens. They are focused on preventing firearms from falling into the wrong hands and keeping our communities safer. And that's what I'd like to focus my time on today. Mr. Speaker, overall crime rates in this country are much lower than what they were decades ago. But while we are seeing a general downward trend in crime, these statistics don't tell the whole story. There's no question that illegal guns are increasingly finding their way into the hands of criminals and gang members. Handgun thefts have recently jumped up by nearly 40%. Break-ins and illegal sales in Canada are only compounding the problem. Even more concerning, there were 223 firearm-related homicides in Canada in 2016, and that's 44 more than the previous year. And there were nearly 2,500 criminal incidents involving firearms in 2016, which is also a major jump to the tune of a 30% increase since 2013. While some of our largest cities are hardest hit by these statistics, this isn't just an urban problem. Rural and Indigenous communities are also affected. Not every crime can be prevented, but we can and we must take measures to reduce the risks. The first set of proposals we've introduced would help to stop firearms from falling into the wrong hands. These measures would spell out quite clearly that if you are planning on selling or giving a non-restricted firearm, you must verify that the person acquiring it has a valid firearms license. This occurs automatically for restricted and prohibited firearms, and you must confirm that validity with the RCMP. Currently, verifying licenses for non-restricted firearms is voluntary. We're proposing to make it required by law. Recent police-reported information would be taken into account. For example, an individual flagged for investigation by a chief firearms officer because of a charge of domestic violence could be prevented from unlawfully acquiring a firearm until the investigation was complete and the license was returned to valid. Further, in determining eligibility, authorities would be required to consider a history of certain criminal activity or violent behavior over the span of a lifetime, rather than just the past 5 years. What we are saying is simple. If you're eligible to own a non-restricted firearm, let's take a few minutes to confirm it. A simple phone call, for example, to the RCMP, free of charge, will answer that question. Monsieur le Président, ceci est un...
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the practical proposals regarding licenses for owning firearms. We must also improve how we deal with firearms. Investigating firearms crimes is a way for our police forces to do this. We need to do a systematic follow-up of the history of a firearm that is seized. It starts with its creation all the way to its sale and its transfer. The sources of concern are when firearms become illicit. That's when they have a capacity to ensure effective application of the law.
And ability to trace a non-restricted firearms effectively would be essential for law enforcement. All of this is being proposed with privacy rights at top of mind. And in that respect, law enforcement would have no special powers here. They would need to continue to comply with existing laws. All of it is supported by applying a consistent approach to classification of firearms and requirements for safe and legitimate transport. And it is backed by over $327 million of new federal funding to support initiatives aiming to reduce gun crime and criminal gang activities. The government understands that changing the law is only one piece of the puzzle. Efforts like capacity building, education, outreach, and research, and more importantly, more frontline police officers are being dedicated through this new federal funding. We believe in effective measures that strengthen public safety while remaining fair and manageable for law-abiding owners and businesses. Firearm-related violence has not been the norm in Canada. We intend to keep it that way. And that's why I'm proud to be standing behind Bill C-71 and this legislation today. Before I conclude my remarks, I would just encourage all members to think about the innocent lives that have been lost, to remember that in the course of debating this bill, that what we are trying to do is to not only just to pay homage to those lives which have been lost needlessly and senselessly as a result of gun violence, but to prevent the next unnecessary loss. Mr. Speaker, this bill will do that. It will do so in a way by striking a balance between having sensible laws while at the same time respecting responsible gun ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech on this. I can't help but think that this is just an attempt to change the channel by this government. We aren't even going to be allowed one full day of debate on a bill that was just introduced last week. The public are just barely starting to find out about this and realizing that this government, again, is creating a gun registry. The minister or the parliamentary secretary claims not, but how can the bill refer to a registrar and that transfer authorizations need to be obtained from the registrar? That transfer authorization would have a number attached to it. All firearms businesses, all of their transactions and sales would need to be kept for 20 years and be available on demand. How can this parliamentary secretary claim that this isn't just a renewed gun registry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Because, Mr. Speaker, the provisions which are being put forward by this legislation are entirely sensible. They're practical and they're balanced. They call for a number of things like enhanced background checks. Now, find me one member in this chamber who does not believe that in so many other areas and aspects of life where we require some due diligence before giving people access to cars or to any other aspect of life in a similar way, that we wouldn't require the same kind of due diligence, in fact, enhanced due diligence when it comes to giving access to firearms, which present some risk. Those are the types of practical measures which I would think would be embraced by all members in this chamber. And when it comes to the type of dilatory tactics that we've seen, it's a bit rich coming from the other side, who used time allocation in ways never seen before in the history of this chamber. So we'll take no lectures from the Conservative opposition when it comes to debates in this chamber.
Questions and comments. Before I go on to the next question, I just want to remind the honourable members that the rules in the chamber are that one side asks a question, the other side answers, and we try to hear both sides. And what we're hearing now is a little bit of, not sure if it's shouting, but it's heckling going back and forth, and it's getting a little bit out of hand. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Eglinton Lawrence for his intervention today. I think he highlights exactly what this legislation is about. It's about a sensible approach to making sure that responsible gun owners can continue to participate in the activities that they do, while at the same time making it safer for Canadians, and in particular, as I see it, younger Canadians. One of the things that this legislation does, Mr. Speaker, is it strengthens the process by which somebody can obtain a firearm. Currently, the CFO, the Chief Firearms Officer, can only look back 5 years into somebody's history when making a determination as to whether or not they can own a firearm. I'm wondering if the member can comment based on his experience, and I know he has had a lot in his previous career, as to how this can transform the way that we can genuinely take a look at somebody's history, and whether he thinks it's a good idea that we look even further back than just 5 years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for his question and for all of his work on this file. And having had the benefit of playing a role within the criminal justice system, I am familiar with the fact that there is an increasing amount of gun violence. And as I described in my remarks, that's not an issue which just impacts big cities. It's an issue which we are seeing start to increase in trend in rural areas as well. And so it only makes sense that we provide the tools that are necessary to law enforcement and to those who are looking to sell firearms to individuals, to provide them with the mechanisms that they need to do the due diligence to ensure that we are not providing access to any firearm to any individual who may pose a heightened risk. Now, this is common sense. This is sensible. And again, I look to my friends across the aisle, and I put the challenge to them. Tell me why we would only want to look back 5 years when we know that individuals who are engaged in organized crime often have a history which reaches beyond that temporal limit. So I put the question back to them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to participate in this debate today. It's important for Canadians to see that their government is taking a position as communities across the country are dealing with the consequences of gun violence. This is not about adopting radical changes or imposing unreasonable measures on responsible gun owners. That, Mr. Speaker, would not have my support, but that's not what we're doing. Nor is this about restoring past measures like the long gun registry. Our Prime Minister said very clearly in Hawkesbury and in my riding. On the contrary, what we're trying to do is to have a grand vision of the problems, the data, and the evidence in order to fill shortcomings and have a practical approach to fighting gun violence. C-71 is part of the government's commitment to have a responsible approach that would make public safety a priority while still being practical and fair toward firearms owners. This is also a direct reaction to a growing problem. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada published a report entitled Homicide in Canada 2016, which clearly lays out the situation. 2016 is the more recent year for which we have data, and the statistics are alarming. The report says that the number and rate of homicides per year due to guns has increased for the third consecutive year. There were 223 gun homicides in Canada in 2016. That's 44 more than in 2015. This shows that there were 2,465 criminal acts involving guns in 2016, an increase of 30% since 2013. These statistics show that there is a tragic trend happening in our streets. And there's no doubt about this, the origin of this trend. More guns are ending up in the wrong hands. Sometimes they are obtained by break and enter or by illegal transport or trade. They may also be acquired by illegal sale from owners with licenses, or they may be the product of arms trafficking. But this situation is only increasing the number of weapons in our streets and the number of armed violent acts in our communities. We can change things by ensuring that weapons don't end up in the wrong hands. We can increase the use of background checks and make the gun tracking system more efficient. C-71 includes practical proposals. Under this bill, verification of licenses would be mandatory for unrestricted firearms. So if you want to buy such a weapon from a company or from an individual, you would have to show that you have a valid license. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, what is the point of having a license if you can't prove that it's valid? Furthermore, the company or individual would have to check the validity of the license with the RCMP. This verification process is currently optional when it comes to unrestricted firearms. The government will not be tracking the government doesn't track the sale. When it comes to background checks, authorities would have to take into account certain information collected by police services as well as other factors over the entire lifetime of the purchaser rather than just over the last 5 years. If you have been found guilty of a violent offense, or if you have mental illness with violent behavior, or if you have a background of violent behavior, authorities would have to take that into consideration. Furthermore, as you may know, all license holders currently have to undergo ongoing eligibility checks. This means that when a firearms officer learns that there's a background of interaction with the police, he could place the license under administrative control while waiting to see if a person could become eligible. This is a reasonable reform that we could implement to ensure that guns don't end up in the wrong hands. When we see the terrible violence that guns can cause, we might wonder, why did this person have a gun? How was this ever authorized? Now, sometimes the answer is complicated. It could be the case of someone who had never given back a gun that he was supposed to give back, or there could be someone who obtained the gun on the black market or brought it illegally into the country. The sale of illegal firearms often happens under the cover of people who use fake licenses or resell them illegally. Strengthening the traceability of firearms would be a practical way of rectifying that situation. That's why under this bill, firearms manufacturers would have to, or companies rather, would have to maintain data on unrestricted firearms. This is a common practice in the industry, but we would like it to become mandatory. So having a clear rule for all new entrants onto the market would be in order. By making this mandatory, police services would have an important tool to help them identify suspects in gun violence, and that will help support criminal investigations. The government will not keep this data and will not force retailers to hand over that information unless there is a warrant. So if the police gets a warrant or wants that information, they would have to get a warrant and go through the usual procedures. Gun companies, not the government, would have to maintain the file for at least 20 years. In 2016, 31% of guns that were found after homicides had not been registered. This includes long guns, for example, hunting rifles. So this is a good example of the situation. Weapons are ending up in the wrong hands, and that is why we are taking concrete action to ensure that there are better verifications of licenses and that there's a better traceability. These are all reinforced by the proposals of C-71 that would standardize the classification of weapons And no response, there's nothing more important to the Government of Canada than keeping Canadians safe. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has clearly shown that he is willing to try to eradicate gun violence and criminal gang activity. He announced $325 million for 5 years and $100 million per year after that in new federal funding to help meet that commitment. So the combination of pragmatic reforms, which is a direct result of our 2015 election promise, will help us support this priority. The goal is to change the growing trend of armed violence in our country, and we are sure that there will be positive and lasting consequences from these changes. These are practical, targeted measures and reasonable measures that will make our communities safer. With these changes, we want to ensure that our approach can be fair, efficient, practical, and safe. And we believe that this bill meets those objectives. The funding given to police officers and Bill C-71 are different tools that we can use to help fight violence. As a rural member of Parliament, I'm proud to support this bill. There's no test, there's no extra cost, there's no impact on our farmers or hunters, and that's why I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in the House today. Now, this is a very essential debate.
Because this government's rushing Bill C-71 without proper ability for people to ask questions. And my key question to that member is why the minister yesterday, in suggesting, in refuting allegations about this being a backdoor registry, suggested that the only record required would be for owners of stores to keep record of a name and the PAL, the possession acquisition license. He neglected to say the make, model, type, serial number, and a range of other issues. Was that omission a way to discount our suggestion that this is a backdoor registry, Mr. Speaker? It seems by omitting the types of information that was contained in the Liberals' old long gun registry, the minister's trying to deflect our claims that this is indeed the reintroduction of the long gun registry by stealth, because I certainly know that member whose riding is not far from here. There's a lot of people that have concerns about the return of the long gun registry.
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question, and I want to repeat the fact that the Prime Minister was in my riding and reiterated the fact that we are not reintroducing the long gun registry. And I also remind him that they presented a motion to adjourn the debate on Bill C-71 yesterday. So the statement I want to make is he was in cabinet in the previous government, and through C-42, they didn't introduce any motion or any laws to ban the practice of Canadian Tires or Cabela's of the world, to ban the practice of refusing to get details from gun owners. So why didn't they do that back then? We're not asking when the retailers have to call the RCMP or the chief firearms officer. They will not ask for any details about which guns they bought. And I'll remind them, the only gun registry that the parties in this House are doing is the Conservative Party. Can I have your name? Can I have your email? Can you donate to this cause? They're the only party who's making a gun registry about law-abiding citizens.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already seen that Quebec has a firearms registry. So the government says time and time again, we will not introduce a firearms registry or a long gun registry because we already have one for restricted and prohibited firearms. So when they say that we will not introduce one, aren't they really just leaving it to the provinces to construct them themselves?
Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Nope.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Speaker. You know, I
Yes.
find it really interesting, the Liberals' fascination with guns. You know, they're always attacking guns, and they never seem to recognize the fact that it isn't the gun that creates the problem, it's the person behind the gun. And as I look at this legislation, I wonder and look at it and say, what are they actually doing on rural crime? What are they actually doing on things that affect people on a day-to-day basis? If I seen something in this bill that actually addressed rural crime, it actually would say, hey, maybe there's something here, but there's not. They just keep going after something simple like the mechanism and not the problem. So what are they going to do to change that?
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I'm happy the member is asking about gang violence in our cities and in our communities, because I'll remind him that on November 17th, the Minister of Public Safety introduced $327 million to fight exactly that. And while they delayed debate in Parliament last week, all of these members on the other side of the House voted against those measures. And I hope they'll be honest with their constituents and tell them that.
Good point.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and debate on Bill C-71. Particularly, I feel myself I'm lucky because the government once again is limiting debate on matters before Parliament, something that the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party suggested they would never do when they were in opposition, Mr. Speaker. But now we're well over 24 opportunities for time allocation, omnibus legislation, particularly implementing budgets, something he called an assault on democracy in the past, Mr. Speaker. So what I find so interesting is the hashtag used by Liberal MPs during the election was real change. And what we see is a real change from what they promised. You know, a lot of them in ridings like Peterborough, Northumberland, Peterborough South, Bay of Quinte, Prince Edward Hastings, Kenora, Glengarry, Prescott Russell, our previous speaker, I know have told their constituents that they opposed the previous Liberal majority government's targeting of law-abiding gun owners in the form of a long gun registry, premised upon fighting crime, but fighting crime by attacking the rights of law-abiding citizens, many of whom are amongst the most law-abiding citizens in the country, and statistics can prove that, Mr. Speaker, because to possess the right to have a firearm, there's responsibilities that come with it. So these are already amongst the most law-abiding citizens, or they do not get that right. I should add I'm going to divide my time with the capable MP from Lakeland, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we have the same approach. So all those MPs now quite worried about keeping their promises to their constituents, they're quite worried because they see the same approach the Liberal government under Jean Chrétien and Alan Rock took to firearms regulation, Mr. Speaker. We saw the Minister of Public Safety and his Parliamentary Secretary and a number of other MPs host a summit on guns and gangs, Mr. Speaker. They made a lot of news about that. But in C-71, there is nothing to tackle gang-related crime, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing in here to tackle the illegally smuggled weapons from at the U.S. border. We actually, in the Conservative government, armed the CBSA and gave them additional resources to make sure that illegal weapons could be caught coming into the country, which is the problem. So not only do we not have that, there's no reference in this bill to tackling or increasing penalties for use of guns in violent crime, gang-related organized crime. None of that's there. What the Liberals, just like Chrétien and Alan Rock, they talk about the need for legislation because of crime, and then they go after law-abiding sport shooters, hunters, hunters in rural Canada from Aboriginal communities, Mr. Speaker. This is the people that actually have to suffer the consequences of this Bill C-71 and the backdoor registry that I'll speak about in a moment. Even on the weekend, hearing the Minister of Public Safety try to avoid or evade questions from CBC Radio on the House, and I invite people to listen to that. They use a 5-year period when talking about gun violence. And they did that because 2013 was the lowest year, I think, in modern records for violent crime involving guns in Canada. So they used that as a starting point to try and show dramatic increases in crime, Mr. Speaker. But then seconds later, the minister had to acknowledge they only use a 1 to 2 year time frame to suggest that this bill is needed because guns are coming from robberies in rural areas or robberies from stores, so that they're saying the problem is domestic. They're not saying they're saying the problem is not the illegal smuggling of weapons from the United States, which I would suggest to this House is the problem for guns and organized crime, Mr. Speaker. They're not using a possession and acquisition license when they're running guns from the United States. So the minister uses a 1 to 2 year timeline to suggest there's a real problem with thefts of firearms from stores and rural properties, Mr. Speaker. What is terribly ironic in that is for 2 years, members of the Conservative caucus have been demanding a response from the government with respect to rural crime, because we've seen a large increase. Not only has there been no response, no additional RCMP resources, no strategy, what we see now is they're blaming crime rates in rural Canada and using it as a justification to bring in a backdoor gun registry, Mr. Speaker. So if they're trying to not cherry-pick statistics, why a 5-year window for gun violence statistics as a justification for C-71 and a 1 to 2 year window to suggest the problem is domestic-based, Mr. Speaker? The CBC caught him in that conundrum, and he tried his best to avoid it. We're also seeing a change allowing final control to go from government and cabinet to bureaucrats, Mr. Speaker. I have utmost respect for the RCMP and all its specialized units within it, Mr. Speaker, but as a veteran, as a lawyer, as a parliamentarian, I'm very much of the view that Parliament creates the laws and the RCMP enforce the laws. They do not write the laws, Mr. Speaker. And the government has grandfathered in this bill a number of firearms that it's reclassifying. Why did they do that, Mr. Speaker? Because they're admitting that reclassifications are unfair. I would like to see a change to this bill that makes grandfathering permanent going forward. So if there's ever a reclassification, people affected and their property rights are grandfathered. They seem to admit the grandfathering is required here. Why not make it prospective going forward? Because here's why. Law-abiding owners who follow all the rules and regulations with respect to their firearm are suddenly, because of one meeting of some bureaucrats, declared criminals or in possession of an illegal weapon, Mr. Speaker, when they've owned and used that for sports shooting or hunting, fined for many years. So suddenly, with one blanket move, dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people, what they already possess is somehow deemed illegal. If they're going to grandfather in this bill, they should grandfather going forward, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see that, because the very fact they use grandfathering is an admission that the reclassifications we've seen in previous years have been unfair to people who've been following the rules and are law-abiding, Mr. Speaker. And then this suggestion by the Liberal government that this is not a backdoor registry is laughable, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to say, I mentioned a number of ridings before, they're going to have to go in their ridings and say how this isn't a stealth attack to bring back the registry. As I said yesterday, or I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the Minister of Public Safety suggested to this House, I'll quote, "All they're asking for now is for store owners to keep records of who bought the gun and under what PAL, the Possession Acquisition License," end quote, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's incomplete, Mr. Speaker. That's actually not accurate. What Bill C-71 says, and I'm quoting from Section 58.11b, Mr. Speaker, the business must record and keep for a period of time the make, model, type, serial number, in addition to the two elements that the Public Safety Minister suggested, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, the use of the term registrar, the data, all of this is a backdoor way. And the problem here, Mr. Speaker, as the member from Kenora, another riding where people are going to be asking him questions, the Conservative government of Brian Mulroney brought in background checks. We agree with background checks. We brought them in. And enhancing those are fine, Mr. Speaker. But once again, when you premise your legislation on tackling guns and gangs, and we look at the legislation, there is zero on illegal weapons smuggled from the United States, zero on organized crime, zero on gangs. And once again, a total focus on the registration, the recording, the auditing of people who are following the rules. The people that use these in rural Canada, hunters, farmers, First Nations. Yet they set up the argument once again as we got to tackle urban crime. And once again, it's a backdoor attempt to regulate and reclassify law-abiding users. To have a PAL, Mr. Speaker, you have to be law-abiding. These are some of our most law-abiding citizens. So I wish the Liberals would stop this pitting of rural Canada versus urban Canada. Be straight with all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
To take a look at, and the chair to take a look at page 208, chapter 4 of the budget that was just dropped, because they voted against the chapter entitled Taking Action Against Guns and Gangs, which is a $100 million a year investment to deal with the issue that he raised and he suggested that we weren't doing anything about. They actually voted against taking action and supporting communities that are experiencing violence, one of which is mine in a downtown riding in the middle of Toronto. We just had an innocent bystander shot in our city by an individual who had access to 11 legal guns. He was a legal gun owner. When the police found that individual and recovered the gun that was involved in the shooting, they couldn't recover the other 10 guns. That responsible gun owner had somehow irresponsibly lost those 10 guns, including shotguns. Because we could go back and find out where they were purchased, we then had access to all the other people that the guns had been shared with and all the other crimes they'd committed. There needs to be a structure around how urban crime happens. And it doesn't just happen with guns smuggled across the border. It doesn't just happen with long guns. It, of course, happens with handguns and pistols. But we need a way to restrict those weapons and control their movement in the city to make cities safe. I appreciate that rural crime needs a different approach. And we need to respect long gun owners in rural Canada because those guns are as much tools as they are a hobby or a sporting utility. But the reality is this gun legislation makes our cities safer, and it makes responsible gun owners completely different from irresponsible gun owners, but because when there are clear rules to follow, all of us are safer, all of us do better, and that's why this legislation is so needed.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My friend from Spadina, Fort York, demonstrates here in the House the way they're spinning urban issues versus rural issues. I said there's nothing in Bill C-71 on guns and gangs. That's the reason this legislation is before the House. He had to quote the budget and some general allocation of funds. There's nothing in this bill. I'd invite the member to rise on a point of order and point me to something in this bill. Exactly what I said. There's nothing in here with respect to that, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
The legislation, he asked me to rise on a point of order, and the point of order I'd like to raise is that quite clearly he hasn't read the legislation, because I could point to him where it helps.
We're getting into debate, and I just want to remind the order. Everybody's done? Let me know when you're done, and I'll continue. Okay. Order. Now, I just want to remind the honourable members that when they rise on a point of order, it's because of the rules or something is in contravention of the rules. And I don't think that inviting the other side to come up on a point of order is quite kosher, but we'll just leave it at that, and I'll put that out there as just more of an advisement than anything else. I believe the honourable, or wait a minute, no, question, okay, we'll let you finish your response, then we'll go over to the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate the member from Spadina, Fort York tried his best to correct the record from his previous intervention. but clearly was not able to, Mr. Speaker. The issue here, and you see him going back and forth, we need to control, we need to make sure that there's an urban crime strategy, and therefore we're bringing you C-71, Mr. Speaker. The challenge here is none of this addresses the crimes related, gun crimes, gang-related gun crimes, organized crime, Mr. Speaker. Once again, by going to the store level as opposed to the home, they're trying to bring in the registry by a back door. We saw in several parliaments in the past. It doesn't work. It doesn't hit crime. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars and targets law-abiding people as opposed to lawbreakers.
Question for the honourable member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I come from a rural riding on Vancouver Island, and we certainly have had the initial knee-jerk reaction to C-71. But I really think, like, with the vast majority of gun owners in my riding own non-restricted firearms, and when I have a cursory look at Bill C-71, I don't think anyone is going to see much of a change after this bill becomes law. Now, I want to question him on the backdoor registry because I'm trying to understand the Conservatives. They like to support law enforcement and they want to support gun owners. You know, if the police have a case involving a firearm, does the member not agree that they should have a tool through a warrant to seek out more information about a possible firearm that was used?
The honourable member for Durham in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member in his question pointed to what law enforcement has right now, Mr. Speaker. They do have the power to seek warrants, Mr. Speaker. They have the power, supervised by our courts, to demand, to search a premises, to demand property, to tap phones, all these sorts of things. Law enforcement already has the tools to investigate. My issue is always the premise for this debate. And the member from Spadina-Fort York had to go to the budget to provide some reference to gangs. They always premise this legislation like this as a way to tackle gang violence, Mr. Speaker. But then you look at the details, it's not. It's once again targeting the very law-abiding people that try and treat this right they have responsibly. Going after the responsible Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is not the way to fight urban crime. We need a real strategy from this government rather than dividing Canadians once again.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, as with Liberals in the past, Bill C-71 targets legal and responsible gun owners while doing nothing to combat the criminal and unauthorized possession of firearms or to address gang violence or to combat crime in Canada. The lack of focus on crime is particularly frustrating for everyday Canadians who have felt helpless as crime with increasing violence has become a crisis in rural communities as it has in Lakeland. It also shows how out of touch the Liberals are with rural Canadians who legally own firearms and need them for, say, protecting livestock and pets from predators, or for humane euthanasia of livestock suffering from fatal catastrophic illness or injury when a vet is hours and miles away. For example, on March 5th, the cougar attacked a group of farm animals at a rural Comox Valley property, killing a lamb and injuring a donkey. The owner called RCMP and then shot at the cougar, and that predator subsequently ran away. These are the everyday uses that farmers and that rural Canadians in remote communities use their firearms for. Responsible firearms owners in Lakeland have seen what Liberal predecessors did with the creation of the Long Gun Registry that treated law-abiding firearms-owning men and women as suspicious and nefarious by default, and they've been bracing for legislation similar to C-71 to be introduced. It epitomizes the Liberals' approach of swinging blindly at an issue, in this case the real and serious problems of the unauthorized possession of guns and gang violence and actual gun crimes, and instead only penalizes those who have done nothing wrong. Constituents in Lakeland are disappointed but not surprised that the Liberals missed the mark so badly. Tyler Milligan, a proud gun owner who enjoys going hunting with his grandkids, says this: "As a very active hunter and a competition shooter, I feel this bill is an attack on law-abiding gun owners, and I feel that this bill is not targeting issues that Canada has related to guns." It's clear this legislation was created by individuals who have no experience with law-abiding gun owners and no understanding of the legitimate use and need for firearms in rural and remote communities, or of those for whom firearms are culturally and socially significant, representative of pioneering and Western heritage or treasured family heirlooms. And C-71 is yet another broken promise. The Liberal election platform said they would take pragmatic action to make it harder for criminals to get and to use handguns and assault weapons in crimes, but law-abiding firearm owners' guns aren't on the streets. They're safely secured and locked up in safes and cabinets, or they're on the range or in the fields with their owners. These people are not criminals. They should not be penalized for their choices to hunt or to sport shoot. These Liberals are repeating history and showing they've learned nothing from the mistakes of past Liberal governments that were expensive and burdensome when it comes to the legal possession of firearms in Canada, while ineffective on actually addressing criminal use of guns. Bill C-71 also gives an indication of planned prohibitions to come. I get the strong sense that while the Liberals are trying to reassure Canadians by saying they're not banning anything today, C-71 sets out a framework to implement bans in the future. Section 12.9 does not explicitly state who will make the determination of which firearms could be added to a restricted list and under what legislative authority. It's also not clear if there will be any sort of appeals process or provision should a heavy-handed behind-closed-doors decision without evidence or consultation be made to add a firearm to the list, penalizing law-abiding gun owners. Forgive the skepticism of everyday Canadians, but there have been mistakes made with incorrect firearm classification in the past when there was, at the very least, a check and balance of elected officials. With this power removed, who will be left to ensure that law-abiding firearm owners are not suddenly and immediately criminalized and unfairly targeted by incorrect firearm classification? Anyone who supports civilian oversight of law enforcement should be concerned with C-71. And let's be honest, there's little trust to begin with between law-abiding firearms owners and the Liberals of today. Perhaps the aspect of C-71 I've already heard the most concern about is the creation of a registry in another name, a backdoor registry, under Bill C-71. The Liberal campaign also promised explicitly to not create a new national long gun registry to replace the one that had been dismantled. But under C-71, businesses will be forced to keep a record associating individual people to specific individual firearms. If this isn't a registry, what is? It creates a registry without actually saying so, and firearm owners under this legislation will be issued a reference number by a registrar. What do registrars do? They maintain registries. Canadians know that the long gun registry, which the Conservative government scrapped, was wasteful, ineffective, and did nothing to combat gun violence. It's incredibly disappointing and frustrating for law-abiding gun owners to face new costs, responsibilities, and hurdles when it will do nothing to get illicit firearms off of the streets or to deter or to punish criminals who use firearms in their heinous acts. The Liberals claim C-71 is safety legislation. The Public Safety Minister, though, is cherry-picking statistics to maximize the illusion that the situation in Canada is dire and that this particular legislation is desperately needed. Let me be clear. Conservatives believe strongly in making our country as safe and secure as possible and in taking logical and effective steps to empower law enforcement and to protect vulnerable and innocent Canadians. But let's look at the facts of what the Public Safety Minister could have actually done to make Canada safer. The Public Safety Minister held a Guns and Gangs Summit, but chose not to address gangs in this, what is their apparently flagship legislation. The Public Safety Minister, he has mentioned the insufficient commercial storage of firearms, but he hasn't expanded on the issue and doesn't deal with this issue in Bill C-71, allowing us to debate it. The Liberals have failed to invest in technologies to enhance the ability of the hardworking men and women who serve as border guards to detect and halt illegal guns from the U.S. into Canada. And instead of spending $8.5 million on a skating rink on the hill next door to the largest skating rink in the world, the Rideau Canal, maybe if the Liberals wanted to choose a campaign promise to actually follow through on, they could have provided, as they promised, $100 million per year to provinces and territories to combat illegal gun activity. But C-71 does nothing about any of that. It does nothing to combat gang violence in BC's Lower Mainland, gun violence in the GTA, or the escalating crime rates in rural communities that is making many in my home province of Alberta vulnerable and who feel totally abandoned by the government's slow and inaction on crime. Perhaps the Liberals will listen to Jennifer Quist from Lakeland. She says, people have lost the small-town way of life to constant waves of crime without the punishment. It's the unlawful who run the show around here, the criminals with nothing to lose who win at this game. Such bureaucracy in a time when all we hear about is the way our government is wasting the money of the taxpayer. What the Liberals ignore is that responsible firearm owners across Canada are careful and conscientious. They believe in a culture of safety in the possession and handling of their firearms. They, more than anyone, want stiffer penalties and real action against those who use firearms to commit crimes and against gang activity that put us all at risk. Roy Green gave a good explanation of what law-abiding firearms owners actually do. To legally own a firearm in Canada comes with responsibility. When not in approved use, a trigger lock at least must be engaged on each gun. Ammunition must be stored separately from the gun it's intended for. And separately doesn't mean an ammo box parked beside the firearm. Separately means just that, perhaps a rifle in one room, ammunition in another. Gun owners with children frequently will store their firearms, trigger locks engaged, in a gun safe with ammunition in a locked box some distance away. These are citizens committed to safety who are vetted to ensure they should acquire a firearm, not thugs on the streets who are quite obviously not worried about laws, rules, regulations, or paperwork. I'd like to end by imploring rural members of the Liberal backbench to listen to the common sense concerns they're hearing from their constituents about this legislation. They know as well as I do that this Bill C-71 does nothing to combat criminal activity and illegal possession or use of firearms. Law-abiding gun owners shouldn't be treated as criminals. I hope they will not give in to caucus pressure to vote for this ill-conceived legislation and instead do the right thing and listen to the hunters and the farmers and the sport shooters in their ridings who are not criminals. C-71 should be scrapped. The Liberals should actually listen to everyday Canadians about what it's like to legally own and responsibly handle firearms. They should take action to actually crack down on criminals and to protect the security of innocent Canadians and prevent more victims of crime. Conservatives will not support legislation like that. And we will continue to be in favour of concrete actions that will actually keep Canadians safe. There are no new measures to combat gang or gun violence in urban areas or to address the serious concerns of escalating and armed crime in rural communities in C-71. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Let me once again try to put before the House how this helps people in urban settings that are dealing with extraordinary gun violence. And I just want to start by saying I have buried more people in one of the neighborhoods I represent than funerals I've gone to for my own family. Gun violence is so serious in urban settings, and the margin of error just isn't there. When a gun goes off in a crowded urban area, people get killed. And we had an innocent bystander killed this week in Toronto. And the gun that killed her was owned by a quote-unquote responsible gun owner, a licensed gun owner. All 11 guns that this individual owned, including long guns, were in an arsenal in the riding that I represent. The ability to transport handguns around the city without stronger regulation and restriction allowed this individual to, quote-unquote, lose his guns. Those guns are being lost to the streets in Toronto, and they make my city, my community, and the residents I represent very, very vulnerable. This legislation, which restricts the transportation of handguns in cities because they're restricted weapons, is good for Toronto. Further to that, the notion that all responsible gun owners, and thank goodness so many are, and do what they have to do around locking their guns up and separating the ammunition and disassembling the trigger mechanisms. Thank goodness that happens. But the lost handguns from so-called responsible gun owners are killing children in Toronto, and this legislation addresses it and builds on the investments made in the budget to deal with this very dangerous issue in Toronto.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, here's what's happening in my riding in Lakeland. A single woman who works alone at a store recently. She was working at the hotel. 4 men, masked with bandanas, sunglasses, and hoodies, entered the lobby and forced her to lie down on the ground. As she tried to look up, she was reportedly hit several times about the head, suffering minor injuries. She was unable to get a good look at the robbers' appearances and clothing. They were armed. They robbed her. This is a town that has robberies in it repeatedly, and the RCMP were called immediately afterwards. That was in Vegreville. More recently, after an armed robbery in Bonnyville, an employee was shot and 3 suspects were arrested. There are robberies happening all over the place in the rural area where I live, in farms up and down the highway. And what actually is happening is that those criminals who are not worried about adhering to rules or to laws or to paperwork get a slap on the wrist and go out to continue to repeat those exact same offenses. And the reality is that C-71 does not one thing to address any of that. It does nothing to protect my rural constituents who are facing that kind of crime. And if the member was being honest, it doesn't do anything to protect the constituents in his riding either.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank, through you, my colleague from Lakeland in Alberta. She has a rural riding very similar to myself, and it's obvious her clear understanding of the opposite of what the member across the way is trying to get across. I sympathize, and I'm sure my colleague does, that there is a problem identified with illegal guns, what have you, and murders when guns are the trigger is pulled in a large urban center. It's obviously different. But, Mr. Speaker, I say to everyone here and to my colleague, I'd like her to answer this. Everyone here, especially on this side of the House as well, wants communities to be safe. But to go and target rural areas just because they've got a larger number on average of people, law-abiding firearms owners, who use them to hunt, to protect their property. You know, cattle herd, when I was actively farming, the odd time over the years, I'd have a rabid fox in amongst my livestock. I have a right to protect my property, and that's what it was for. That gun was there all the time. You cannot have the same rules that go in there. But again, I'd just like her to comment on that and why they continue to pretend that they're not creating a backdoor gun registry.
The honourable member for Lakeland in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you. Of course, I share the view of my colleague who himself and his neighbors, just like me, legitimately need to use firearms as tools in our lives as rural Canadians and as farmers and as producers. I think this is actually the thing that is deeply troubling. The Liberals are trying to say that they're putting forward effective legislation to increase safety and security, but at the exact same time, they are Liberals who want to reintegrate terrorists or who are talking about removing the mandatory minimum sentences that our government put forth to act as a deterrent and real punishment against heinous crimes and using guns by criminals. And they've mused about removing consecutive sentencing, and they clearly have a soft on crime approach, which I think we'll see when they finally do bring forward their criminal justice reform. But that's exactly right. We should be taking action to crack down on criminals, not target law-abiding, responsible firearm owners in anywhere in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the honourable member from Winnipeg North. I'm proud to take part in this debate. As communities across the country face the devastating consequences of gun crime and violence, it's important for Canadians to see the government taking a stand. Doing so doesn't have to mean making radical changes or placing unreasonable measures on responsible firearms owners, nor does it mean a return to the measures of the past, like the long gun registry. On the contrary, it means taking a clear-eyed look at the problems, the data, and the evidence, filling the gaps that need to be filled, and taking a practical approach to tackle gun violence. Bill C-71 follows up on the government's commitment to take this responsible approach, prioritizing public safety while being practical and fair to firearms owners. It's also a direct response to a growing problem. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada reports entitled Homicide in Canada 2016 paints a clear picture of that problem. 2016 is the last year for which we have data on this issue, and the numbers, frankly, are startling. It indicates that for the third consecutive year, firearms-related homicides increased in both numbers and rate. It tells us there were 223 firearms-related homicides in Canada that year, 44 more than in 2015. The stats also tell us there were 2,465 criminal firearms violations that year, an increase of 30% since 2013. These figures reflect a tragic trend on our streets and in our communities. My community is no exception to this reality and, in fact, faces alarming rates of gun and gang violence. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of representing the City of Surrey alongside several other members in this place. Last year alone, there were 45 firearm-related incidents in our community, including the riding of Cloverdale-Langley City. While this was a declining trend from previous years, it is still extremely concerning and one of the most important and frequent issues that I hear about when door knocking and talking to constituents in the community. Stories persist in our region of shootings taking place in residential areas which leave bullet holes in homes, on their front doors, and people concerned for their safety and that of their families. The first shooting in Surrey this year took place on 64th Avenue, a main road with gas stations, a variety of businesses, and residential housing in the surrounding area. It is unacceptable that anyone should feel unsafe and that this type of violence could erupt in our neighborhoods at any given time. The root of the trend is clear. Guns are falling into the wrong hands, and this is happening in communities across the country. Sometimes they're acquired by break-ins or by smuggling across the border. Other times they're acquired through illegal sales by licensed owners or through firearms trafficking by organized crime. This only fuels the rise of handguns on our streets and more firearm-related violence in our otherwise peaceful communities, such as my home community of Surrey. One way we can make a difference in keeping guns out of the wrong hands is by enhancing the utility of background checks and the effectiveness of the existing licensing system. One of the practical proposals in Bill C-71 would allow for a more rigorous license verification process. Under this legislation, license verification for non-restricted firearm sales would be mandatory. If you want to purchase or receive such a firearm from a business or an individual, you would be required to prove you have a valid license. Further, the business or individual would be required to confirm the license validity with the RCMP. Currently, this verification process is voluntary for non-restricted firearms. This legislation fixes that deficiency. As part of strengthened background checks, authorities determining eligibility would have to consider certain police-related reported information and other factors spanning a person's life, rather than just the last 5 years. If you've been convicted of certain criminal offenses involving violence, firearms, or drugs, have been treated for mental illness associated with violence, or have a history of violent behavior, authorities would be required to consider those factors over your life history. Further, as you may know, all licensees currently undergo continuous eligibility screening. This means that when a chief firearms officer is made aware of certain police-related interactions, they may place a license under administrative review, pending an investigation to determine if the individual continues to be eligible to hold a license. Mr. Speaker, this is only one of the reasonable reforms we can make to ensure firearms do not fall into the wrong hands. When we see the devastation gun violence causes, we often ask ourselves, why did that individual have a gun? How could this have been allowed to have happened? In some cases, the answer can be quite complex. It may have been someone who never surrendered their firearm when they were supposed to. Or it may have been someone without a license or who smuggled or purchased a firearm on the black market. Illegal gun sales often happen through so-called straw purchasing, in which a licensed owner purchases firearms legally, then sells or transfers them illegally. A practical approach to this problem is to strengthen current tracing measures in order to better track the flow of firearms when that happens. That's why, under this legislation, firearms businesses will be required to retain, transfer, and inventory records related to non-restricted firearms. While that's common practice in the industry, we will be requiring it by law. Making it mandatory will better support criminal investigations, giving police an important tool to help identify suspects of firearm-related offenses. In addition, under Bill C-71, business records must include information like the reference number of the license verification, the license number of the transferee, and information on the firearm that is sold or transferred, ensuring firearms are only being sold to those with a valid license. Firearms businesses, not the government, would need to maintain these records for at least 20 years. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, 31% of recovered firearms from gun-related homicides did not require registration. That includes long guns, for example, hunting rifles and shotguns. Case in point, guns are falling into the wrong hands, and that's why we're taking concrete action on license verification and tracing. All of this is bolstered by proposals in Bill C-71 that will provide consistency in classification of firearms and strengthen requirements for the safe and legitimate transport of firearms. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has no greater responsibility than keeping Canadians safe, including the citizens of my riding, Cloverdale-Langley City. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has clearly demonstrated we will crack down on gun crime and criminal gang activities by recently announcing $328 million over 5 years and $100 million annually thereafter to reduce gun crime across Canada. This announcement took place in Surrey and reflects our government's commitment to investing in measures that will reduce crime in our communities. Our approach to public safety also includes investing in our youth so that we prevent them from coming into contact with guns and gang violence in the first place. In February, I had the opportunity to announce $5 million over 5 years in federal funding for the National Crime Prevention Strategy to help expand the YMCA's Plus One mentoring program. We're building on the proven success of this programming at directing at-risk youth away from interactions with the justice system and ensuring they have the support and guidance they need. Our approach is multi-pronged, recognizing that public safety is paramount. The Minister of Public Safety also recently hosted a summit on gun and gang violence, bringing together partners from government, law enforcement, academia, community organizations, and mayors from some of Canada's largest urban centres to tackle gun and gang violence. These measures, along with the legislation before us today, demonstrate a package of sensible reforms and actions flowing directly from the platform commitment we made in 2015. They are aimed at reversing the increasing trend of gun violence in our country, and we're confident will make a real and lasting difference. These are practical, targeted, and measured steps that, when taken together, will make our communities safer. In making these changes, we have ensured our approaches are fair, effective, practical, and safe. We believe we have achieved that. I'm proud to give my full support to Bill C-71 and encourage all my colleagues to do the same. I know that my community will be grateful for the improvements that we'll see in the safety of our neighbourhoods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Repeatedly, the Liberals have maintained that this bill will not recreate a gun registry. They say it's not a backdoor reassertion of the gun registry. And yet we see in this legislation the word registrar and the words reference number a total of 28 times. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is if there are no concerns about this being another registry, why did the Department of Justice recently ask for some clarification? They're raising the concerns about the potential unreasonable search and seizure of the private information of law-abiding citizens. If it's not a concern, why would the Department of Justice have raised this red flag? Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. I have to reiterate the statement that our government has made over and over again as we have looked at this bill. This is no way of, it is not an intention, it's not intended, it will not recreate the long gun registry, and that's it. It will actually serve to strengthen the safety of our communities, our neighbourhoods, and the people of my community of Cloverdale and an area will be pleased for these changes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I listened with great interest to my colleague. I represent a very large rural region, and I myself am a registered gun owner. I've just gone through the licensing process, and I was very pleased at the checks and balances that are in place. In fact, they called my wife to ensure that I should be someone who could have access to a gun, and she thanked the RCMP for taking those checks, because the gun owners that I know want to make sure that guns are not falling into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. The gun owners I know follow the rules in terms of safe storage, of making sure licensing, and when they deal with gun stores, those gun stores take their responsibility very seriously. So what I'm looking at here is just codifying what for many is a practice already in place to prevent the bad operators. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the changing of the designation of firearms from and deciding what is restricted. It seems to me I personally am very uncomfortable with cabinet politicians deciding what's an appropriate firearm in this country, when I believe it should be law enforcement. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague on the decision to take the power to decide what is a restricted weapon away from politicians and put it in the hands of the RCMP, if he thinks that this will be a good process for reassuring the public that decisions are being made based on public safety and not based on political interference.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Great. I'd like to thank my colleague for both his comments, his responsible gun ownership, and for the question. And to the point that he's raised, I've heard from many gun owners who, like my colleague, are responsible and take the proper precautions and safety measures, and that's what we need in our country. To the specific point, I had a concern when the previous government made changes and put the classification into the political process. And I think that our law enforcement officers, our agencies, are trained to do this, to make informed decisions, and I think that's where it should be. I'm very pleased to see that Bill C-71 will make that change, and I think that's the right direction for us to be heading.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I grew up in a home with guns. My father was an avid hunter. And the conversations I've been able to have with folks in my riding about this, mostly the response I'm getting is it's balanced, except for those who have received an email from the party of the official opposition. And one of the things that I'm hearing is they're really pleased with the best practices that we are providing within this legislation that are already happening with organizations like Canadian Tire and Cabela. And I wonder if my colleague might speak to that a bit more. Thank you.
Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Right, well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Sorry, how much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's a great statement, and I'll maybe just lost my train of thought here. So thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to stand and rise and talk about Bill C-71. You know, members across the way shouldn't be surprised. C-71 is yet another piece of legislation in which the Government of Canada is saying we made a commitment prior to the last federal election, and we are fulfilling that commitment, Mr. Speaker. Every day we see initiatives that are taken on behalf of this government that reflect what I believe what Canadians really want to see good and responsible government do and take actions on. Now, contrast that to my Conservative friends across the way who prefer to keep their head in the sand, who prefer to stay out of touch with what Canadians' interests really and truly are, who prefer to want to keep on that course that Stephen Harper was leading them down, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, I would think that it was still Stephen Harper leading the Conservative Party, given the behaviour that they continuously demonstrate in terms of positions on policy. And they should be a little cautious on that note. They should try to deviate off of the old Stephen Harper agenda onto an agenda where it at least demonstrates that you're concerned about what Canadians have to say about good, solid public policy. Because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in listening to my friends across the way, they seem to want to vote against this piece of legislation, where they sure are talking a lot negatively about this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to them that if they were to canvass their constituents, that they would find that there's very good, solid support for the legislation. Why? Well, the essence of this legislation, it's all about public safety. That's really what Bill C-71 is all about. It helps, Mr. Speaker, in regards to keeping firearms out of the hands of criminals, as an example. Positive thing. You will find your constituents would support that. Mr. Speaker, it helps police trace firearms used in the commission of crime. Again, positive thing. You will find most of your constituents would support that. The key is you have to listen to what Canadians have to say, Mr. Speaker. You know, we hear, and I hear so much from across the way, where they talk about law-abiding gun owners. And, Mr. Speaker, there are a vast majority of gun owners, law-abiding gun owners, do an outstanding job. And I commend them on the fantastic work they do at ensuring that there's responsible ownership. I would suggest to you that a majority of those individuals, the average individual law-abiding gun owner, would recognize this legislation as good legislation. And in fact, if you take out the spin from the Conservative Party, I would argue, most, if not all Canadians, you might get a few eccentrics possibly saying no, those are the ones that believe, you know, an AK-37 should be in everyone's home possibly. You know, I can tell you, when you look at this legislation, it's good legislation. Why are the Conservatives opposing this legislation? Because they say it's about the long gun registry. Imagine that, back door. And they continuously mention the back door, Mr. Speaker. How much clearer can we be as a government when you even have the Prime Minister, even before he was Prime Minister, not only before, but even now while he is Prime Minister, we are not bringing in the long gun registry. Simple. End of story. So now you say, well, it doesn't matter how many times we say it on this side of the bench. You know, the Conservatives will continue to tell myth-truths, untruths on the issue. They will try to stir the pot to say that the Liberals are going to bring in gun registry when it's just not true. The National Long Gun Registry is done. It's gone. We're not bringing it back.
Order. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Durham.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know the Deputy House Leader for the Liberals doesn't speak in this House very often, but he said in his last statement that the Conservatives in debate today have been telling untruths and mistruths. Both are parliamentary, Mr. Speaker. He's saying we're lying.
Okay, now I've heard mistruths from both sides today, and I've let it slide. And if the House prefers, we can ban it, and if anybody brings it up, we'll stop it regardless of which side says it. Do I have unanimous consent of the House to do that for the rest of my 10 minutes? Unanimous consent? So for the next 10 minutes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the member across the way said that if I withdraw my remarks, I would withdraw my remarks, given that we're going to have unanimous consent where official opposition and NDP will not be able to use the word untruths. I think that's a positive thing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, here's the reason why I think that we got to be very cautious with the Conservatives' approach to this legislation. Do you know this legislation is actually proposing to bring in or obligate retail sellers to register serial numbers and so forth when they sell the gun. Now, that is something that has been taking place in the United States since 1968. Since 1968. So what we're doing in this legislation is we are asking the Canadians to support this legislation. All it's asking in terms of a registry, and let me be very specific, it's requiring firearm vendors to keep records of all firearms inventory sales to assist police in investigating firearms trafficking and other gun crimes. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are against this. Hard to believe. They are against it. That's the link. That's why they say it's about the long gun registry. They haven't done their homework, Mr. Speaker. It's been done in the United States since 1968. In pre-long gun registry, we were doing it in Canada. That even means Brian Mulroney and the Conservative Party had that as a part of their law. Not one complaint, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we had one of their Conservative members talk about the good old days of Brian Mulroney when he brought in the background checks. Well, this legislation enhances the background checks. And they're against that. Mr. Speaker, they're so far out on the right on this issue. Yet they don't have any problem telling Canadians information that is just not true. You're telling Canadians that it has to do with the long gun registry. That's not true. It doesn't. And members across the way know that. You would think that they would be telling Canadians what's within this legislation. Because what's within this legislation is what Canadians really and truly want
to see. The Minister of Public Services has taken the time to do the consultations that are necessary, has worked with the many different stakeholders. There has been a great deal of debate within our caucus. Our caucus, both rural and urban, stand together on this issue because we see this as responsible legislation, Mr. Speaker, legislation that is all about public safety first and foremost, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I believe that the Conservative Party, once again, just looking at this legislation alone, is more concerned about spin than they are about good legislation that is going to have a profound positive impact on Canadians as a whole. You know, in part, this legislation deals with the repeal of Bill C-42. C-42 was the legislation. I was in opposition when the government brought in C-42. And it's interesting, they chose to bring it in as separate legislation as opposed to a budget legislation because they wanted to highlight the fact that they love the debates, anything about long guns, anything that allows them to bring up the idea of a registry, they're all in on it, Mr. Speaker. But I remember the debate when I was on the other side and talking about how they were loosening it up so that if a person wanted to, they could put that restricted weapon, Mr. Speaker, in a trunk of a car, go driving all over the city of Winnipeg or in rural Manitoba, and then ultimately get to their destination without necessarily having to have a permit, which would authorize them to do that. There are many of my constituents that were concerned about that. And it fell on complete deaf ears from the Conservative government. Why? Because they had a message that they wanted to be able to communicate to Canadians. And that message, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, was motivated purely because of politics. To get an appreciation of this issues, you have to understand why it is that the Conservative Party over the years goes out of its way. It even goes further than the NRA in the United States. Remember, the NRA actually supports the retailers seriously. They support the retailers registering these guns. Even the NRA. And that's why I mean, my time's already ran out, Mr. Speaker. Well, I suspect I might get a question or two.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for that dramatic and incredibly loud speech. But let's focus on the facts, because the facts are we don't have a problem in Canada today with lawful gun owners. The problem this government says they want to address is gangs with guns in urban areas. And many of those individuals do not currently follow the law. In fact, there are a lot of illegal firearms that are being used. So could the member explain to me how a new law will impact on the problem of gangs with guns that don't follow laws today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for the introduction of the bill said, I believe that it's all about public safety. Public safety is number one. Now, when we think of public safety, not only does it impact gangs in urban centres, it also has an impact in rural communities also, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about public safety and the enabling aspects of this legislation, good news is it deals with it both urbanly and within rural communities, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is a good thing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ajax.
Speaker, in my riding of Ajax, an incredibly tragic triple homicide took place. I had the unfortunate occasion to talk to a constituent whose daughter was murdered by an individual who purchased a gun legally. Her name was Lindsay. This individual had a history of violence and yet was able to purchase a gun. Perhaps the member could talk about the fact that, particularly in domestic, and I could talk about so many elements of how this protects public safety, but on the background checks particularly, often in domestic violence situations, a woman doesn't come out about the violence that is in that situation until much later. And so if an individual has a history of violence, it may not have been, but before that, 5 years before that violence occurred. And that somebody who commits a violent act in the past is unfortunately very likely to commit that act in the future. and that in the case of Lindsay and in others who were murdered, because that individual isn't part of a gang network, they don't have access to illegal guns. No, they go to a legal gun shop, they purchase that gun, and they kill somebody. And so I would ask the member, does he believe, as I do, that these background checks that the former Conservative member James Moore believed in are essential to making sure that another case like Lindsay's doesn't happen again?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, when we take a look at expanding beyond the 5 years, I think that is an incredibly positive step forward. And I notice that even from the Conservative perspective, they don't seem to be criticizing that aspect as much, because I suspect there might be some of them that actually are supportive of it. But I would suggest to you that they should support the entire piece of the legislation, because unfortunately, like my friend has pointed out with this particular individual, there are too many Canadians in all regions of our country that are having to go through situations similar to my friend's, and that's one of the reasons why it's so important that we recognize the value of this legislation, and I would hope and like to see unanimous support in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member will have a very short time following question period for the rest of the questions and comments following his remarks. I think a minute and a half. Perhaps time enough for one question and answer. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to congratulate a talented constituent from my riding of North Vancouver, Emily Young. Emily recently won 2 medals at the Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang, silver and bronze medals in cross-country skiing. All North Vancouverites and all Canadians are so very proud of Emily and what she has accomplished. If you know anything about Emily's background, you will know that these medals are but one of the latest chapters in a lifetime of outstanding personal achievement. Emily's achievements are all the more remarkable as this was Emily's first Paralympic Games. Congratulations, Emily. The drive, passion, and perseverance that you have shown as a wrestler, a skier, a biathlete, as a teammate, and as an athlete are an inspiration to all Canadians. I look forward to following your story wherever it takes you and wherever you take it.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, April 13th, just before the start of National Volunteer Week, I'll be hosting my second annual Barrie Innisfil Volunteer Awards. Last year, I honored 11 recipients from across the riding for their devotion and dedication to the residents of Barrie Innisfil. This year, I'll be honoring Margarita Papp-Belaney, who recently passed away. Ms. Papp-Belaney was an outstanding advocate for the disabled in our community, and I had the pleasure of working with her while I was a Barrie City Councillor. Residents of Barrie Innisfil have until Monday, April 3rd to nominate an outstanding citizen for recognition. Nominations are being accepted through my website or by downloading a form from the website and emailing it in. I look forward to celebrating the youth, seniors, women, men, and service groups that serve our community with pride, distinction, and dedication at the Barrie Public Library ceremony on April 13th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, on March 27th, we celebrate World Theatre Day. Canadians enjoy live theatre in communities large and small, including in my riding of Charlottetown. Locals, tourists, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast come to the Confederation Centre of the Arts to experience high-quality productions such as Anne of Green Gables, the musical. Le théâtre fait...
Theatre makes our communities dynamic, inclusive places. Theatre helps us to reflect, express ourselves, and develop our creativity. By sharing our stories, we're better able to understand each other. This is a space where we can address societal issues and where we can explore solutions.
Of our love of theatre, I would like to celebrate our artists and creators and all those who contribute to engage Canadians through theatre in their communities. And I hope that all Canadians take the time to enjoy a theatre presentation in their community on World Theatre Day.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I recently hosted a community town hall to hear from my constituents on the housing crisis in Vancouver. Passionate, thoughtful, sensible, and poignant points were made by a wide variety of residents. I heard how the housing crisis has torn a massive hole in our social fabric. I heard how it has demoralized a generation, fractured families,
hollowed out neighborhoods, and threatened our economic foundation. There was a clear message that far too many folks have lost the ability to live, work, and prosper in the city they love. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is real. It must be addressed. It must be remedied. We must chart a better, fairer course, one that works for everyone, not just the wealthy and privileged. The Liberal government cannot call this a crisis and delay funding for years at the same time. We need federal leadership now to ensure affordable, secure housing is available for every Canadian.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a group of passionate, determined women in my riding called the Cape Breton Voices, who came together on March 15th in partnership with Equal Voice to host the first panel on women in politics. In the panel, 10 women representing different levels of government put aside their political stripes and shared stories of their personal experience since entering politics and the issues that surround women's involvement in the political process. As our Prime Minister said time and time again, we want to change politics, we need to add more women. Aside from hosting panels, Cape Breton Voices regularly speaks up on topics such as inclusion, business, immigration, governance, accountability, and of course their communities. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton has a long history of strong women, and I commend the women of Cape Breton Voices for uniting together to stand for Cape Breton and all it has to offer the world.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, d'Orléans, Charlevoix. For several years, human trafficking and youth prostitution in Canada has been worsening. Innocent young girls are victims of pimps who forever destroy their lives. To counter this serious problem, the former government's Bill C-352 was adopted unanimously by all parties. But the current government is refusing to sign the decree to implement it, and instead has presented its revised, watered-down version, Bill C-38. Since the number of victims has been piling up, and the government is complicit in this unacceptable social problem. Like Canadians, I'm outraged to see the worsening situation in this area in Canada, and even more so because by a government that claims to be feminist. It's standing by passively and allowing criminals to continue to destroy the lives of the young girls they claim to protect and help. It's the government's responsibility to take immediate action for victims. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on January 18th, Ms. Georgette Leblanc became Parliament's official poet. Today, March 27th, we're celebrating her arrival on the Hill. Although she grew up in Bay Ste. Marie in Nova Scotia, she was born in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. I'm especially proud of that today. And I couldn't but mention her origins from my riding. Her diverse artistic background will enable her to be a standard bearer for Canadian poetry, which will promote the spread of this literary form. The eighth to hold the position, she will also write poetic texts used by Parliament during official ceremonies. So it's with honor that, on behalf of the constituents and of my riding of Saint-Jean, I congratulate our new Poet Laureate.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, in any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians will personally experience a mental health issue or illness, and immigrants and refugees in Canada are under more stress than people born in Canada. Since 1982, the Harmful Mental Health Association has helped well over 100,000 newcomers manage mental issues. Many former clients and their family members are now among its 300 long-time volunteers. Harmful's 64 staff members speak 7 different languages and provide culturally sensitive services within the Greater Toronto Area. I salute this valuable institution for keeping newcomers mentally healthy and happy for 36 years. The name says it all. In the original language, Harmful means healthy and happy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker,
The longer this Liberal government is in power, it's becoming clearer that they consider anyone who disagrees with them, including women with a different point of view, to be beneath contempt. That's what the Minister of Finance said in committee yesterday. Anybody who challenges or asks tough questions about a Liberal policy is, and I quote, a Neanderthal. It's the same old Liberal arrogance all over again. And it's more of the same fake feminism for which these Liberals are gaining a global reputation. Women in Canada have the right to speak their minds without being insulted for it by the Minister of Finance. The Minister should apologize to the member he insulted and to all Canadian women for his ridiculous and insulting comments.
The honourable member for Ajax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Roger Anderson, who tragically passed away as our chairman of Durham Region. Roger was both a colleague for many years when I served on regional council and on the police services board, and also a friend. It's impossible in 60 seconds to summarize the contribution that somebody makes to public life. But I think I can say on behalf of all members of the House that we recognize that living a public life is tough. It's hard on families. It means being away a lot. And Roger, over the course of his life, whether as a councillor or as a deputy mayor or as our regional chairman, gave so much to our community and didn't have the opportunity to retire and be able to enjoy time alone with his family. And I want to say to his family how sad I am that Roger's passing has happened. As a businessman, as a politician, as a policeman, he did so much for Durham. And Roger, we remember you and thank you for your service.
Honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House today to recognize the residents of New Brunswick Southwest for their overwhelming support to the community of Deer Island following a devastating fire at the island's main employer, Patrel International, on March 1st. On this Firefighters on the Hill Day, I want to recognize and thank the first responders in my riding, as well as those across the country who act so bravely and swiftly to keep us safe. Thank you to the management of Patrel International for their support to their employees, Daryl Tidd, a lead hand who volunteered to act as the official spokesperson, area employers, including Connors Brothers, Northern Harvest, and Cook Aquaculture, who offered employment to displaced workers, Service Canada, and the provincial government and agencies. Despite these difficult circumstances, the kindness, resiliency, and community spirit demonstrated by everyone has created the most positive outcome possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Minderport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a citizen who has made an outstanding contribution to the Calgary Jewish community, interfaith relations, education, and to the advancement of Canada-Israel relations. After 14 years, Judy Shapiro is retiring from her role as Assistant Executive Director of the Calgary Jewish Federation. Judy also worked with Calgary Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs. While steering her community through many troubling incidents of anti-Semitism, Judy's work in human rights and Holocaust education built strong, enduring bridges between many diverse communities. Calgary's Jewish community has been honored to have Judy as their champion. We are grateful for her legacy of making our city a better place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today firefighters from across Canada have come to Ottawa to talk about how we can save lives in the event of a fire. The bravery that these men and women display day in and day out is a testament of their courage and desire to protect Canadians.
Victory has come with sacrifice, and we must remember the 1,300 firefighters who have fallen in the line of duty since 1848. Having met with both fire departments in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, it's clear that the well-being of their members should be a priority. Since the last election, we committed to looking after the families of fallen firefighters and first responders across Canada and created the Memorial Grant Program, which will take effect in the upcoming fiscal year. Nous devons aussi nous rappeler que
We must also remember experiencing traumatic events can be daily occurrences for first responders.
First responders, past and present, thank you for your service.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you. I rise to voice concerns about the current plan to decommission the nuclear research reactor in Pinawa, Manitoba, located just 500 meters from the Winnipeg River. When the reactor was built, the federal government promised to restore the site to greenfield conditions upon decommissioning. The original plan would do that by removing the contaminated reactor parts from the site, but the plan has changed. The federal government converted this important project to a for-profit job and awarded it to Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, a conglomerate of multinational companies, some with a record of nuclear safety breaches around the globe. The environmental assessment process was gutted by the Harper government and left licensing to a regulator some see as too cozy with industry. Most importantly, to save money, CNL has decided not to remove the contaminated reactor parts, but to bury and grout them in place instead. If the concrete fails sometime in the future, it'll be impossible to safely remove the contaminated material. For the sake of future generations in Manitoba, I urge this government to reconsider before a decision is taken that no one can reverse.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, on March 23rd, a senseless act of terrorism occurred in France, in Carcassonne and Trèbes. 4 people were killed after having crossed paths with a despicable individual, a radicalized Islamist. After having killed the driver of a car that he wanted to steal, the terrorist went to a grocery store. And it was at that point that the police officer, Arnaud Beltrame, showed extraordinary bravery before being tragically killed. He changed places with a person being held by the terrorist. He saved a life, but he gave up his own. He is a hero, and we need to honor his memory not only in his country, but here as well. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing, and these men and women face unknown dangers. They are police officers in the Quebec Police Force, the RCMP, the municipal police forces, our protective services here, the armed forces. All these men and women on a daily basis face dangers. On behalf of my colleagues here in the House of Commons, I salute Arnaud Beltrame for his sacrifice. We will remember him. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to highlight the 50th anniversary of Development and Peace, an organization which showcases Canada abroad. Thanks to its community and humanitarian development projects, Development and Peace helps vulnerable people across the globe by focusing on universal values of social justice and harmony. Our government is also focusing on international assistance and gender equality. Development and Peace is convinced of the role that women play in a better economic justice. Our increase in the budget for international assistance through the creation of an independent ombudsman to oversee the actions of corporate entities abroad are examples. There are some 13,000 members of Development and Peace in Canada who are working across the world, and I would congratulate them on the work they are doing. I say you're an inspiration to us all.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister breached the law when he went on his trip to visit the Aga Khan. It is unacceptable that he is now refusing to tell Canadians which additional gifts he received during that trip. What was that unacceptable gift, and what did he do with it? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the members opposite know, I worked with the Ethics Commissioner for months last year to respond to all her questions. I was completely open with her, answered all her questions, and afterwards I accepted not only her recommendations, but I also followed them. That is why Canadians are reassured, because we have an Ethics Commissioner who holds us to high standards, much higher than the partisanship in this House.
Transparency rules exist for a reason. Not only did the Prime Minister accept an illegal trip to a private island, he went there and received additional gifts from someone who is actively lobbying the government. Those are the facts. So will the Prime Minister come clean and tell Canadians, did he return those illegal and unacceptable gifts before he could be lobbied again?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I worked with the Ethics Commissioner throughout last year, answering all her questions, putting forward full disclosure, full transparency. She made a report which we accepted, and we followed every single recommendation she made within that report. But, Mr. Speaker, as often happens at holiday time, when you're with family, friends, you exchange gifts. And if the member opposite really wants to know, I gave him a sweater, and he gave me an overnight bag.
Honourable member, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it was the fact that he accepted the gift in the first place that broke the ethics laws. C'est un grand problème que les médias ont.
The media were given a briefing session organized by the Prime Minister's office after a catastrophic trip where the Prime Minister attended a dinner along with a guilty criminal. But the Prime Minister and his minister even implied that this briefing contained classified information. Can the Prime Minister tell us who in his office helped provide that confidential information to the media? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at no point in time did members of the public service provide classified information to the media. The members opposite know this full well, but what is strange is that the Leader of the Opposition, who is in a position to be able to receive a classified briefing session on what happened, is still refusing that briefing, because he does not want to know the truth. He simply wants to continue play petty politics as he's doing now. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Convicted terrorist to attend an official Government of Canada event in India. Now, someone in the Prime Minister's office then ordered the National Security Advisor to tell the media that the Indian government was responsible for this embarrassment. But yesterday, the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister suggested that the content of that media briefing was classified. Can the Prime Minister inform us who in his office helped orchestrate the release of classified information to the media?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, at no point did members of the public service ever reveal classified information to the media, nor would they. What the issue is here is the Leader of the official opposition so wants to be able to play political games with this issue that he plugs his ears, refuses to know the truth, and is continually refusing to get a full classified briefing on this situation. The only reason he's doing that is so that he can continue to play petty politics instead of getting to the truth.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The only reason why the Prime Minister is offering me a briefing for classified information in my capacity as a Privy Councillor is to prevent me from asking questions about his disastrous trip in India and the cover-up that he helped orchestrate. Asking for is for the same information that has been provided to the media to be provided to the House of Commons. Simple. The Prime Minister has just affirmed that classified information was not provided to the media. Why then can that same information not be provided to the House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, only Stephen Harper's Conservative Party would think that giving information to the media is somehow hiding information from Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the question is, why doesn't the Leader of the Opposition want to know the truth? Canadians understand that when it comes to intelligence issues and security issues, there is a need for classified information. We have offered to the member opposite to know the truth, but he prefers to play political games.
Honourable member for The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévesque. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner's report was not a series of recommendations. It was a penalty for having broken the Conflict of Interest Act. Now, the Prime Minister received a gift during that trip, and we know, thanks to the Ethics Commissioner, that this gift cannot be listed on the public registry because it was deemed to be unacceptable by the Commissioner. So what that means is that that trip was worth more than $1,000. It wasn't simply an overnight bag or a sweater. So my question to the Speaker is, what is this gift that he received from the Aga Khan? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I already answered the question not only in the House, but also to the Ethics Commissioner in person. The reason we have an Ethics Commissioner is precisely so that we can resolve situations, so that we can verify situations in a non-partisan way. Canadians can rest assured that I worked with the Ethics Commissioner. I answered all her questions. And yes, I followed all her recommendations afterwards so that these situations can be avoided in the future. The member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévesque. Well, the report actually contained a penalty, so the Prime Minister should stop hiding behind the Ethics Commissioner. Listen, he said himself in his open letter to Canadians, and I quote, "I am committed to leading an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians, lives up to the highest ethical standards." Mr. Speaker, I don't think that accepting a gift deemed to be unacceptable by the Ethics Commissioner lives up to the highest ethical standards. We still don't have the open, transparent government that the Prime Minister forgot. Has he forgotten the core principles that were meant to guide his behaviour? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. We continue to be open and transparent in a way that the Canadians wanted after 10 years of the Stephen Harper government. We continue to be accountable and responsible so the Canadians can trust that what we are doing is building a better country with more opportunities for our young people, for our seniors. We're delivering on our promises. We are meeting the expectations of the Canadians and doing what they asked us to do.
Mr. Speaker, this old city on the Rideau has heard some pretty outrageous whoppers over the decades defending the loopholes for graft and pork barrel and lobbying and rum bottle politics, so it's not often you hear a new one. But kudos to the Prime Minister for coming up for a new loophole. You see, when he accepts a gift from a billionaire lobbyist like the Aga Khan, if it's appropriate, he's compelled to report it. But since it was inappropriate, he told us that he didn't have to report it. Oh, come on. Is that his new standard, that the door to the PMO is open as long as the lobbyists bring the gifts?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner so that Canadians can be reassured that above the personal attacks that happened in this House of Commons, the wild accusations and the mudslinging, there is someone to look into the facts of the matter, to gather those facts together, make a report, and make recommendations. As I said, we fully accept the report of the Ethics Commissioner and have moved forward to ensure it never happens again and that we fulfill all her recommendations.
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Okay. So speaking of loopholes that are big enough you can fly the Aga Khan's private helicopter through, I note that the Prime Minister's beach buddy on that trip also didn't register his inappropriate gift. You know, it's a simple thing. All members of Parliament have to register all travel that's paid for by lobbyists and third parties. Yet the member for Mount Pearl St. John's didn't bother to register his trip to Billionaires Island. So what's with that? Were they like shifting loophole ideas when they were hanging out on the beach? Why does the Prime Minister have such a low standard for accountability for his caucus?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we report gifts, when we report issues and actions, we report to the Ethics Commissioner. I sat down, answered all the Ethics Commissioner's questions, disclosed fully everything that happened, and she made her report. She did the work that she is asked to do by this House, by Canadians, that is, get to the nub of the matter, get to the heart of the facts, rather than fall into the partisan mudslinging that unfortunately characterizes this House.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks we have been asking as parliamentarians for the same briefing that the media received from the government's National Security Advisor. For weeks we have been denied. In fact, last week we had to sit here while the government and the Liberals stood up over 20 hours protecting the Prime Minister from us being allowed to hear what the media received. Now, yesterday we were told it's classified. All of a sudden, the media must be part of the Privy Council. It was classified. Today, the Keystone Cops seem to have changed their story. So my question is, why can't we, as parliamentarians, hear the same...
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the media have already reported everything extensively, and there was no classified information. As senior Conservative bloggers have pointed out, the key issue is the broader and classified context around the Atwell matter, and we have offered the Leader of the Opposition a full classified briefing, but so far he has declined. So the essential question is, why is he choosing to remain deliberately uninformed and misinformed?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
This is incredibly serious, Mr. Speaker. The government sent out the National Security Advisor to the media to float out a story that India was responsible for their absolutely disastrous India trip. We want to know what the media was told. And now the Public Safety Minister is saying, just read the newspaper and you're fine. No, Mr. Speaker, we are elected by Canadians to get an answer from our people.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point clearly is, why would the Leader of the Opposition decline to get the full story and prefer to operate on bits and snippets of misinformation or disinformation or incomplete information? Mr. Speaker, the government has made the offer to the Leader of the Opposition to be fully informed of all of the context around this situation so that he can, in fact, function in an appropriate leadership role. He has declined, and the only conceivable reason is because he wants to play a political game.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just confirmed that the information provided by Daniel Jean to the media was not confidential. And so why isn't the same briefing being given to parliamentarians? Is it embarrassing for him?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition needs to have is all the facts. All the facts have been offered to the Leader of the Opposition. His response thus far is he'd rather have partial facts, incomplete facts, or inaccurate facts. Mr. Speaker, if he wants the full story, he can have it. If he declines to get the full story, one can only conclude he has a partisan reason for turning it down.
What's the full story? Order. There's far too much noise today. If members have not read the standing orders, I recommend them to the members, because they do include provisions about not interrupting, and they should take those seriously, because I'm getting tired of it.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister hasn't answered the question. Therefore, he is complicit with the Prime Minister. A briefing was provided to reporters. And so it would be perfectly normal for the Public Safety Committee of the House of Commons be given the same briefing from Daniel Jean. Why is the Minister maintaining his position and defending the indefensible on behalf of the Prime Minister?
What I'm defending, Mr. Speaker, is the entire and complete description of the facts. What the opposition is declining or refusing to do is to accept a full briefing that would provide to the Leader of the Opposition all of the facts and all of the context so that he can make a full informed judgment of what transpired. If he declines to be fully informed, if he prefers to operate on bits and tidbits of partial information, one has to be pretty suspicious of that motive.
The honourable member for Durham.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. On February 22nd, the Prime Minister's office arranged a briefing with the media and the National Security Advisor. Today, the Prime Minister confirmed that was not classified. Today, Mr. Speaker, you ruled that MPs are entitled to hear from Mr. Jean, but there's been no order of Parliament because the Liberals are blocking the Public Safety Committee. When will the Prime Minister end this cover-up and allow Mr. Jean to testify?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the first step in any process is for the Leader of the Opposition to fully inform himself of the facts. That opportunity is available to him. He has so far turned it down. Mr. Speaker, to fully inform the Leader of the Opposition of the full context of the Atwal situation, we have offered the Leader of the Opposition that classified briefing. He has turned it down so far. That amounts, Mr. Speaker, to willful ignorance and irresponsibility, and the Conservatives are setting themselves up to be pawns of other interests.
The honourable member for Durham. Order.
Mr. Speaker, since they're continuing to block us from asking Mr. Jean, the National Security Advisor, questions, I'll ask the Prime Minister. The CBC story that ran after Mr. Jean's briefing to journalists said that he told journalists to ask questions about whether the Indian government invited Jaspal Atwal to the Prime Minister's events in India. Did the Prime Minister's office ask the National Security Advisor to plant a story about the Indian government to deflect from their terrible India trip?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we all have the utmost respect and trust for Daniel Jean. He has served governments of all political stripes with honour and distinction for 35 years. For Stephen Harper, he was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He spoke for the former Prime Minister at the United Nations. In all his roles, Daniel Jean has always protected Canada's vital interests, including the proper management of classified information.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Environment Commissioner released an historic report on combined audits of federal, provincial and territorial governments' climate action. She reported more than half of all governments have no reduction targets. Only 2 are on track to meet those targets. Most governments have failed to assess climate risks or deliver adaptation plans, including federal departments and agencies. She reported that Environment Canada has failed to provide leadership and is failing to measure, monitor, report publicly. When will this government provide real accountability and establish an independent commission to advise, audit and report on progress?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the reports of the Commissioner are very important to highlight the status of issues and to highlight issues that require attention. We welcome this report, but let's be clear about what she said. Number one, she said that most audits, including almost all of the federal audit, was done before the achievement of the Pan-Canadian Framework. Secondly, she said the Pan-Canadian Framework represented significant progress and she looked forward to seeing its implementation. And third, she commented that this was one of the best climate plans that Canada has ever had. Mr. Speaker, we agree. We have a plan to achieve our commitments and we are committed to doing so.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie.
Your targets. Monsieur le Président, voulez-vous bien, mais...
Mr. Speaker, can you explain what the point is in having greenhouse gas emission targets when you're not taking them seriously? This morning, the Environment Commissioner brought forward a report, and it was a scathing report for the Liberal government. The small steps that they have taken to meet our targets do not meet our international commitments. And the Liberals will even miss the targets that the Conservatives set under Stephen Harper. What is the Liberal government waiting to act to meet our international commitments? Just like to remind the member for Rosemont-la-Patrie that he must address his questions through the chair. I think he knows that. So in future, please address them through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've been actively implementing the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, and we're starting to see results, putting Canada on a path to meet its emissions reduction targets under the Paris Agreement. As was published in December 2017 in Canada's third biennial report to the United Nations, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions are projected to be 232 megatons lower than was expected in early 2016. This decline relates directly to the achievement of the Pan-Canadian Framework. It is the biggest improvement in Canada's emissions outlook since the reporting began. It's widespread across all sectors. It reflects the breadth and the depth and the success of the Pan-Canadian Framework.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, during the catastrophic trip of the Prime Minister in India, the National Security Advisor, Daniel Jean, organized a briefing for journalists on the Atwal affair. Now, somehow, magically, the Minister of Public Safety stated that this information was confidential. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to give that same information to the members and to the Canadians, the same information that he provided to reporters on Parliament Hill? What is he hiding?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, what has been offered to the Leader of the Opposition is a complete briefing, including classified information, that would put this entire situation in full context. The Leader of the Opposition is so far declining that offer, but he needs that full context in order to be totally informed. If he would prefer not to be totally informed, then one can only assume that he wants to play politics with disinformation.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, what is a classified confidential document according to the Canadian government? It applies to information that, if compromised, could cause injury to the national interest, defence and maintenance of the social, political and economic stability of Canada. So I repeat my question to the Prime Minister. Why did he provide journalists with this classified confidential information that led to a diplomatic issue with India, when he refuses to give the same information to elected members of this House and to the public? What is he hiding?
Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I know of no classified information revealed by the National Security Advisor, but to fully inform the Leader of the Opposition about the full context of the Atwell situation, we have offered him a classified briefing with all the essential details. So far, he's declined to receive that information, and that amounts, Mr. Speaker, to willful ignorance and irresponsibility, and the Conservatives are risking putting themselves as pawns of other interests.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Okay, so if what the Public Safety Minister said was right, the media got no classified information, but they couldn't report the story because they didn't have the full context. And without the full context, they would be spreading misinformation and bits and snippets of false information. So wouldn't you say that without giving Parliament this full context, that in fact it's the Public Safety Minister that's spreading disinformation and playing partisan games?
Well, Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in case the opposition missed it, the media have already reported all of that information very extensively, and there was no classified information included. And I would point out, as senior Conservative bloggers have done in the last short while, the key issue is the broader and classified context around the Atwal matter. We have offered the Leader of the Opposition to have that full classified briefing, but so far he has declined. So the essential question is why the Conservative opposition is choosing to remain deliberately ignorant.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, given what the public safety minister just said, how is the media supposed to know what was classified information and what wasn't? They've sent out the national security advisor, who has some of the most confidential information in our country, to the media. They didn't say what was right, and if they couldn't distinguish that, how could the media put forward a true story at all? The only person here who is admitting to anything is that the PMO put out the public safety advisor of our country to spin for the Prime Minister. This person needs to come to committee. They need to come clear, or else how is Canada supposed to have anything?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that we have the utmost respect and trust for Daniel Jean. He has served governments in this country with distinction and honour for over 35 years, and there's no question about his integrity or his dedication to Canada. The honourable member seems to be bewildered, and I think the problem is she doesn't have the facts. We are offering to give her leader the entire classified briefing so she can have the facts and end her stunning bewilderment.
Order. Order. I encourage all members, including ministers, to be restrained in the use of language. Alors.
Order.
L'honorable.
The Honourable.
Listen to both sides, no matter what they like it or not.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, for months now we've been raising serious questions about the Canada Infrastructure Bank. So far, the government has failed to answer our questions, and appointments to the Board of Directors have only cast further doubt on it. A merit-based selection procedure was promised, but half the bank's directors, half of them, have close ties to the Liberal Party. How does the government explain all this cronyism at the Infrastructure Bank? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Infrastructure Bank is an important part of our plan, totaling $196 million to build strong, inclusive communities. The Board of Directors has wide-ranging experience in this field, and we want to build 21st century infrastructure. Political affiliation was not a criterion in any way whatsoever in the selection procedure for the Board of Directors.
Speaker, any appointment process that makes sure mostly Liberals are appointed is not fair, open, or transparent in any way. These appointments of Liberal insiders and supporters is just old-fashioned cronyism at the Infrastructure Bank. While Canadians are waiting for infrastructure projects that are years overdue, while Canadians wait for housing, Liberals are stacking the board with wealthy supporters. Why doesn't this government put Canadians' interests ahead of the Liberal Party and replace the discredited Infrastructure Bank with public investment in infrastructure?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this in English. The Canada Infrastructure Bank is an important part of our government's 12-year, $186 billion plan to build strong, sustainable, and inclusive communities across Canada, as we promised to do so during the last election. The diverse group of leaders that compose the board bring a wide range of experience to the bank and attract private capital to invest alongside public dollars in building more infrastructure in the public interest. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, that political affiliation was neither a qualifying nor a disqualifying criteria for prospective board members, and the member will note there was a donation to the NDP within that board.
The Honourable Member for Markham Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Markham Thornhill, I am fortunate to be able to meet with scientists and researchers at Seneca College and York University to see the incredible work that they are doing. After 10 years of stalled funding and neglect, with our first budget in 2016, our government immediately began rebuilding Canadian science and research, which the largest investment in fundamental research in over a decade. Est-ce que le ministre des Sciences
Can the minister inform the House of the next steps our government will take to support science, research, and innovation in Canada? The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for Markham Thornhill for her strong support of science. Mr. Speaker, after muzzling scientists and ignoring evidence for 10 years, the Conservatives are back to attacking Canadian science. Last week, the Conservatives voted against funding for scientists and researchers to do their important work for Canadians.
But our government has committed to support science in Canada, improving the lives of Canadians.
Announced the largest investment in discovery science in Canadian history.
Honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Forgive me for being stunningly bewildered, but the minister has said today that there's no need for the National Security Advisor to testify before a committee for the reason that the media has reported everything the National Security Advisor told the reporters. This just in, Mr. Speaker. A very esteemed senior individual journalist, David Akin, has just said, I had one of those briefings from the senior government official. At several points, the official told me stuff he said I couldn't print. Let's give up the pretense. Let's give up the pretense.
That's not quite the same as recognizing someone in the gallery. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the opposition would like to interrogate Mr. Akin, but the point, Mr. Speaker, is that the full classified context and detail has been offered to the official opposition. They continue to refuse to receive that information. One can only assume that they want to continue to play a political game rather than getting informed of all the facts, and not just from Mr. Akin, but directly from the senior officials of the Government of Canada.
Order. I would ask the Honourable Opposition House Leader not to be yelling when someone else has the floor. The time to speak, as members know, order, as members should all know, the time to speak is when a member has the floor. And I give that now to the member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, this government has a troubling history that every time they get pushed on questions that show the fact that they don't have a good answer, they resort to name-calling.
Yes,
yesterday in Finance Committee, I was questioning the minister with respect to his own record on promoting women in senior positions. In response, the minister said I was one of those people he needed to drag with him, and I was a Neanderthal. Unacceptable language. Could the minister please clarify what he was trying to say?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I found it unfortunate yesterday at committee to see the way the opposition behaved with its personal attacks rather than constructive criticism. Mr. Speaker, the issue we're concerned about, that we're addressing, is the fact that the wage gap between men and women. There's a long way to go to reach pay equity, Mr. Speaker, and involving women in the economy at the same level as men is the important thing. And I would be delighted to talk about the very concrete, real steps we're taking to address that challenge.
Speaker, there is no attack in saying the facts. Fact is, the minister never once sought to make sure he had proper representation on his private sector board. Number two, in the finance department, they're woefully lacking in women in senior positions, 4 to 11. Number three, in his own office, there's only one woman who's a member of his senior staff. That's his choice. I have every right to ask questions that make this government uncomfortable, and I'm going to continue to do it whether they like it or not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we often see the selective amnesia at play in the House, but the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, was far from achieving parity, gender parity in Cabinet. That's the example we've set for Canadians. And in our latest budget, Mr. Speaker, shared parental leave so that there's a better sharing of parental responsibilities between men and women. $1.2 billion over 5 years. That's an idea they should have had when they were in power for 10 years. It's one of the many things we're doing to truly promote gender parity, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yesterday at committee, the only personal attack that we saw was the member of Milton who was the victim of the attack. That's the fact. Mr. Speaker, we didn't know these people could attack a woman in such a fashion, but they obviously don't know how to manage, and they are also hiding things. Today we learn that the President of the Treasury Board has decided to create a $7 billion vote, a new vote in the budget, and they'll spend the money and give the information after the fact. How is that transparent? Why so much secrecy from the President of the Treasury Board? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Delighted to answer this question, to point out that this government is increasing the transparency and accountability of government spending. For the first time in recent history, the main estimates will include all budget measures for the upcoming fiscal year. I would draw the honourable member's attention to the budget. In fact, funding in the main estimates will be tied to a detailed table A211 from the budget, outlining exactly how much will go to each initiative in each department, and they will only be able to spend the money on each specific initiative.
I'm not sure if the member for Edmonton West did not hear me. I can't imagine that his constituents think that he should be talking when he doesn't have the floor. Perhaps they can tell him otherwise, or if they're right. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2018 was a disappointment, with very little new money to help Canadians find safe, affordable housing. The $15.9 billion co-investment fund announced last fall is supposed to start accepting applications in less than a week, but so far, no details. Meanwhile, our existing rental stock is aging, communities are waiting anxiously to make repairs and build new affordable housing, but so far, nothing. How much longer will Canadians have to wait?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 22nd, we were very proud to launch the first ever national housing strategy. Canadians had been waiting for a long time for this strategy, Mr. Speaker. We had the fortune of building it with a large number of partners, with the support of many organizations. We are very proud of the result, Mr. Speaker. But we are even more proud of the fact that over the next 10 years, we'll work very hard with a number of partners to make sure that more Canadians have access to affordable housing in this great country.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwetinoong-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister vacations in the mansions of his millionaire friends, First Nations in northern Manitoba are facing a housing crisis.
Yes.
A Pasquak Cree Nation, a shortage of 300 homes. Saugeen First Nation, a shortage of 250 homes. Yet Budget 2018 commits to about enough money to build one house per reserve if you're lucky.
Yeah.
The shortage of housing on First Nations leads to health and well-being challenges for these communities. Communities are trying to find solutions, and yet the federal government is not at the table. Why is this government ignoring the housing crisis on First Nations across Canada?
Yes. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to co-developing distinctions-based Indigenous housing strategies with our First Nations, Inuit and Métis partners. This is why Budget 2018 invests $600 million over 3 years for First Nation housing, $500 million over 10 years for Métis Nation housing, $400 million over 10 years for Inuit-led housing plan. This funding is a significant step towards addressing the housing needs in Indigenous communities. Our government is committed to closing the unacceptable housing gap for Indigenous communities.
Excellent job.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives undertook consultations that Liberals refused to, and we led the charge against the Prime Minister's summer jobs values test. While Liberals started attacking us, now they're starting to back down. But that won't be good enough for the kids this year. for charities that feed the hungry this year, and for churches who provide childcare this year. So why are they waiting until next year to do the right thing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the actions taken by this government were actions that would defend the rights of all Canadians. Women's groups, immigrants, Mr. Speaker, the gay, lesbian, transgender, queer community, they fought long, hard battles to earn those rights, and they expect their government to stand and defend them. And I'm proud to be part of a government that did exactly that.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberals have proven they can't be trusted to defend Canadians' rights. The summer jobs program was working just fine under the previous Conservative government, but instead of following the advice of the official opposition, who warned that the values test was an attack on Canadians' fundamental rights, the government barged ahead. Mr. Speaker, now that the Labour Minister has admitted her values test was inappropriate, why doesn't the Prime Minister instruct her to get rid of it immediately instead of waiting till the next election?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the benefits of being in this House for 18 years, you can remember back to when the Conservatives wanted to cut the program out entirely. But Mike Savage, Maria Minna, the Liberal caucus fought hard to make sure that that program was reinstituted. They got dragged back into that program, Mr. Speaker, and then put no more money in it from 2006 on. We doubled the amount of money. We doubled the amount of people that were in that program.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary gets everybody excited. Order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly the Liberals will clap at anything because it's no justification for discrimination to say we increased funding to the program that's discriminating. That's what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. After the Liberals voted down our motion, now they're saying they might not proceed with the values test next year. But the minister continues to deny funding to charitable organizations who are helping the very groups the member talks about this year. So if the parliamentary secretary knows that the values test is bad for an election year, why won't he get rid of it right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this government appreciates and respects the work that those religious groups do, Mr. Speaker, and they know they were contacted and they know that they could very well apply for grants, Mr. Speaker. I know in my own riding, there were 21 groups last year that applied and received funding. There are 21 groups that applied this year and most likely will receive funding, Mr. Speaker. The MPs that did their job know that that's the truth.
Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the All-Party Steel Caucus, I'm proud to have hosted our Prime Minister in Hamilton earlier this month, and we sat and talked with steelworkers from both ArcelorMittal Dofasco and Stelco, as well as union representatives and stakeholders, and we heard firsthand the concerns that they have over steel import tariffs and their unintended consequences concerning steel dumping. So can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update this House on the strong measures announced by our government today to address this important issue?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek for his question and for organizing the Prime Minister's visit to Hamilton to meet steelworkers. The transshipment and dumping of unfairly cheap foreign steel and aluminum is a threat to Canadian jobs and the North American NAFTA market. Canada has one of the toughest enforcement regimes in the world with 71 trade remedy measures already in place. We're strengthening this enforcement further, including new powers for CBSA, and we will always stand up for Canadian steel and aluminum workers and for NAFTA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, on March 1st, when the Public Safety Minister was asked why the Liberals won't let the National Security Advisor appear at committee, he said, quote, "You are asking me to wade into a classified discussion. I can't do that." Then he ran away from questions to the elevator. Today, he says none of the information given by that advisor to the media was classified. On what date was the minister telling the truth?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said consistently, the comments that have been attributed to the National Security Advisor in the media disclose no confidential information. The challenge, of course, is the questions that members of the opposition want to pursue in relation to classified matters in the context of this whole affair. Mr. Speaker, we have offered to answer those questions. We have offered to give them the whole information, Mr. Speaker. They continue to refuse.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, passengers who got stuck on Air Transat flights still remember the minister's promise to fix the problem quickly by creating a passenger's Bill of Rights. A year later, and 2.5 years after their election, still nothing. And their proposed legislation could double the time passengers have to wait on the tarmac before assistance arrives. The Liberal government lacks resolve in dealing with abuses committed by airlines. Can the minister confirm whether he will have the courage to amend his bill? C49. Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I always try to show courage in everything I do in life. I promised that there would be a passenger Bill of Rights when this bill is passed. The Transportation Bureau will oversee that Bill of Rights. It'll be the best passenger Bill of Rights in the world. And if my colleague could just be a little bit patient, he will see this come into being. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, in a healthy and prosperous society, it's crucial to ensure that everyone has equal opportunities in the economy. Can the Minister for Status of Women tell us what Budget 2018 does to further empower women so they have equal opportunity to work in their field of choice and to advance their career regardless of what stage they're at in their professional development? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vimy for her leadership in promoting gender equality. When we invest in women, we improve the economy for everyone.
Measures to close the gender wage gap, including an investment of $1.65 billion for a women entrepreneurship strategy to support women to start and grow their businesses and to benefit from trade agreements and to create jobs for all Canadians, because when we invest in women, we grow the economy for everyone.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last year my constituents went through the worst BC wildfire in history. In the aftermath, residents tried to salvage what they could, harvesting some of the wood on their property. It's now tax time, and the capital gains from selling their wood is putting them into a higher tax bracket. We have seniors losing their OAS and their GS. Months ago, we asked the Finance Minister to create a simple fix. We have not even had the courtesy of a response. So will the government do what they said, stand by the victims, and commit to fixing this failure today?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians affected by forest fires, particularly in BC, are experiencing hardship, and the agency is committed to helping solve the problem. In cases of disasters like the fires in question in BC, each application for relief will be studied individually, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, talks are dragging on between Davie and the federal government over ship conversions because Ottawa can't get its act together. While Ottawa makes the shipyard get down on its knees and beg for a contract for the conversion of 3 used icebreakers, it's come to light that they have a plan up their sleeve to build 6 brand new ones. There are 800 workers in Quebec City waiting to get back to work. What's the government doing? Do they have a plan? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the excellent work of Davie Shipyard's workers, and we're trying to negotiate with Davie Shipyard with regard to the icebreaker needs of the Coast Guard. We are continuing to talk, and the talks are continuing. The honourable member for Teflon. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't sound much like a plan to me. Do you know what does sound like one, though? This, $100 billion in shipbuilding contracts, none for Quebec. 4 icebreakers to convert, take out the most lucrative one and put the rest on ice. 6 new icebreakers, keep that under wraps. 7 frigates in need of maintenance, rig the bid to shut out Davie Shipyard. The question is, Mr. Speaker, is part of the government's plan to make Davie Shipyard go belly up? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard has identified its needs for icebreaking, and we are working with Davie Shipyard to meet those needs. We're negotiating. We continue our talks. It's ongoing, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mrs. Georgette Leblanc, the 8th Parliamentary Poet Laureate. The Honourable David Eby, Attorney General for the Province of British Columbia. And Mr. Fred Sasakamoose, Elder of Atu-Kokip Cree Nation, a former student at St. Michael's Indian Residential School, the first Indigenous hockey player in the NHL, and the inspiration for Richard Wagamisa's award-winning book and the film of the same name, Indian Horse. Mark, orders of the day.
Government Orders, Ways and Means, motion number 23, consideration of a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures.
Ms. Chager for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Pettipas-Taylor, moves that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018 and other measures be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. La question est...
The question is the following one. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Pittypaw-Taylor, moved that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be concurred in. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Gisnevsky.
Mr. Gisnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Allbag.
Mr. Allbag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr.
Hardy.
Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veulent bien se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Baudry.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 136, 136.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to Standing Orders 83-4 and 69-1, Ms. Chager for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves that a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. I think I'll wait a moment until things are a little quieter. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations out into the lobbies. And I'd ask members to assist me, not a little bit of noise here, by saying thank colleagues for their cooperation. In a moment, I'm going to call upon the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove, from whom I have notice of a question of privilege. However, first I want to refer to my ruling of last week on March 20th, when I said the following. As I already noted, the Chair is concerned that this question of privilege was not brought up at the earliest opportunity. Members know that in determining a question of privilege prima facie, the Speaker must consider whether the two requisite conditions have been met. That is, whether the matter was raised at the earliest opportunity and whether, in the Speaker's view, it constitutes at first view a breach of a parliamentary privilege. With respect to timeliness, House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states at page 145, the member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practicable after becoming aware of the situation. When a member has not fulfilled this important requirement, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is not a prima facie question of privilege. And I went on to say, this is cause for concern for the Chair, particularly as the member did not provide an explanation as to why the condition of timeliness was not satisfied. While I'm prepared to be flexible on this point at this time and not dismiss his question of privilege for this reason alone in that case, it is a condition that must be taken into account in assessing the alleged question of privilege. So I would ask the member to have regard to that in his comments. Now, member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the issue is this is my earliest opportunity to raise this issue of question of privilege, and it relates to this year's Canada Summer Jobs Program. We've just received the list, and having gone through the list, it highlights the concern that I have and I bring before to you at the earliest opportunity on a question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this question of privilege regarding a matter that you will appreciate does not fall under certain enumerated rights and immunities for the House to treat as a breach of privilege, but falls within the scope of contempt as explained by Joseph Mango in page 226 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, and he writes, quote, in addition to those enumerated rights and immunities that are necessary for the House and its members to perform their legislative function, the House of Commons may also examine any direct or indirect act or omission other than an attack or disregard of the enumerated rights and immunities. And if the House is of the view that any such act or omission tends to obstruct or impede the House or its members in their parliamentary functions, the House may declare such act or omission to be contempt of Parliament and invoke its penal jurisdiction whether or not there is a precedent. On page 81 of Bosch and Garneau, it says, there are other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall under one of the specific defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in its performance of its function, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, its members, or its officers. So, Mr. Speaker, I've been dealing with the Summer Jobs Program for 14 years. I was elected in 2004, and the government's value test has impeded my role as a member of Parliament, and I'd like to share with you in what way. Mr. Speaker, this year, the Canada Summer Jobs Program started with an email from Service Canada on December the 8th, and I received that email. And the email was probably a common email that's sent to every member of Parliament. And it says that the member of Parliament, as a member of Parliament, you will have the opportunity to fulfill the following roles in the delivery of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. 1, promote the program within your constituency. 2, participate in establishing the local priorities. 3, validate the list of recommended projects. And 4, notify successful applicants. So I did respond to Service Canada, the representative, who actually did a very good job, and talked to her on the phone and asked what was the definition of reproductive rights within the new attestation requirement. And she couldn't answer that. And so I responded to her with this following email that I sent on December the 13th, within just a few minutes after talking to her on the phone, just to clarify what we had talked about. And I said to her,
I agree with the Canada Summer Jobs 2018 priorities on the condition that the new attestation requirement will not restrict organizations from receiving Canada Summer Jobs 2018 funding if they object to the definition of reproductive rights and refuse to sign the attestation agreement. There may be controversial reproductive issues that have nothing to do with their funding application and should not render their application incomplete or ineligible. You were unable to define what is the program's definition of reproductive rights, and I look forward to your response. Until then, my approval is conditional. It was just a couple of minutes later, and she acknowledged receiving the email, and she said, she acknowledged my name, and it was good speaking to you today. Thank you for sending the email so promptly. As soon as I have a response to your inquiry, I will be in contact with you. I look forward to connecting with you in the new year. Now, the next correspondence I received from Service Canada was not a response to my questions. It was the list. And so I have not ever had the definition of what is in this requirements, the definition of reproductive rights. And so I then, Mr. Speaker, received this list. So I went over the list, and I've just, as I said, just received the list, and I looked, and a number of the organizations, and I've been, as I said, doing this for 14 years. And I went over last year's list in 2017 and 16 and 15, and there was often the same people applying, providing incredible job opportunities for our youth in our riding of Langley-Aldergrove. And I noticed that all of them were all for not-for-profit sector, and I really like that. And I also looked at the assessment score, and the assessment score went from, out of 100, 87 down to 73, all of those that were recommended as on the approved list. Then I looked at this year's list, and it's not on par with what happened. And there are so many people, organizations within our riding of Langley-Aldergrove that are not on the new recommended list. And the assessment code went from 87 to 73. It now starts at a much lower assessment rating of 73 down to 48. So there's been a major change, and there is a number of the constituent groups that were not able to apply, were rejected, and those groups that have asked me to bring it to the attention of the House are North Langley Baptist Church, Christian Life Assembly, Fort Langley Evangelical Free Church, Brookswood Baptist Church, North Langley Community Church, Willoughby Church, Riverside Calvary Chapel, Loft Country, Living Waters, and Power to Change. There was one additional group, Mr. Speaker, that was provided jobs for recovering young women. They were teaching them how to build cabinets and then install cabinets, and part of their the recovery program. Unfortunately, that applicant was, again, not able to apply. So, Mr. Speaker, I bring to a close my comments where I say that to deny certain Canadian taxpayers from accessing provincial programs or grants because of their belief, faith, and personal conscience or opinion, all of which are guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, even if they are contrary to the views or policies of the Liberal Party of Canada, it's an offence and a breach of privilege and impedes my ability to represent the community, to administer on behalf of my constituents the Summer Jobs Program as I'm required to do. I believe the House can consider these acts by the government to fall within the scope of contempt. Parliamentary privilege in Canada explains it in this way on page 226. This is why it is said that the privileges of the House cannot be exhaustively codified. There are many acts or omissions that may occur where the House would feel compelled to find that a contempt has taken place, even though such acts or omissions do not amount to an attack on or disregard of any of the enumerated rights and immunities. So, Mr. Speaker, if you find that this is a prima facie question of privilege, I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion and send this matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and I look forward to your ruling. Thank you. I thank the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove, and before I go to the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, who was kind enough to let me know he wanted to add to the argument, I must say that I remain concerned about the timeliness. I recognize that, that the member is arguing that the situation as he's characterizing it isn't just arisen, although I think he will note that the topic has certainly been under debate for quite a while now. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I think one of the reasons for the request today is that today is the deadline for much of the application process around the Canada Summer Jobs Program. We didn't want to waste your time, and I think we'd hope that the pressure would lead the government to dropping the requirement. That's not so, and so we find ourselves here today. I'm rising on the same point of privilege on the Canada Summer Job Program. I want to highlight 2 points that I think are relevant to this discussion. In order to do our jobs as members of Parliament, we must be able to represent our constituents fairly, based on the Charter and on the legislation that's passed by Parliament. While the policies of the various parties guide them as they move forward, until these policies are implemented through legislation, they do not become the law of Canada, and they cannot direct MPs in their work. The Liberal government has, through the added requirements for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, created barriers solely based on their party policy. The requirement to attest to Liberal Party policy limits my capacity to represent my constituents and creates an issue of privilege for me. They've also made it impossible for many of my constituents to access a government program because of their inability to support the Liberal Party policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, my role requires me to support the principles of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That includes the right to belief, to faith, to personal conscience, to opinion. I've been happy to do that. And indeed, in the 17 years that I've been here, I've never seen or had to deal with an applicant for the Canada Summer Jobs Program that did not accede to the rights laid out by the Charter and the Parliament of Canada. There have been many programs that I agree with, many other that I disagree with. However, the rights and requirements of each were a matter of parliamentary discussion and decision. And however, that is no longer the case. This winter, that all changed. The government, in its implementation of the 2018 Canada Summer Jobs Program, added additional requirements for my participation and for the participation of my constituents. Long-time recipients of CSJ funding were denied even the opportunity to apply because of the additional requirements, which consisted of an attestation that emphasized Liberal Party policy. And these rejected applicants included private businesses, charities, camps, and municipal governments. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is not actually the content of the attestation in which people hold a variety of positions. What it is about is having to agree to it at all. Members must not be required to adhere to the governing party's policy in order to access programming. That's a practice that may take place in other countries but has never been part of our national fabric. Mr. Speaker, when we had a vote in the House, every party had representatives that supported that position. This required attestation has impeded my ability to represent my constituents. As many have pointed out, this issue is not whether we agree with Liberal Party policy in this case. The issue is the requirement to attest to it. We allow many different points of view in this country, and requiring applicants to assert belief in a policy and then MPs to attest to it in order to participate is a point of privilege. There's a second aspect to my point of privilege, and that is the government has presented and insisted on misleading information, which, Mr. Speaker, is a condition for an issue of privilege. They've insisted that that misleading information be part of the Canada Summer Jobs Program application and participation in it. The Charter and LBGT rights are enshrined in law and codes. As I've mentioned, in 17 years, I've never had an applicant who has made an issue of this on their application. Now, Mr. Speaker, the issue of reproductive rights is a topic of much discussion both in this country and around the world. It's clear that there's a wide variety of positions on those rights, even in this House. The one thing they are not is a charter right in Canada. The admonition to legislate on this issue was invited by the Supreme Court some 25 years ago, and to this point, Parliament has declined to legislate. Inaccurate and misleading information is part of the attestation that individuals and organizations must sign. It's been reinforced by numerous other communications pieces of this government. It is that misleading information that has made it impossible for me to participate, and it is misleading information that has prevented my constituents from participating. Our members' privileges can be violated by the provision of inaccurate information, and if we look at the attestation, we see it is inaccurate. IN applicants are required to adhere to the Charter. They are required to respect LGBT rights, but we are not required to subscribe to Liberal Party policy distinctives around reproductive rights in order to participate in Canadian political.
I'm afraid we're well into debate now, and I expressed my one concern, which was about the question of timeliness, and other is about this being a matter of debate on which members have very strongly views, which I completely respect and acknowledge. However, this is what it seems to me. Nevertheless, I will examine the matter and come back to the House, but I think I've heard enough about it for now. I thank honourable members for their interventions on this. We don't have endless interventions on questions of privilege, as members will know. I appreciate the member for Langley-Aldergrove raising the question. I thank the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands for his intervention, but I do think I've heard enough. And if it's in the same issue, I'm not going to. There's no need for a point of order unless it's on a different issue. If it's a different issue, the member for Perth Wellington has a different issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do rise on a point of order, not a point of privilege. And to illustrate that, I would draw your attention to Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms at citation 26.1 and 26.3, page 12, 6th edition, which illustrates, Mr. Speaker, as you will know, that you as Speaker can rule on points of order, but on a point of privilege, you are simply making a prima facie case that ruling on such and then bring it to the House for a motion. I would draw your attention to page 147 of Boston Gagnon, which states, as you know, the Speaker will hear the member and may permit others who are directly implicated in the matter to intervene. These members who are seeking the floor are clearly implicated in this matter. And I would draw your attention to precedent on this matter. First, May 18, 2016.
The member, I think, is referring to the debate going on now, the discussion going on, and he will know that I in fact, read last week an excerpt from the procedural manual to which he's referred, which expresses the fact that the Speaker can decide when he's heard enough in terms of a question of privilege, which I have. So I thank members for their attention. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Calkins.
Debate. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad day here when members can't have their point of privilege heard in this House. I respect your position, but when we have members standing on point of order and simply shut down, it's a dismal day for democracy in Canada. What we've seen this week with this government shutting down debate, calling time allocation on multiple bills, has to make one wonder what it is they're trying to change the channel on. And it's really disturbing. I'll start off on a little bit lighter note, noting that this is the second half of a 20-minute time allocation that time slot that I was allowed. I had 10 minutes yesterday. It's now been almost 24 hours to carry on this section of debate. So I was debating actually whether I should wear the same clothes so that if the two videos get clipped together, it doesn't look like I did a Superman change. Oh, pardon me, that's a super person change.
People.
Super people change. Yeah. So it's been almost 24 hours since I began my speech on Bill C-55. So I want to recap a little bit of what's taken place. In December of 2016, I saw what this government may intend to do with changes to the way marine protected areas were established in BC. So I put forward a motion at the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans that the committee undertake a study on the criteria and process for establishing MPAs in Canada. That motion was accepted and approved by the committee members. We eventually got around to starting that study in about April of 2017. We traveled to the north and the west coast in June. We traveled to the east coast in the fall. And as I said yesterday, we heard differing testimony on how the MPA process was working. What we heard was that the process that is taking place right now, in some cases, took 7 to 10 years to establish an MPA. Fairly lengthy piece of time, but what we heard was those MPAs that were created under that process were accepted by the communities. In fact, many cases were put forward by the communities and promoted by the communities that were most affected. But what we heard was the proposed changes that Bill C-55 could bring forward would eliminate the opportunity for those fishermen, those communities, to have input onto how those MPAs are created. And it was quite discerning. We heard that many times in Atlantic Canada. And yet this government, with full representation in Atlantic Canada, has chosen to, I guess, ignore the testimony that we heard there. The committee study on MPAs has been kicked aside, sidelined many times. We've started a study on small vessel licensing, which kicked the study aside. Now we're going to see legislation on Bill C-68 coming to committee, so it'll be further kicked aside. And I question whether they may be causing this because they don't want that testimony exposed to the public and the recommendations that may come out of that committee study. I think the recommendations you would have seen would have indicated the problems with the new proposed process. So for some reason, they're pushing that MPA study and the report that would result out of it, kicking it aside, fast-tracking by time allocation the debate on Bill C-55 so that we have no process of really exposing the issues, the problems that are in this bill. Again, it's an affront to democracy and just an example of the arrogance that this government has been showing over the past couple of weeks. It's really disturbing to me, and it should be disturbing to all Canadians. There's another part of this scenario that we can only speculate on, but is there another reason that the Fisheries Minister wants to get this legislation out there and get it in front of the committee to tie up the committee's time? And that may be because the Conservative members on the committee have started to expose the surf clam scam. The surf clam scam, you might ask, is about what? Well, the Fisheries Minister decided unilaterally to expropriate 25% of the surf clam quota from a holder in Newfoundland. He then issued that quota to a non-existent company. Wow. But not only to a non-existent company, but that non-existent company was established by close Liberal friends and family members. Again, unbelievable. So the threads are starting to unravel on that surf clam scam, but I project that perhaps this movement on time allocation on C-55 and again on Bill C-68, the act to amend the Fisheries Act, may be a cover-up process to take attention away and take the issue away from what really should be concerning out there, perceived conflict of interest. And that takes us all the way back to the mandate letters that were provided to this government's cabinet by the Prime Minister that there should be no actual or perceived conflict of interest. And yet we've seen it happen time and time and time and time again with this government. Not just perceived conflict of interest, but actual conflict of interest. The Finance Minister was found in conflict. The Prime Minister, there's still questions around that one. He's been found guilty 4 times of breaking the law and had to address that with the Conflict Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I'll get back to a little bit more on Bill C-55 and some of the concerns we've seen around that. I touched base on it a little bit yesterday regarding wildlife management, fisheries management, and like totally protected areas. No-take zones, as they're being referred to in reference to Oceans Act MPAs. Those no-take zones, similar things have been put in place on land in parks across Canada, and they've created problems. They've taken place in the U.S., and we've seen problems. In fact, we had testimony from a U.S. representative scientist down there that came to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see 2 minutes left. We had a representative from the U.S. come up and explain to us what had happened with the California MPA process down there. It was absolutely devastating to the recreational fisheries and the supporting sectors down there. They saw a 20% drop in license sales, in vehicle sales relating to tow equipment for boats. Absolutely devastating for that process. We can't afford to see that same process take place here in Canada. We need full consultation. What this act does is gives the minister overarching power to decide to close an area on extremely short notice, only taking into account 1 year's previous activity within that area, not going back 8 to 10 years to see what might have been there. And I spoke a little bit about that yesterday, about how a halibut fishery had recovered and was coming back in an area of Nova Scotia. They hadn't been able to fish there for, I believe they said 5 to 10 years, but all of a sudden the halibut were coming back. So they were going back to fish in that area. As I said, fish move, fisheries move, the ocean's currents change. What's being proposed by this act is eliminating all of that background information that can be gathered, the process of consulting with local fishermen, local communities, and the science community for establishing what should be a well-received and well-accepted MPA, as has been happening in the process already. We've also heard that there are other processes for protecting our oceans, and we've seen a lot of those in place in Canada already with rockfish conservation areas on our west coast. Those areas aren't MPAs, but now some of them are saying, well, maybe just to meet our targets, we should include those. I don't disagree with that. That's a good process. But those protected areas, those conservation areas, need to be established, have the long-term goals, but also the long-term background, which this bill fails to allow. I see my time is about up, and I apologize for having, or I guess I don't apologize, but it's been interesting to have to speak on the same speech almost 24 hours apart. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech on C-55 amendments to the Oceans Act. And while I lament that we have interruptions and a loss of time for debate, this bill is overall quite welcome. It's well constructed. It's overdue. The Oceans Act was passed, the initial Oceans Act was passed well before the Harper administration, but unfortunately it's never really been fully implemented. It has a lot of opportunities to improve adjacency, that local fishing communities have more say in the fisheries management adjacent to them, and this bill focuses on long overdue improvements to creating national marine protected areas. So my only comment, my colleague, is while I understand his frustration with the interruptions, such is the nature of work around here, particularly lately, and I hope that this House will pass C-55 expeditiously.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention. I would caution her, though, on not getting Bill C-55 confused with Bill C-68. Bill C-55 is the Oceans Act. Bill C-68 is an act to amend the Fisheries Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for all the work that he's done on the Fisheries Committee on this subject and many others. I've enjoyed working with him. We have a very cordial relationship at the Fisheries Committee. He spoke about the MPA study that's been conducted by the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. It's been a very interesting process. Of course, all the witnesses that come to the Fisheries and Oceans Committee are broadcast on Parleview, where everybody can see it and listen to that testimony in a very open and transparent way. Some of the comments that have come from the Conservative side have been concerning to me around the precautionary principle. I'd like to ask the member opposite, does the Conservative Party of Canada support
the precautionary principle.
Honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
I thank the member from Burnaby, Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries, Oceans and Canada Coast Guard, for his intervention and his question. It is good to have a congenial relationship so that we can hopefully find common areas to move forward on. The precautionary principle is a good principle, but, Mr. Speaker, what also has to be found is balance between making sure our countries and our fishermen, our communities are able to continue with their livelihoods in a sustainable way, to find that balance between, as I said yesterday, conservation and preservation. There are two big differences there. Conservation allows the conservative use of a resource so that you gain a benefit from it and you can put back into it. The preservation system I don't agree with, and it's not the best wildlife management system out there. What we've seen is there's been so much human intervention in, I don't know if human is a correct word to use now, or should it be you people, whether that's a correct term to use, but we've seen so much human intervention in fish and wildlife habitats, species management over the years, that we simply cannot step back and expect an area to recover fully or to find that safe balance or sustainable balance within itself without being able to go in and do whether it's predator management or other activities that may be able to bring it back to that balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
What a rare chance, Mr. Speaker, to be able to thank my friend from South Okanagan, Shuswap. He's quite correct. I had earlier today jotted down that we were moving to C-55 this afternoon, and things do move quickly. We are on C-68. So let me just say that I regret that the Fisheries Act is moving so quickly that we have time allocation. But this bill is one, again, where I have to say I support it. I'm so relieved to see the restoration of the protection of fish habitat in this bill. The process by which those sections of our Fisheries Act, which we've had since 1867, protecting fisheries and including fish habitat, was actually a provision brought in by the current fisheries minister's father, the late and much respected Romeo LeBlanc, who also served as our Governor General. Having those sections ripped out of the Fisheries Act in an omnibus budget bill in spring of 2012 of over 420 pages that changed 40 different acts with no consultation, not a single amendment allowed, and no proper hearings was an abomination in this place, and I'm glad to see at least this part of it repaired.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There may still be a little bit of confusion with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I believe we are studying Bill C-55 right now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and honourable colleagues, it is my privilege to rise for a third time to express my support for Bill C-55 and to speak against the proposed amendment to refer the bill back to the Standing Committee for the purposes of reconsidering all the clauses. The Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard have been given a clear mandate to protect Canada's three oceans, our coasts, our waterways, and our fisheries to ensure that they remain healthy for the benefit of future generations. Something I thought about today when I saw so many young people in our gallery. This is a commitment that I take very seriously and very personally. And as I stated previously when we debated the bill for second reading, I'm extremely honored that my first piece of legislation as the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans of the Canadian Coast Guard is for such a worthy cause. The Oceans Act is a fundamental tool that Canadians rely upon to ensure the future health of our marine ecosystems. I truly believe that at the end of the day, a pristine and abundant environmental ecosystem is our greatest underlying economic driver. Specific to today's debate, the Government of Canada has committed to HE Target 11 under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, and I just returned from the World Ocean Summit, where I was able to share the leadership Canada is once again taking to protect our oceans. In addition to this bill, we are returning lost protections and incorporating modern safeguards into the Fisheries Act through Bill C-68. We have committed to making the protection of our ocean a pillar of our G7 agenda. This includes leadership in 4 key areas, including ocean health, sustainable fisheries,
addressing plastics, and building resilient coastal communities. We were applauded for making such significant progress on our targets. As a government, we were committed, and we are committed, to protecting 10% of our oceans and marine areas by 2020. When we took office, less than 1% of these areas were protected, but today we have protected 7.75%, representing hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of new protections, protections that I know Canadians are proud of. Our three oceans are complex webs of ecological and human systems that need to be understood, protected, and in many cases, Mr. Speaker, restored. Marine protected areas and marine protected area networks preserve these ecological links and protect diverse marine ecosystems and species. We will continue to establish marine protected areas through science-based decision-making, transparency, and in a manner that advances reconciliation with Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, it currently takes an average of 7 years to designate an Oceans Act marine protected area. It requires time to undertake scientific assessments and socioeconomic studies, as well as conduct consultations with governments, Indigenous groups, and stakeholders. These are important steps that cannot be eliminated, as they ensure that a marine protected area achieves its intended objectives while supporting local culture, the economy, and other needs. That said, a very clear understanding of what needs to be protected typically emerges well before all of the data is compiled. Amendments to the Oceans Act under Bill C-55 propose solutions that will help us protect critical and unique areas of our Canadian oceans faster without sacrificing the necessary science and consultation processes. The amendments ensure collaboration continues, requiring provinces, territories, Indigenous groups, industry, and other stakeholders to be a part of both the establishment and management processes. Essentially, Bill C-55 proposes amendments to the Oceans Act that would provide an additional tool that will allow for interim protection of specific areas through a ministerial order. This interim protection would be done following initial science and consultations, which would take around 24 months. Following this step, the full federal regulatory process would continue to formally designate the marine protected area within the next 5 years. These amendments would ensure that when needed, an interim marine protected area can be put into place. New activities that risk further harm to ocean ecosystems, habitat, or marine life would not be allowed to occur in these interim protected zones. These amendments not only respect current activities, but also the need to conduct comprehensive consultations and scientific research before the final marine protected area is established. So you can see that the time frame to fully establish a marine protected area may still take up to 7 years, but there could be some interim protection in place within the first 2. No longer can a lack of 100% scientific certainty be used to delay or prevent the protection of a sensitive marine area. Right now, there is no protection until there is full protection, which is a problem that these amendments are effectively solving. A problem that is amplified, Mr. Speaker, by an ocean that is so quickly changing along with our climate. This is a policy that is entirely in lockstep with the precautionary approach, which is a founding principle of conservation in Canada. To put it another way, an interim marine protected area would freeze the footprint of ongoing activities. Under this concept, only ongoing activities, which are those activities occurring 1 year before the interim protection is in place, would be allowed to continue. For example, current fishing activities or fishing activities where a moratorium is in place but licenses are still held would be considered ongoing activities. To further support this new concept, which is integral to the creation of an interim marine protected area, Bill C-55 also includes amendments that would require application of the precautionary principle when deciding whether to designate new marine protected areas. That means that incomplete information or lack of absolute certainty would not be justification for avoiding protection where there's a risk to the marine ecosystem. Bill C-55 also includes modernized, updated, and strengthened enforcement powers, fines, and punishments under the Oceans Act. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Oceans Act have received broad support during outreach efforts to discuss this bill. Canadians recognize that the amendments would not short-circuit the development of sound science or cut off people's opportunity to collaborate, to be consulted in the development of marine protected areas. Instead, they would ensure protection would be put in place quicker in the interest of all Canadians. We would be able to act on initial science and information to help keep these areas safe while additional research, engagement, and regulatory processes are worked through. Supporting the health of our ocean is necessary to ensure that future generations will be able to rely on the unique and precious marine ecosystems and resources that underline our environment and our economy. It should go without saying, but Canadians are counting on us to protect our oceans, a resource that, at times, for far too often, we've taken for granted. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to congratulate the Fisheries and Oceans Committee on the great work that they've done on this bill and on additional studies that they've taken on, including several fisheries and also MPAs, which was raised by the previous member. An example of their extraordinary work is visible in Bill C-68, amendments to the Fisheries Act. The committee made 32 recommendations after examining the changes made to the Act by the previous government, and we now know that all 32 recommendations were not only considered but incorporated into the Act. I was also very impressed by the committee's deliberations and thoughtful consideration of Bill C-55. They consulted broadly and incorporated amendments and from colleagues on both sides of the House. This is the primary reason that sending the bill back to committee doesn't make any sense. The committee has considered the legislation clause by clause, and now it is time to pass it for third reading. I invite everyone in the House to support Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act, and to oppose the Conservative amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the parliamentary secretary for his intervention here. He mentioned the committee's study on marine protected areas and congratulated the committee for their work on that. I'd like to ask him why the committee's work on that has been constantly derailed by issues put forward by members of his party, by legislation that's been put forward that hasn't allowed the committee to actually finish that study and actually make any recommendations from the study at all. We've been sidelined, and now with time allocation being called on this bill at third reading, it's obvious that they don't want to hear the recommendations that might come from that committee if we can ever be allowed to get around to finishing it. Why has that taken place? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question. I believe, if I recall correctly, that the committee actually passed a motion when they were considering Bill C-55 that all the witness testimony that was determined during the MPAs could be utilized when determining Bill C-55. I might be wrong about that, but that was my recollection. You know, the party opposite seems to want it both ways. On one hand, they want to say that they set these targets, and despite the fact that they only got to less than 1% of protections during their time in office, want to say that somehow by 2020 they were going to meet the target of protecting 10% of our oceans by 2020. I mean, this is a difficult task that our government has taken on full-heartedly since the last election, and now we are at 7.75%. As I said in my speech, that's hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of new protections. In fact, in total, I believe it represents 446,000 square kilometers of protections. We are committed to hitting our AT targets, and we're going to continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, the honourable member has said that there has been lots of support for the legislation. Well, let me, through you, share, Mr. Speaker, some of the comments people have given. Linda Nolan, a long-standing environmental lawyer, now with West Coast Environmental Law. The proposed amendments should go much further. For the long arm of the law to be truly effective, we need even stronger legal powers like minimum protection standards and requiring ecological integrity as the foremost priority in MPA. With a vast area in the 3 seas within our boundaries, the world's longest coastline, Canada must implement a Forceful Oceans Act. World Wildlife Fund have expressed extreme concerns. Proposed regulations will still allow oil and gas and seismic blasts of 80% MPA. These activities threaten whales and other wildlife. They also say, we will challenge these proposed regulations through every possible means. We ask Canadians to join expressing their dissent. A professor of geography at Memorial also said, unlike terrestrial parks, marine protected areas can allow industrial activities known to impact marine coasts. Another expert has said, we're concerned the areas are being protected, do not meet the standards set out under the convention, and therefore will not actually count towards the target. That is Sabine Jessen of CPAWS. Could the member respond to where are these supporters of their bill?
All Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for all of her work and for this question. This might be one of those cases, Mr. Speaker, where, of course, we have one side telling us that we're going too hard, too fast, and one side telling us that we're not going fast enough. But with regards to minimum protections, I would like to let that member know that the minister made an announcement in Malta recently that he was going to assemble an expert panel to talk about minimum standards for marine protected areas. That panel is currently in the process of coming together. With regards to oil and gas, the minister has stated in this House on several occasions that thousands of Canadians have expressed their concerns when it comes to oil and gas exploration within marine protected areas, and those concerns are going to be taken very seriously when these decisions are taken into account.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Parliamentary Secretary, and I want to take us a little bit further than C-55, and that is that the Minister of Fisheries has thus far dealt with amendments in C-68, amendments to the Oceans Act and C-55, but it has not yet touched on the area which is of profound concern to people who want to see our fisheries areas protected, see our oceans protected, protect the fish within those lines in a marine protected area on the map, and that's by really dealing with the threat of aquaculture in open waters, in open pens. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary can let us know when the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary will turn their attention to the threat posed by open pen aquaculture of not local species with the contamination of sea lice and viruses that affect our wild fisheries.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. As she is aware, members of the BC caucus have been very vocal on the issues around aquaculture. It's an issue that I've spent a lot of my own personal time researching. In fact, I made a statement early in the House during question period about 4 weeks ago, talking about that we're currently looking into this along with our partners in the province and along with Indigenous communities. In fact, I have a copy of that statement here. As a British Columbian, I understand the very real concerns that Canadians share around aquaculture. We rightly expect that aquaculture practices and technology must minimize impacts on wild fish and the environment. We support a new vision for sustainable aquaculture, which recognizes that in the long term, a pristine environment is the greatest economic driver. We are working to ensure that Canada's aquaculture industry is a global leader in producing high-quality aquaculture products in an environmentally sustainable manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note that it makes it more difficult. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his presentation, but when you put interim protections in place, it sometimes makes it more difficult to remove those later if there isn't the science to back them up. I guess I just wanted to say, though, and speak more on ask him about the consultation process. When you've got, our previous government put $252 million over 5 years to secure ecological sensitive lands and support voluntary conservation. We're looking at the marine protection areas as well. But the part that I want to ask him about is the area between the extensive consultations and the concerted effort to prioritize the needs of the local communities, between the economic side of it and the commercial side of it, between the local communities, Mr. Speaker. And I just wondered if he could elaborate on why they haven't got more opportunity for that recognition in the bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Brandon Souris. We had an opportunity to work together for a brief period on recreational fish. I thank him for his intervention today. With regards to the consultation process, we've consulted broadly from coast to coast to coast. We've consulted with industry, fishers, coastal communities, Indigenous people, environmental groups. I don't know exactly what the consultation process was under the previous government, but I am assured that the consultation process that we have taken on as a part of Bill C-55 has been extensive, it has been thorough, and I am quite confident that it was well above and beyond anything that the previous government did with regards to consultation.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member from Burnaby has been referring to the 7.75% that's now protected. That just didn't magically happen in roughly, well, less than 2 years of this government. Can the parliamentary secretary provide how much of that percentage was actually through other protective measures, areas that were already closed to fishing during our previous government's tenure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer that question. The member is correct in that these hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of protections just didn't magically happen. They happened because of the dedication of this government and how much we care about protecting our oceans along with our climate. The 7.75% was reached I think by the end of last year, represents 446,000 square kilometers, and it was achieved in a combination of the 5-point plan that the minister had previously outlined.
Before we go on with resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in respect to national defence. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot on families, children and social development. And finally, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East on immigration, refugees and citizenship.
Now we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I normally say what a pleasure it is for me to rise and debate on a specific piece of legislation before the House. And that is the case because I do enjoy talking public policy, but it would be I would be amiss if I didn't comment on why we're debating C-55 today. In fact, I also feel bad for our table officers and our parliamentary clerks and everyone trying to support debate in the House because it's been a bit sporadic over the last number of days, and all due to one simple reason, the fact that the government, which ran on slogans of accountability, transparency, has been desperate to not provide those two things to the opposition with respect to the Atwal India affair. We wouldn't be debating C-55 at all today, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be speaking for some time, so I think my colleagues will see that I'm ready for the debate. But we wouldn't be debating this at all were the government willing to be accountable. The same level of disclosure provided to the media, be that classified or non-classified, very hard to determine after today's question period, MPs should be entitled to that same thing. And in a ruling from your chair earlier today, Mr. Speaker, you confirmed that MPs collectively and individually are entitled to hear from Mr. Jean. But there needs to be an order of Parliament in order to facilitate that appearance. Normally, a committee that calls upon him to provide testimony, to appear. But when a government uses its majority to block Mr. Jean, to block the ability for Parliament to exercise that order, they are stifling debate, covering up the Atwal affair, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Speaker. They can't suggest that they're not violating our rights to get to the heart of the matter based on the fact they're using their majority to squash proper scrutiny of the major diplomatic incident. So I say that at the outset because I want Canadians following this debate, both in our galleries but at home, to recognize we're debating C-55 amendments to the Oceans Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act because the government is desperate to keep the National Security Advisor, Daniel Jean, from answering a few simple questions and providing the same level of information he provided journalists. What I find curious from today's question period is the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety suggest that none of the information he gave is classified, yet a member of the press gallery during question period confirmed that the National Security Advisor said that certain pieces of information could not be shared publicly that he was sharing, where they couldn't write about it. So that would suggest the contrary, Mr. Speaker. This is like an onion. Every level we peel away is another layer, and our eyes are watering, Mr. Speaker, with tears for the lack of accountability of this government, to keep with that analogy, Mr. Speaker. But now getting to the heart of the matter and Bill C-55. And what may look to Canadians as sort of an update to an act, I'm going to suggest to you is the creeping edge of ideological liberal policy and ideology creeping in to the science of our oceans and to our economic relationships with companies that invest capital to develop resources in the offshore, Mr. Speaker. And I'll speak to that in a moment. But overall, the bill is suggested as empowering and clarifying how the minister can establish marine protected spaces and to provide a national network of those. And that has been done before, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest with this bill, they take a very ideological turn. The bill contains new powers for enforcement officers, new offenses for ships and operators that violate nationally protected marine areas, Mr. Speaker. What is also contained in the bill tells you where they're really going with this, Mr. Speaker, and it provides for the ability to cancel interests, be they economic or other, in a marine area, petrological investigation and development, Mr. Speaker, I think is what meant by that, and to compensate for it. So already they're going to be, they're signaling that they intend to basically pull back on some of the offshore licenses that many companies have, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest members from Atlantic Canada, who are already suffering greatly from the Prime Minister's move to try and increase the regulation that led to the cancellation of Energy East. I know my friend from St. John has watched that closely. They're already hurting the energy industry in Atlantic Canada. And now, have they consulted Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker, because we have provincial federal boards to regulate the offshore, the Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board and one created for Newfoundland and Labrador. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that all of the work with respect to allowing provinces to be a net beneficiary of their offshore petroleum wealth, much like the onshore in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and even in Ontario, Petroleum Ontario at one point, Mr. Speaker, all of that security for those Atlantic provinces provided by Conservative governments, Mr. Speaker, which don't try and chase away investment from the energy industry, Mr. Speaker, try to make sure Canada benefits to the full extent that our royalty regimes will allow, and to make sure that areas like St. John, New Brunswick, like Halifax, like St. John's in Newfoundland and Labrador have employment benefit and secondary and tertiary benefit from the offshore, Mr. Speaker. It was the governments of Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper that provided that. I was proud to learn all about that at Atlantic Canada's finest law school, Mr. Speaker, Dalhousie Law School, where we studied that approach to the offshore. So this bill, C-55, already indicates they're going to be pulling a lot of these economic rights back, Mr. Speaker. And the members from Atlantic Canada who should already be worried about the government's move to ensure Energy East didn't happen, the war on small business, which I know my friend in St. John watched very closely because he publicly criticized his government on that. There's a war on job creation in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I see Bill C-55 as the latest arsenal in the Liberal government's attempt to stymie the ability for Atlantic Canada to benefit from their offshore resources. There's a number of other measures in the bill, Mr. Speaker. It does, interestingly, exclude First Nations organizations that may have agreements as part of a lands claim treaty, Mr. Speaker. So if they're really doing this in the public interest, I'm wondering why there would be that exclusion, Mr. Speaker. I think our First Nations would want to know that they were being consulted and being part of the decision related to marine integrity, Mr. Speaker. Finally, there are obvious exemptions for search and rescue and scientific research and damage response that would allow first responders and others to go into marine protected spaces. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because the odd time I get to speak in the House about my own experience in that regard, when I was with the Sea King squadrons in Atlantic Canada, 423 Squadron, we deployed with our Atlantic Navy, we went out into these economic exclusive zone, Mr. Speaker, to the Fisheries Patrol in the Grand Banks and the Flemish Cap. My crew, we landed on Hibernia, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of nautical miles from St. John's, because we had to train to prepare for evacuations and responses to tragedy. And Newfoundland and Labrador know that from the sad Ocean Ranger tragedy, Mr. Speaker. So developing a resource and the jobs related to the offshore has its risks, Mr. Speaker. And I've seen that firsthand, but I've also, from living in Atlantic Canada and serving in that role, I've seen firsthand how the economic activity in, for example, St. John's and the outports along the Avalon benefit from this resource development, Mr. Speaker. C-55 is the plan to stop that, Mr. Speaker, to pull back licenses, the ability for these resources to be developed responsibly, Mr. Speaker. I think we're debating this now because of the cover-up in the Atwall affair, but I'm hoping shining a light on C-55 allows some of the Atlantic caucus to speak up to the Prime Minister and say, enough is enough, Mr. Prime Minister. We're already going to see jobs at risk in the energy industry impacted by your cancellation of Energy East because of the burdens you've put on TransCanada and other operators. Now with this, are you forecasting more cuts in offshore oil and gas exploration, Mr. Speaker? I hope our friends, particularly my friend from St. John, ask those tough questions at caucus, Mr. Speaker, because C-55 seems to signal that. The ideological underpinnings here that really concern me can be found in sections 35 and 35.1 of the Act, Mr. Speaker, because it appears to integrate directly the precautionary principle into these pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and that should cause some debate, because those sections basically say that you cannot use scientific uncertainty regarding risks or regarding marine health, that sort of thing, as a reason to be cautious with respect to regulation, or to phase in or to not have regulation until there is scientific certainty. The precautionary principle, which clearly some ideological adherents in the Liberal Party want to push forward, is before the science is even clear, let's regulate and remove activity. That's what that says, Mr. Speaker. You know, some call it the better safe than sorry philosophy, but it's actually not, Mr. Speaker, because acting before you have the science will have unintended risks, especially, and there's been learned scholars write about this, especially when it comes to economic activity. You're going to hurt economic activity because you're leaning in favor of stopping something before the science is even clear, Mr. Speaker. Now, as a Conservative MP that had the pleasure of being in government for a short time, including in cabinet, and now we're on our way back there, Mr. Speaker, but we're on this side. One thing I remember clearly was the Prime Minister at the time, his love for expressions that they were evidence-based decision-making. They were going to be a science-led government. They were going to unshackle science, Mr. Speaker. Well, here in this bill, it should concern Canadians that they're actually saying, no, we're not going to wait for the science at all, Mr. Speaker. We're going to regulate. We're going to stop development. We're going to stop technological improvement that could address some of the issues at play before the science is confirmed. People have written how the precautionary principle, if it's mandated, will lead to economic disruption, will stifle technological innovation, Mr. Speaker, and you haven't actually assessed the situation properly. So you're going to run into unintended risks because you're leaning forward without a proper assessment of the science. Now, the good thing is the way environmental legislation already reads is it generally will regulate where there is science. It doesn't have to be absolutely certain, but the way legislation generally in Canada and the United States, other countries, has been able to regulate in a way that's minimally intrusive, particularly while the science is uncertain. And I'm not just making this up, Mr. Speaker. These are sections that they are inserting in to two acts of Parliament that already exist. I don't think the Liberals could suggest there's no regulation of the environment in our oceans. They're acknowledging the Oceans Act and the Petroleum Resources Act exist to do this. They're going further by inserting this ideological approach to governing. That should concern people, especially my friends in Atlantic Canada, who would like the Liberal government for a change to lean in favor of jobs, Mr. Speaker. They lean in favor of stopping investment. And don't just take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. We remember the famous and mildly embarrassing speech the Prime Minister gave introducing President Obama in this chamber. You know, a hallowed ground where once Winston Churchill gave his "some chicken, some neck" speech. The Prime Minister introduced the President of the United States by saying the press gallery and Canadians were going to witness a bromance in action. Dude diplomacy, as he termed it. I wanted to crawl under the table at that moment, Mr. Speaker. I was so embarrassed by our Prime Minister. But what did President Obama's chief official from the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs say about inserting the precautionary principle in legislation? Here's what he said, quote, "The precautionary principle is, for all its rhetorical appeal, deeply incoherent," end quote, Mr. Speaker. He acknowledges that it is policy on the fly so that people could feel good without clear science, Mr. Speaker. We have the ability to have science in terms of the impact of resource development, how to mitigate that. We have science with respect to fisheries, to marine life. Why would we not consult the science? They are inserting into legislation the ability for government to ignore the science and stop first. Stop and ask questions later, Mr. Speaker. I think, particularly in Atlantic Canada, that should concern a number of people. There has been criticism of this approach because it's inserting ideological value judgments in place of sound public policy supported by science. The interesting thing is so many of the Liberal candidates, I'm sure the members listening to my speech, probably repeated that evidence-based decision-making line. That was one of the Liberals' top hits from the election campaign, Mr. Speaker. Where is that now? By incorporating the precautionary principle into legislation, they are saying we're making a value judgment, their value judgment, rather than consulting the science. That should concern people, Mr. Speaker, and I hope people see that in C-55. They might think it's innocuous. This is ideological creep of the Liberal government. And we see that everywhere. I've said this is a government that in NAFTA negotiations didn't mention the auto industry or other core sectors of the economy. They said their priorities were going to be Indigenous issues, environmental issues, a number of things that aren't even contained in the rules of origin, the market access provisions of a trade agreement. I termed that at the time, Mr. Speaker, virtue signaling. They will say, here are our values. Who cares what the science is? Who cares what the trade agreement is? We only want to speak to a certain number of voters. And we're willing to change legislation. We're willing to prioritize trade negotiation, all to support their voter base, Mr. Speaker. For a party that was constantly using the refrain evidence-based decision-making, a science-based government, Canadians should be concerned, Mr. Speaker, because this ideological approach we're seeing in this legislation is part of their overall virtue signaling, Mr. Speaker. Damn the science. Let's stop development now. Let's have in here the ability to cancel interests in the offshore and move on. Not worry about the science, not worrying about the impact on local economies in the St. John's area, in the St. John area where our refinery is. No concern about some of the offshore support vessels throughout Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and what a value that is to the regional economy. People in Atlantic Canada should be saying, wait a minute, we have science-based approach to our offshore. I still remember the famous case of John Crosby going and putting a cod moratorium down, almost getting lynched, but saying the science says we have to do this, the stocks are dwindling, so we're going to do it. It was a science-based, tough decision, Mr. Speaker. Here we have the Liberal government basically saying, we're not concerned with the science. We're going to lean forward because you can't stop what we want to do because of the lack of scientific certainty, Mr. Speaker. This is an ideological wedge they've placed in this bill, and I think they're going to put it into others, Mr. Speaker. So I will conclude with the fact, I think I've raised concerns that people in Atlantic Canada should have. I'm asking the government to take that provision out in sections 35 and 35.1. Return to their old rhetoric about being focused at evidence-based decision-making. Stop the virtue signaling, stop the ideological creep, and stop preventing areas of the country from properly and effectively benefiting from their onshore or offshore wealth, because thousands of families pay the price for this Liberal ideology.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his speech. I listened intently to the member opposite. I have two questions for the member after listening to his speech. Can he confirm that the Conservative Party of Canada no longer supports the precautionary principle as it applies to fisheries management, number one? And number two, if they want to depend on science, which involves fully understanding our oceans, why did they muzzle scientists, cut science programs and funding almost unilaterally while they were in government?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to remind the member, I did mention that Canada, United States, other sort of Western democratic countries have used an approach on regulation that allows the best available science to be used to regulate. There hasn't been a stop to regulation. It's just you do need some science. By inserting provisions with respect to the precautionary principle, they are saying science is a back seat. In the past, and why these laws are there, they've regulated before, why do they need this principle inserted directly in? It's because they're going to lean forward without the science. The approach in the past with respect to fisheries regulation, with respect to environmental regulation, both in Canada and the United States, right back to when the first Rio climate change conference was in place that Prime Minister Mulroney helped lead, Mr. Speaker. It was about having a reasonable belief based on the best science available, Mr. Speaker. What they're doing is the opposite. Finally, I would say another one of the myths that they developed in the last Parliament was this so-called war on science. There were more scientific scholarly articles published under the Harper government than under the previous Chrétien government, Mr. Speaker. The one difference is, as the government went forward, there would be a minister speak on behalf of policy direction for the Government of Canada and a lead scientist. It was like when I was in the military, Mr. Speaker. I could comment on the operations of the Sea King helicopter. I did all the time. But I shouldn't be commenting on the operations of the CF-18s in Cold Lake, Mr. Speaker. Just because I'm in the Air Force doesn't mean I comment outside the areas I'm specifically working on. So it's actually common sense. The trouble now is all the slogans of the Liberals, like evidence-based decision-making, are catching up and conflicting with what they're actually doing.
Some comments. La députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with him. It's quite pathetic to see that the government pitched this bill in. We've got it. It's a last-minute thing. We'll send them in C-55, and it's simply a smokescreen because they don't want to talk about the subjects bothering them. But what's more embarrassing to me is to hear that member, however, characterize the debate, come forth with these debate because the Conservatives find that it isn't science, it's not founded, we shouldn't be protecting the whales. There are international commitments in that regard, Mr. Speaker, and we must follow them. It's our responsibility. Today, as the member seems to be wanting to talk about science, I'd like to hear how he would react today when we can explain to him that science has shown the vulnerability of the beluga whale population. And if we had had a terminal in the breeding grounds for the beluga whales, well, does he think we made a good choice? Would he prefer waiting till it's written black and white that there's a problem? We have international obligations to protect endangered species. Today, whales. In the past, it was other species in the Magdalen Islands, for example. So does he not think it was a good decision to have not put in Kakuna this oil terminal that would have disrupted the beluga whale population?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. I do make my responses formed in evidence-based responses, Mr. Speaker, and because I don't know enough of the specifics about the terminal at Kakuna, I don't feel I should be in a position to answer that, Mr. Speaker. I do admire how he's bringing in a regional issue to the questions and comments. But what I would say to that member is no one would dispute the fact that the Oceans Act and other forms of regulation have regulated based on science, based on making sure that the integrity of whether it's a national marine area or others are safeguarded, but have always done it with science at the center of their decision-making. Why, other than ideology, would they be inserting these principles to say that they're not going to wait for science to move forward? That is an ideological flag, Mr. Speaker. These acts have operated without that flag. That's why they're doing it to signal to people, Mr. Speaker. And I think Canadians, given the track record from NAFTA through to everything else, should be concerned.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Durham for his fine intervention this afternoon. I take lessons from his speaking attributes. It's an admiration to watch him. I'd like to ask the member if he sees the trend and the trait that's been established by this government of we know best attitude and how it's being reflected in Bill C-55 with the ability to close an area without any lengthy consultation, only 1 year of previous activity to be included. And if that trend is following, we saw it in Fisheries Committee this morning when we tried to put forward a motion dealing with an issue of poor interaction between Ministry of Fisheries and the Ministry of Transport, causing great discernation with fishermen in Atlantic Canada, hampering growth, hampering activity in Atlantic Canada. We put forward a motion to try and put an end to that, get the two ministries together. But the Liberal members mostly from Atlantic Canada shut that down. I'd like the member to comment further on the comments he made about this Liberal government shutting down opportunity for growth, particularly in Atlantic Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap, for the nice words and for the comments. He's absolutely right. His example he's raising from committee is yet another example of the government, particularly a few people in the Prime Minister's office, making decisions that are having terrible consequences on Atlantic Canada, Western Canada, affecting jobs at the kitchen table, Mr. Speaker. And if you dare suggest that those decisions are poor ones in Canada's national interest, they say you don't understand Canada, or you don't have the right values. Our deputy leader had the gall to ask a few questions of the finance minister, and he said, people that don't agree with me, we're going to drag along, and called her a Neanderthal, Mr. Speaker. This is the approach, and I've seen it countless times the Canada Summer Jobs Values Test is an example. We don't want faith organizations, some other groups, to participate in this program, so we're going to design a way to exclude them, Mr. Speaker. It's terrible, and I think Canadians are starting to catch on, and the Liberals are seeing that Canadians are trying to catch on. So I'm hoping by raising this with respect to the Oceans Act, we start tackling it every time the Liberals do this virtue signaling, value judgment division, dividing Canadians and dropping job opportunities for Atlantic Canada.
One more final question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's very telling when government brings in a legislation and we have a very progressive approach at wanting to have protected areas, a reflection of what Canadians really and truly want to see happen. We're seeing more of an empowerment of the minister to be able to take actions. These are all good things. On the one hand, we have the New Democrats, of course, constantly say, well, you can always do more, you can always do more. To a certain degree, we can do more, but there's always room to improve, and we'll work towards that. And then you have the Conservatives on the other hand saying, well, you know, you've gone too far. So we're somewhere in between, and I'm wondering if the member across the way would not agree. As a government, you got to know we're doing right when we have the Conservatives saying we're going too far, and then the NDP saying we're not going far enough.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
And Mr. Speaker, I love how the Liberals will often try and play the Goldilocks approach to government, Mr. Speaker, that they're right in the middle where the porridge is perfect. They're actually not even on the kitchen table, Mr. Speaker. They say, that member just said that they're so progressive and that's what Canadians want. Well, Canadians would like to hear from Daniel Jean, Mr. Speaker. Where is that? They're muzzling Daniel Jean, Mr. Speaker. Do Canadians want to pay Omar Khadr $10.5 million? Do Canadians want to remove words like Mr. and Mrs. and Mom or Dad? Start referring to people as people kind? Do Canadians want summer jobs for university students to have to go through a screen to screen out churches and faith organizations? No. Canadians actually don't want any of the ideological drivel from this government. That's why in 2019 they're going to replace them with the Conservatives.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader up on this is regarding a question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to respond to a point of privilege raised by the Honourable Opposition House Leader on March 21st, 2018, concerning statements made by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. My honourable colleague affirmed that the government had misled the House by giving allegedly conflicting version of what happened with regards to the Jaspal Atwal invitation during the Prime Minister's trip last month. Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by rules which help to frame the debates that take place here. As is mentioned in many of rulings, matters must be raised at the earliest opportunity with the Speaker to be considered prima facie breach of privilege. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 145, quote, the member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practical after becoming aware of the situation. When a member has not fulfilled this important requirement, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is not a prima facie question of privilege, end of quote. The alleged conflicting statements were communicated on February the 27th, 2018, and the Honourable Opposition House Leader only raised that matter with you on March the 21st, 2018. That is 6 sitting days or 22 calendar days after the fact. On the crux of the matter, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the matter before us today is not a question of privilege, but rather a matter of debate. In her speech, the Honourable Opposition House Leader referred to Speaker Milligan's 2002 decision where the Honourable Minister of Defence of the time was found in prima facie breach of privilege. What the Honourable Member failed to mention in her statement is that the PROC Committee studied the question and exonerated the Minister from the charge laid against him. It should be noted is that in the committee report tabled on March 22, 2002, on the question, Proc referred to David McGee's parliamentary practice in New Zealand, which at page 491 states that when it is alleged that a member is in contempt for deliberately misleading the House, quote, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time the statement was made that it was incorrect and that in making it, the member intended to mislead the House. Furthermore, I would like to draw attention to your predecessor's ruling of April 29, 2015, which stated at page 13198 of Hansard, quote, as your Speaker, I must take all members at their word. To do otherwise, to take it upon myself to assess the truthfulness or accuracy of members' statements is not a role which has been conferred on me, nor that of the House has indicated that it would somehow wish the Chair to assume with all of its implications. End of quote. I would also like to add that in the ruling from January 31, 2008, which can be found on page 2435 of the debates, Speaker Milliken stated that, quote, any dispute regarding the accuracy or the appropriateness of a minister's response to an oral question is a matter of debate, end of quote. As such, I believe it is impossible to state that the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister of Public Safety has misled the House of Commons, and that there is no ground to qualify the actions as a breach of privileges. I also maintain that the point of privilege has not been raised in a timely manner. Consequently, I respectfully submit that this is a dispute as to the facts and as such does not constitute a prima facie breach of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader for these additional reflections on the question of privilege, and we'll certainly take that under advisement and get back to the House in due course. I see the Honourable Member for Durham on his feet. Is it in regards to the question of privilege? Or?
In regard to the question of privilege brought by the Opposition House Leader, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Yes, I have an addition to add to her privilege, point of parliamentary privilege, Mr. Speaker, and it relates not only to the point that she raised based on the previous ruling on the Eggleton ruling, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to read into the record today, or have read into the record for the Chair's decision with respect to this motion of privilege, the question from question period posed by the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker, where she directly refuted comments with respect to the briefing by Mr. Jean. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister suggested or left open the opportunity there was classified information in that judgment. Today, the Prime Minister seemed very clear that there was no such classified information in that judgment, Mr. Speaker, as was the case with the Public Safety Minister. In response to questions with the Public Safety Minister, the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives read into the record in this place, so it is before you as Chair, Mr. Speaker, the evidence provided by one of the journalists that was given the briefing by Mr. Jean, who said that certain things could not be reported that he was being told. So the original point of privilege brought by my colleague, the House Leader for the Opposition, was based on the fact that the Opposition, in our individual and collective ability to hold the government to account, to have freedom of speech, to conduct inquiries, call witnesses, her point was based in part in that there were two responses coming from the government. I would add to her point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, today's evidentiary record that shows once again there were two different versions coming from two separate members of the government with respect to whether all parts of the Daniel Jean, the National Security Advisor briefing to journalists, were classified or whether the information was not classified. We've heard various versions of this, Mr. Speaker, and unlike my friend who brought up several speakers' rulings on it's not your position to ascertain the quality or accuracy of responses, I agree with that precedent, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about accuracy, Mr. Speaker. This is about the point of privilege where the opposition and our ability to do our job are being told two different stories, Mr. Speaker, two different responses, not the quality of them. Which response is the response of the Government of Canada? We should think it's going to come from the Prime Minister as the leader of the government in this chamber, but even today, when his response with respect to whether the information in the Jean briefing was classified or not, as the evidence from the Deputy Conservative leader showed, it was being refuted within minutes by media members that participated in the briefing. So we would like to add to the point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, not just the issue with respect to two different responses in the Atwal India affair. Now we have two different responses as to whether the briefing by Mr. Jean was classified or was not. For your consideration, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Durham, from Durham for these additional comments, and certainly accept them on their face, as with the earlier intervention. And of course, all of these additional comments will be taken under advisement and consideration and get back to the House in due course. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to again speak to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. Now, I've had the opportunity to speak to this legislation back in September at second reading, where I expressed some serious concerns with the legislation and how it might affect fishers and coastal communities, and it was my actual hope that the government would make some significant amendments to the legislation in response. It was not just me expressing concern either, Mr. Speaker. A huge number of Canadians that rely on the ocean for their livelihoods have voiced their concerns loud and clear, but these concerns have fallen on deaf ears from this government. As I stated back in September, the provisions in Bill C-55 will certainly make delivering on the government's campaign promise of increasing the amount of Canada's marine protected areas much easier, but there are costs associated with moving at this unreasonable pace. So we are again seeing the government move forward with a timeline that is so strictly tied to a campaign promise rather than having promises that are based on reasonable timelines. This makes for good politics, but it does not make for good policy. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, once an area has an interim designation, it will be very difficult to reverse. Once the minister decides to deem an area as an interim MPA, there will be restrictions, regulations, and prohibitions put in place that will affect the use of the area for a full 5 years. What if, for example, at the end of the 5 years, it is determined that the area should not be deemed to be an MPA? It would appear to me that this is a classic example of that old adage of putting the cart before the horse. It would be a much more effective process to fully examine all evidence in a fulsome process to determine MPAs rather than creating a piecemeal approach wherein areas are designated on an interim basis and then reviewed. Again, this is all the result of arbitrary, self-imposed deadlines that are unreasonable and will result in a rushed and, quite frankly, messy process. At the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, the committee has heard time and time again that the government was moving much too quickly and needed to take a step back to ensure that the process for creating an MPA was actually based on scientific evidence and proper consultation rather than simply the will of the minister. And my colleague before me here from Durham was just coming to me. But he so eloquently explained that lack of science. This government, while they pretend constantly, Mr. Speaker, they say they're going to base everything on that, but it's quite obvious in reality that they don't. So a number of the amendments that the Conservative members of the committee put forward were rejected by the Liberals. These amendments would have made Bill C-55 much more effective and would ensure that all those that would be affected by an MPA were properly consulted before it is put in place by the minister. So I'd like to take some time, Mr. Speaker, to present to the House some of the amendments that were rejected by the Liberal members of the committee, many of which represent coastal communities, by the way. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 6 of the Liberal MPs in our committee represent maritime ridings that, well, their constituents have told our committee constantly that they're not very happy with the lack of consultation and science here. Under Bill C-55, the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, without any consultation with stakeholders, fishers, or community members, may implement an interim protected area. The committee heard time and time again that an interim designation without any consultation is simply not acceptable. So therefore, the Conservatives introduced an amendment to require that the minister give a 60-day consultation period before using his or her powers under this Act. Given that this government's favourite word on almost any other topic is consultation, we had assumed that this amendment would pass. Naively. Unfortunately, the Liberal members of the committee did not agree that it was a good idea for their constituents to have a voice, and ultimately they rejected this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I represent a landlocked riding in Ontario, so the impact of Bill C-55 on my constituency is fairly minimal. But that doesn't take away the fact that I can see, as many of the constituents that I mentioned of these members on the Fisheries Committee, they see it as well, that they take away their livelihood and without any consultation. And nobody should have to put up with that. If this thing was affecting my constituents in Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, I'll tell you, they'd be screaming bloody murder. However, it truly boggles my mind that Liberal members on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee would not stand up and fight against this legislation. We are supposed to be looking out for the best interests of our constituents, not the Prime Minister or the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans. So I feel truly sorry for the residents of South Shore, St. Margaret's, Miramichi, Grand Lake, Avalon, and all other ridings of Liberal members on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. In 2015, they thought that they were electing their voice in Ottawa. Instead, it appears they've elected Ottawa's voice in their community. Furthermore, the Conservative members of the committee also introduced 2 amendments that would have required some form of reporting to Parliament by the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans to update the House on the status of the MPA process and interim designations made under this Act. Specifically, the amendment would have called for the Minister to report to the House once per fiscal year regarding the administration and enforcement of this Act for that specific year. And the report would include, thank you, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes, any MPAs that were designated during that period, the extent to which, in the opinion of the Minister, the conservation reasons stated for each designated MPA have been respected, and finally, any further measures that the Minister thinks are required for any designated MPAs. You would think, Mr. Speaker, that a party that spent years in opposition claiming that the former government had no respect for Parliament would welcome this amendment with open arms. We weren't asking the Minister to come out every year and spill state secrets. It was just simply to be a quick update on where things are at and where we are going. Unfortunately, once again, these amendments were rejected. So before I wrap up my comments, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put on the record some comments that were made by Dr. Larry McKinney, Executive Director at the Harte Research, and that's HARTE, Research Institute for Gulf of Mexico Studies at the University of Corpus Christi in Texas. Dr. McKinney is an expert on MPAs and has established a number of them throughout the United States. He told the committee that the MPA process works best when the identification and establishment of MPAs are driven by the communities that would be impacted by their designation. He stated that the most successful MPAs that he has ever seen or overseen are the ones that were actually identified by local recreational fishers who saw a need for protection and worked with the government to protect these areas. I always say, Mr. Speaker, that anglers and hunters are the true stewards of the environment and true conservation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I realize I'm out of time. Willing to take questions. Look forward to them.
In fact, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound will have 11 and a half minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next gets back to debate on the question, and you'll have a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M168 concerning net neutrality, standing in the name of Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that the House A recognize that the Internet has thrived due to net neutrality principles of openness, transparency, freedom, and innovation. B. Reconnaisse que le Canada dispose.
Recognize that Canada has strong net neutrality rules in place that are grounded in the Telecommunications Act and enforced by the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC.
That preserving an open Internet and the free flow of information is vital for the freedom of expression and diversity, education, entrepreneurship, innovation, Canadian democracy, and the future economic and social prosperity of Canadians. D. Express its firm support for net neutrality and the continued preservation of an open Internet free from unjust discrimination and interference. And E. Call on the government to include net neutrality as a guiding principle of the upcoming Telecommunications Act and Broadcasting Act reviews in order to explore opportunities to further enshrine in legislation the principles of neutrality in the provision and carriage of all telecommunications services. Debate, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to start debate on motion 168. And at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Andrew Quinn for his diligence, hard work, and excellent research on this topic, and also my colleague from Laurentide Labelle for seconding the motion. M168 is a motion to strengthen and protect an open Internet in Canada by ensuring that net neutrality is a guiding principle in the Government of Canada's upcoming review of the Telecommunications Act and the Broadcasting Act. The object is to further enshrine in legislation the principles of neutrality in the provision and carriage of all telecommunications services. Net neutrality is an issue that has become increasingly important to Canadians, and it's imperative for the Government of Canada to reaffirm our commitment to preserving a fair and open Internet for Canadians. I also believe it's time for Canadians to have a robust conversation about this issue. While some may be unfamiliar with the term net neutrality, every Canadian has experienced its benefits. Net neutrality is the concept that all web traffic should be given equal treatment by Internet service providers, or ISPs, and I'll be using, Mr. Speaker, ISPs a lot, Internet service providers. Under net neutrality rules, ISPs should be prevented from blocking or slowing down access to lawful content, nor would they be allowed to create fast lanes for content providers who are willing to pay extra. For example, net neutrality laws would prevent an ISP from slowing down your access to a content provider like Netflix to encourage you to move to a rival content provider that pays the ISP more money for faster streaming speeds. The concept of net neutrality is ingrained in the way that we consume and exchange information here in Canada and has contributed to the success of Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is important to note that the term net neutrality is not expressly used or defined in the Telecommunications Act. As it currently stands, Canada has demonstrated a commitment to net neutrality, and we enjoy some of the protections through the concept of common carriage. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or the CRTC, defines net neutrality as the concept that all traffic on the Internet should be given equal treatment by Internet providers with little to no manipulation, interference, prioritization, discrimination, or preference given. Interestingly, the sections of the Telecommunications Act that deal with the idea of net neutrality predate the term itself and predate the Internet. It's been pointed out that the concept of common carriage in Canada dates back to the Railways Act of 1909. And to quote Chris Seidel, Executive Director of Telecommunications of the CRTC, it turns out that the same principles are effective whether we're referring to cargo transported on railway cars or data carried over telecommunications networks. It's important to keep in mind that net neutrality is focused on carriage rather than content, and that's the end of the quote. Because these sections were written in a technology-neutral manner, it's allowed the CRTC to protect the idea of net neutrality in its policies. However, I do not think it's enough to accept the status quo. The CRT has defined net neutrality. It's clear they understand and agree with the concept. Therefore, the government should modernize the legislation by enshrining the definition and the concept in the Telecommunications Act. From speaking to residents in my riding of Oakville, I heard loud and clear that this is a priority. In my riding of Oakville, whether CEOs, entrepreneurs, business leaders, youth on my constituency youth council, or just everyday Oakvillians, they all supported net neutrality. I introduced this motion at Sheridan College to a room full of computer, applied sciences, and internet communication students and their faculty. Collectively, the students and the faculty were engaged and significantly worried about this issue. They had thoughtful and in-depth questions about how this motion would work and how much net neutrality is needed in today's Canada. It's very fulfilling to see a younger generation passionate about a topic and engaged with our democratic processes. This is clearly an issue that transcends traditional divides and has strong support across Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, let me outline some of the reasons for strengthening net neutrality. So much of how we live our lives now happens online. It's important that the internet remain an open forum for us to express ideas, reach new markets, and preserve the opportunity for democratic conversations. The internet has thrived due to net neutrality principles of openness, transparency, freedom, and innovation. This needs to be continued and protected. Net neutrality allows every Canadian to access lawful content on the internet without interference from third parties. It underscores our freedom to express and share ideas, and net neutrality prevents third parties like IAPs or telecommunication providers from choosing which contents Canadians see. It prevents corporations from becoming censors, which has dangerous implications for Canadians' fundamental rights and freedom of expression. Further, our digital economy is built on the foundations of net neutrality. So let me expand on some of these points a bit more. Consumers, everyday Canadians, stand to be most affected if there was loss of net neutrality. I introduced this motion because I believe it's our government's role to protect consumers from unfair circumstances and promote competition in the Canadian economy. Reaffirming net neutrality in Canada will do just that. We need to preserve an environment online that favors consumers' freedoms instead of corporations' profits, and promotes diversity and entrepreneurship instead of monopolies. Mobile carriers and ISPs should provide a platform through which consumers are able to access and share content without intervention. Consumers should be concerned if ISPs are able to prevent what they are able to access online, and the ramifications of that interference is part of why I'm asking our government to reaffirm its commitment to net neutrality. We need to be on the side of consumers, Mr. Speaker. Net neutrality also promotes competition in a way that allows for better quality products and services for Canadians. Consumer-oriented competition is valuable for Canadians and for our economy. Competition between ISPs will continue to lead to innovation and excellence. ISPs can and do compete on price of their packages, quality of services, and data plans. I think all Canadians would applaud continued investment in infrastructure, better connection speeds, and better service. Mr. Speaker, the loss of net neutrality would also affect our rights and freedoms. Canadians cherish our right to express our ideas and beliefs openly so much that we enshrined our freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Without a firm commitment to net neutrality, the freedom for Canadians to express themselves online can be undermined. If net neutrality is repealed or scaled back, the possibility that third parties could essentially censor content for financial or ideological gain would be a real possibility. Mr. Speaker, this is alarming, and it should raise concern with all Canadians. The internet is a forum for Canadians to exchange ideas, get exposure to new and different points of view, and explore new and unfamiliar concepts. It's imperative that we keep it that way. And let's talk about politics. In this day and age, most Canadians get their news online. Much of people's perceptions, their worldviews, are based on the articles they read, many of which are online. Access to a wide range of information from a variety of sources is a valuable tool for developing a well-rounded, informed view on political issues. I know every member of this House understands the value of discourse and debate in politics. Our democracy is deeply tied to our freedom of expression, and net neutrality is at the foundation of our democratic expression online. Third parties like ISPs and mobile carriers should not have the ability to limit Canadians' ability to see content from political parties or access media from all political leanings and viewpoints. This allows for a wider conversation and ensures that Canadians have access to arguments on all sides of political issues. Reaffirming our commitment to net neutrality will preserve open democratic discussion from all perspectives and make sure that our democracy remains healthy, open, and strong. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important reasons to ensure continued longevity and support of net neutrality in Canada is our vast and quickly growing digital economy. According to the Information and Communications Technology Council, the digital economy accounted for $71.5 billion of Canada's GDP in 2015, and it's been increasing each year since. We all hear and read stories of the next best product or service coming out of a Canadian company or entrepreneur. It's vitally important we make sure that this continues. Net neutrality allows for an even playing field for everyone. If you're a young entrepreneur, fresh out of university with the next big idea, you are relying on opportunities afforded by a fair and open internet to get into business. So let's say, Mr. Speaker, that you're building a bigger and better video streaming service. Imagine you've raised the money, built out your product, you've launched it in the world, and you're getting your first customers, you're doing well, you're starting to grow. The next thing you know, your ISP comes along and tells you that unless you pay them a substantial fee, they're going to slow down your content to all your customers, and you don't have the money to pay for them. Your customers aren't going to select your product to get slow service. Nobody wants constantly buffering videos, so you know you've built a product that's better than your competition, but you can't afford to pay the additional fees just to distribute your content. There's a term for this, Mr. Speaker. It's called highway robbery. ISPs make their money from selling internet access to consumers. They shouldn't be charging companies at the other end of the pipe as well. And how would any new company get started if they can't compete? Without net neutrality, we would stifle innovation and undermine our digital economy. And let's take it one step further. You've built your video streaming service. Canadians all over the country are flocking to your program. A big ISP sees this. They have a competing video program, and they don't like that they're losing customers to you. Rather than competing, they just block your service entirely so no one can access it. And that's exactly what happened in the United States in 2012 when AT&T blocked FaceTime, a video chat service created by Apple, blocked to all of its U.S. customers because it was competing with their own service. Now, some will say this is Canada. That would never happen here. To that I say it has happened, and without net neutrality, it will happen again. In 2015, Bell made a complaint against the wireless carrier Videotron. Videotron had launched a feature in August of that year, enabling customers to stream music from specific music streaming services without it counting against a monthly data cap. And it was a way to entice people to subscribe to Videotron's internet service. In 2017, the CRTC ruled in favor of Bell so that all data used by a consumer must be treated equally and that no inherent favor could be given to an ISP's in-house services. This differential pricing practice, known as zero rating, allows internet providers to charge different prices depending on the type of app or service a person uses. Once ISPs and mobile carriers are able to exempt data from a data cap, they can start to favor and prioritize content. That's unacceptable, and we can never let this happen again. Every ruling on net neutrality is a concern when the concept is never expressly defined in the current Broadcasting and Telecommunications Acts. Mr. Speaker, for all these reasons, it's clear that net neutrality is vitally important for Canada. Our democracy, our economy, and even simple social interactions are reliant on a neutral and open internet. We need to support Canadians, whether entrepreneurs, political advocates, or online consumers. I hope this motion is a catalyst for all stakeholders businesses, consumers, the government, ISPs, and all Canadians to come together to discuss net neutrality as part of the upcoming Telecommunications and Broadcasting Act's reviews. And a conversation needs to happen, and now is the time. This House must provide leadership on this important issue. We must call on the government to include net neutrality as a guiding principle of the Telecommunications Act and Broadcasting Act reviews in order to explore opportunities to further enshrine in legislation the principles of neutrality in the provision and carriage of all telecommunication services. Canada needs to reaffirm its commitment to net neutrality. I have no doubt that Canadians will speak loudly that they want net neutrality strengthened and protected. Mr. Speaker, that is why I brought forward this motion, M168. I look forward to hearing debate on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any comments? The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Oakville for his strong defence of net neutrality, something that I support very much and that is very important to a number of my constituents as well. If the honourable member could elaborate on what are the current protections, what is the current situation? I notice in his speech he talks about reaffirming net neutrality in Canada, and in what ways his bill will actually strengthen net neutrality in Canada.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. So today, the CRTC has defined net neutrality, and they will take actions to defend net neutrality in the internet space. The Telecommunications Act does not specifically mention net neutrality. It deals with the concepts of open carriage, and I provided a quote during my speech about the origins of open carriage, really dealing with freight transportation and content versus carriage in freight cars. But that's the concept that today is in place. I don't believe that's strong enough. I believe we need to specifically address and approach the Telecommunications Act with a net neutrality lens and attempt to enshrine those principles in the Act itself. The CRTC has been doing a great job, I think, in defending that position. But I think as a House and as a government, we should work to see this enshrined in legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for his motion and for bringing this forward. Do want to highlight a little bit of the hypocrisy that pertains to this debate. We see a motion like this, and speaking of something like net neutrality, where it's ensuring that freedom of speech is allowed and is encouraged. However, reconciling that with something like the Canada Summer Jobs, where the government was telling Canadians what they should and should not be able to accept as part of an attestation. So, wondering how the member reconciles the two as part of the debate.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. This is all about protecting our rights and freedoms. I think we need net neutrality to protect our rights and freedoms. I think we want to enshrine them in our Constitution, and open and frank dialogue and conversation on the internet is an important element of that. So I would note that the opposition members, others have been in full debate on the internet on the concept of has the attestation been a fair and applied principle. The reason we can have that debate, the reason we can have discourse in this House on that issue online is because of net neutrality. So he actually speaks very well in defense of this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And net neutrality is a core essence for New Democrats. The member for Timmins James Bay has been on this for a number of different years, and we continue that to today. But I guess one of the things that's the member needs to maybe hopefully shed some light on is net neutrality is critical, but also fair practices on the use of net neutrality. And just as comments with regards to Facebook and some of the activity that's taken place as net neutrality in a general space is being taken as it goes, but we have serious manipulation of people's information, data, to undermine democracy. And I would wonder what his comments on that is. Does he not think that part of the problem that we face is the abuse of circumstances like that defeat the whole principle of net neutrality?
Well, member for Oakville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Personal data that appears on the internet, I mean, people are making their own choices and decisions about what they would like to put on the internet, and that to me is, again, a fundamental principle of net neutrality. We are not censored. We can put information out there as we see fit. So I think in terms of the motion, there are other issues around mining that data and how it's used by large companies like Facebook. I think it's a secondary debate to this one. But I still stand by the principle that Canadians should be entitled to put their views out there, put their opinions out there, put whatever personal data they think is appropriate out there, and there should be no censorship or blockage of that information. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm pleased to rise to speak on the member for Oakville's motion regarding net neutrality in Canada. And, you know, this is an important issue for all Canadians as we navigate through the complexity that is the digital marketplace. You know, this debate has come to the fore due to the decisions made south of the border. But as all Canadians know, whatever happens with our American neighbours is likely to reverberate in Canada. Net neutrality is a principle that has been respected in Canada for quite some time. The CRTC has been proactive in enforcing the principles of net neutrality through a number of decisions. Canada has also had a robust debate over the merits of net neutrality amongst stakeholders, and it is important that we raise this issue in the House today. I am proud that we have a number of telecom companies and ISPs that provide first-class service across Canada, and this competition promotes innovation and ensures that consumers have a wide variety of choices and the power to make free decisions on what content they wish to access. And we can all marvel at the changes that have taken place in the digital sphere in the past decade alone. Former startups such as Amazon, Netflix, Facebook, and Google are now household names and impact our lives every day. And growing up, we had a VCR, then a DVD player, and now my generation is unlikely to have either, as we rely upon the internet through our handheld devices to provide us with media content. The explosion of content and the ease at which consumers can access it can be significantly attributed to our principled stand that internet content be shared at an equal speed. And without the equal opportunity to be a content creator on the internet, the diversity of choices would be significantly restrained to the detriment of startups and consumers. Now, net neutrality does not mean that Canadians have the right to view Netflix content at 100 megabytes per second wherever they may be. But what it does ensure, however, is that whatever content consumers wish to access will be provided at the same speed. And this is very important because, as you can imagine, the prospect of having one website slowed down in favor of another can have a dramatic impact on the success of that website and, by extension, that business, regardless of the quality of service provided by that business. For example, a travel page that has consistently provided a competitive price with great service may be at a massive disadvantage to a competitor sponsored by an ISP with preferential speeds, even though that competitor may provide consistently higher prices and poor service. Merely slowing down the time that it takes for a consumer to navigate a website can be the deciding factor in whether that service is used or not. And the implications of this slippery slope can be seen in the history of trusts in the 20th century. Steel and oil trusts with overwhelming market share have acted as monopolies, not merely in their own industries, but in any related industries such as transport and retail. And as our economy becomes increasingly digital, it quickly becomes apparent that allowing ISPs to have unfettered control of the speeds at which websites can be accessed will allow them to wield a disproportionate amount of power. And in the end, this will lead to less efficient outcomes, as consumers are forced to pay higher prices and companies with overwhelming control can get away with providing lower quality service. Now, as a conservative, one of my fundamental beliefs is that government must do all that it can to ensure that we have equality of opportunity in this country. Everyone should have the opportunity to succeed, and the government should stay out of picking winners and losers. That's the job of the free market. And when it comes to net neutrality, it may seem that the government is encroaching too far into the realm of the free market. But the government must ensure that free competition takes place in order to protect the integrity of the market. Net neutrality is one of those areas where the government, with minimal intervention, can ensure that consumers, entrepreneurs, and major companies operate on a playing field that is beneficial to all players, particularly startups and consumers. Now, taking a step back, it must be said that in Canada, we have not faced a significant challenge to the principle of net neutrality. It is not a law that is enshrined in the Telecommunications Act, nor the Broadcasting Act. And with that knowledge, I don't want any of my comments to malign the industry players who have done a great job of ensuring that Canadians have access to the latest digital innovations. But that being said, with the prospect of our American neighbors repealing net neutrality, I believe it is likely that major changes could have an effect on Canadians. With empowered consumers backed by responsible legislation and a healthy respect for the free market, Canada should not face a significant challenge to the principle of net neutrality. Any company that would attempt to slow down access to a website like Netflix in favor of their own provider would face a significant backlash that would hurt their brand more than benefit it. And it is that fear and that respect for consumers and respect for the principle that all players have an equal opportunity in the digital marketplace that will ensure the success of our digital companies. Their content and services should be delivered free of discrimination, and this will ensure that Canada maintains its status as a competitive jurisdiction. Now, my remarks have been primarily focused on the role of net neutrality and the role that it plays in the digital economy. Additionally, though, net neutrality is vital in preserving the free marketplace of ideas, which is one of the most powerful qualities of the Internet. Canada has a strong record of protecting freedom of expression, and no government or business should be able to throttle the opinions and the views of its citizens. The Internet must continue to be a forum of expression where people can freely voice their dissent and concerns. And fundamentally, supporting the principle of net neutrality and defending it from the possibility of significant challenges will have a positive impact on our economy and our society. Businesses, especially startups, will have the confidence knowing that they can invest in creating the best product or service without the fear that they will be effectively shut out of the marketplace. And this will ensure that the best companies can effectively compete with the major players, the kind of competition that is proven time and again to be the lifeblood of an efficient economy. And I know Canadians can be rest assured that our system respects net neutrality, and they can use Internet services free from undue interference from ISPs and government regulations. You know, net neutrality isn't just about holding companies accountable. It's about holding government accountable as well. And by holding government to the same standards that we hold businesses when it comes to respecting consumer choices, we can ensure that Canada continues to be the free and competitive jurisdiction that it is today. And with that, I want to thank the member for Oakville who brought this motion forward. I think this is an important conversation to be having in this House, and all too often we take it for granted that the way of life and the services we are accustomed to will be available forever, and that is not the case. The price of freedom is constant vigilance, and although there does not appear to be a threat to net neutrality in Canada at this time, we must have these conversations so that we are ready to tackle the challenges we will inevitably face in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today and speak about this issue on net neutrality in the motion, which is very important for a number of reasons for Canadians, but also, too, is in terms of how we set our mark in the world, especially with regards to the United States and with their decision under President Trump to basically move away from net neutrality and to move towards the telecommunications giants in terms of the management of internet traffic, which is very important for so many different things, not only just in terms of the business aspect to it, but also the personal aspect to it, the democratic part to it, and the innovative side to using the internet. And I think the previous member actually highlighted, I think one of the more important aspects is that perhaps we take this for granted too much in Canada. There are many countries in the world who do not have net neutrality like we have today. And the mere fact that we do have ISP providers, internet service providers, that rely upon American servers and infrastructure will mean that we're affected no matter what. In fact, there's also a consumer-driven element to this of cost that will now be borne by the consumers, no doubt. In fact, we have some of the highest prices right now. But, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there are some solid services we receive. So it's not just necessarily a one-street way to basically to the customers here. There has been, for a country in our size of our demographics and the challenges that we have, basically a footprint of the industry that is very important for all of Canadians and has been successful in many respects in terms of employment, in terms of moving net neutrality and services to Canadians. We just came from Industry Committee where we're studying the issue of a rural broadband, and we'll have recommendations to be tabled in the House very soon about that. And although I cannot get into that full report right now, as it has yet to been tabled here, I can tell you it does really get to the whole heart of the matter, is that net neutrality is something that's important for not only just urban areas but also rural areas, because we also have the obligation of moving online services for government services to that area. And I think what needs to be made clear about this situation, Mr. Speaker, is that net neutrality and the spectrum that it travels on is a public service. It is owned and is part of a national asset of the public. And the previous Conservative government, this Liberal administration, through spectrum auctions, have received over $8 billion in revenues coming in from selling that spectrum for it to be used. And so there is a responsibility here amongst the government and also, too, amongst the providers back to Canadian citizens who own this natural resource. And the issue over net neutrality is something that Canadians have supported from the birth of the movement and the service in Canada, and it's something we'd like to see continued. You know, it's very interesting as well, too, Mr. Speaker. We've seen so many challenges in this file, but net neutrality will affect more things in the future. Exactly, I'll just point to one of the more practical things that you'd have is basically streaming you to certain services and certain products and certain types of marketing that you would then be succumb to as a consumer. And some of that, Mr. Speaker, without net neutrality will also incur a cost. So say, for example, if an internet service provider wants to stream you to a particular advertisement or a particular type of page or a download or something of that matter, is that you will consume that with your data package and it will cost you, and you will then have to actually break out of that or either have that incurred cost of data management in your system, or alternatively try to seek some other different product by going to different sites and using more data just to try to find what you're looking out there for. And it can be anything from online shopping to it could be news information, it could be your sports entertainment industry, it could be a series of different things that take place affecting us not only just in terms of our democracy, but our purchasing habits and also small and medium-sized businesses that shouldn't be forgotten in this debate, because they will basically get eclipsed by the larger operations, some of them international conglomerates, that will stymie small business. So as we try to emerge small business as a more innovative part of our Canadian society and part of our business strategy, they will have trouble with emergence dominated on a non-neutral market. This will affect everything from persons that are doing entry into the business market, being our youth, our young people, and as well, too, people with second careers and those that have actually just developed and worked on an industry, to more sophisticated operations where you have some of our creative and our well-known talent of our internet web design services and other things that will be basically put at a disadvantage in many respects trying to compete. The U.S. Decision to go in this type of a vein as well gives us actually a strategic opportunity to capture some of that technology, some of the workers in that area, and also an advantage economically. Although we have a much smaller market to deal with, it does provide an opportunity for us as Canadians to take advantage of that type of restrictive and planned market where access is going to be dominated by the dollar, not necessarily by the principle of just being on the platform. So there's a number of things that are happening with this motion, and because the government in the 2017 budget has kind of reopened the discussion, so to speak, for this, the motion is appropriate to talk about today. It is something that is beneficial for this House. It is something that we as New Democrats will support. Having never wrestled with the concept of net neutrality, we believe that it's important not only just in terms, again, as consumers, but our democracy. And also it goes further and deeper. I'll be working on and launching a digital strategy platform very soon. It can cover several different aspects. But one of the things that connects to net neutrality here, Mr. Speaker, and is applied to my previous question to the author of the motion, relates to Facebook as an example, is that there's different ways to undermine the principles of net neutrality. And so where we really want to see, I guess the difference right now is the enforcement is through the CRTC, the Canadian CRTC board, is that you have to, it's more like a reactive model. We would rather see a proactive model of approach so that they could actually go and enforce the different types of penalties against ISP providers if they decided to throttle, if they decided to skew, and if they tried to change things. And the reason why that's important is because it then allows less of a defensive approach and more of basically the onus is to actually go and sit and play the game, so to speak, with your competitors in that field at the same level. Now, going back to with regards to Facebook and how this connects with that is that their activities and their manipulation not only affects our democracy, it also gives you an example of how you can purchase and get around net neutrality in many ways as a business, but at least there's some rules generally out there for that. So they, though, have been now identified, and Christopher Wiley, and unfortunately the Liberals are caught for this with several of their operators that come from their war rooms, that come from their different types of operations, are now connected to this and using data simulation and data models that we're not even sure where it's sold, how it's used, third-party involvement. All these things are critical, especially with an Ontario election coming up, is that we don't even know the crossover effect to the fullest degree. So these things are critical because you have a skewing of the net neutral model in the sense that you have Facebook using data, assimilation, collection, and so forth to stream people into different brackets to be sold for basically marketing, and to do so, and I guess where I would take issues with the author of the motion is that basically if you put something out there, then I guess it's a free-for-all for you. The reality is that the use of this information and the use of this data that's collected is sometimes not even known the eventual purpose when it's actually done. What they do is they keep it as a reservoir of information collection, and sometimes, unfortunately, we see some of the abuse that's taking place right now, but it is basically you're categorized, you're inventoried, your behavior is set, and then that information becomes collectively a great economic tool, also a management for streaming you to certain content. And that's the problem that we have in the crossover to net neutrality starts there, is if we don't have this as a foundation for the actual use of the internet, then we are at a loss to begin with. And that's the most important thing. If you're going to play fair in this system, is that everything needs to be done, at least on the beginning, on a fair and equitable level. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, is one of the things that's important for Canada. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we can show, I guess, a divergence from the United States with this by further enshrinement of that model. And I thank the honourable member for bringing this motion to the House of Commons.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today in support of motion M168, which seeks to strengthen net neutrality and protect an open internet in Canada. I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Oakville, for his determined defense of a free and accessible internet. Indeed, in his speech, we heard him refer to the need to be a catalyst, and I can think of no better catalyst than the member for Oakville himself. His work and the motion he has put forward today will do much to protect net neutrality in Canada. When we speak about net neutrality, internet traffic management practices, and differential pricing practices, it can seem like we're grappling with new frontiers in the ever-expanding world of technology. In fact, however, the principles at the core of net neutrality are in many ways similar to the foundations on which our country was built 150 years ago. When we defend net neutrality, we are preserving principles as foundational to our democracy as freedom of the press and freedom of expression. Indeed, values of diversity and freedom of expression are fundamental to what we celebrate about being Canadian. 100 years ago, views were exchanged, debated, and challenged in our town squares. Today, the internet is our town square, and it is vital that we ensure it remains open, diverse, and accessible. But free access to the internet isn't just important because we are committed to protecting basic rights and freedoms. It's also absolutely crucial because access to an open internet where everyone enjoys a level playing field is integral to creating Canadian jobs, supporting innovation, and allowing our businesses and entrepreneurs to reach markets around the world. In my riding of Willowdale, I'm proud to have vibrant and cutting-edge businesses that employ people in good-paying jobs and put Toronto on the map for innovation. One notable industry leader is Square. Square's Canadian headquarters are located in Willowdale and employ dozens of people locally and even more people in Kitchener-Waterloo. The office in my riding has hardware engineers who contribute to the design of products that are used globally, and a business team that brings integrated payments and business tools to Canadian sellers. Square's innovative tools are used across Canada by everyone from contractors and professional services to cafes, local stores, and vendors at farmers markets. They are a testament to the truth that when everyone has equal access to the internet, local businesses and charities have the tools they need to succeed. Protecting a free and open internet means standing up for the innovators who drive growth in all our communities. Not only do we need to protect the internet for today's businesses, we also need concrete action on behalf of tomorrow's generations who will be working in an increasingly online workforce. This government understands the importance of getting our youth the skills they need for the labour market of the future. I was thrilled to help launch Canada Learning Code in Toronto this January, where our government invested $7.9 million in coding and digital skills through CanCode, which is a $50 million federal program that gives children from kindergarten to high school the chance to learn coding and other digital skills. While our children are learning how to thrive in tomorrow's economy, it is our duty to ensure that their innovations and entrepreneurial spirit are provided the free and open internet they desire. In Canada, we aren't starting from scratch when it comes to protecting the internet and promoting access from coast to coast to coast. I am proud that our government's already working to increase access to the internet with initiatives like Connect to Innovate, where we have pledged to invest $500 million by 2021 to ensure that 300 rural and remote communities in Canada have access to the high-speed internet so they can be connected to new opportunities. Protecting net neutrality is another facet of ensuring that Canadians are able to be connected for success. I'm also encouraged that we already have powerful tools at our disposal to defend net neutrality. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission is committed to supporting and enforcing net neutrality because they understand that Canadians must have access to choice and the free exchange of ideas. The CRTC makes sure that Internet traffic management practices comply with our laws, and in April 2017, it established a new framework to deal with differential pricing practices. Furthermore, Canada has some of the world's strongest legislation in this area. The Telecommunications Act treats Internet service providers like utilities, which means they cannot give preference to certain services or influence the content transmitted on their networks. But we still need to be vigilant in protecting this vital right. We are at a pivotal moment in the defense of net neutrality. Today, we face an environment where decisions are made in international markets to back away from net neutrality. The world may be made up of countries spread across seven continents, but we are one global community tied together by shared culture, media, and businesses that thrive online. At the same time, Canada is also approaching reviews of the Telecommunications Act and the Broadcasting Act. The Minister for Canadian Heritage has launched a review of both acts as part of a greater effort to ensure that Canadian content is celebrated and has an international audience. I applaud this initiative. Digital technology is a most rapidly changing field, and for this reason, we must review Canada's legislation to ensure that our laws remain up to date. These reviews also present an ideal opportunity to explore avenues to further strengthen the laws that protect net neutrality. In summary, I'd like to once again thank my colleague for bringing this important issue to the attention of this House. As we consider the importance of net neutrality, let us reflect on the fundamental question of what it means to live in a free and open society. In the words of Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, quote unquote, "I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for introducing this motion, which I think is extremely important to be talking about today, especially in light of recent events. It's an honour to stand up today and support this motion, which is important to me and many of my constituents. The free flow of information is important to all Canadians. Access to all sources of information allows citizens to form and articulate their own opinions, a fundamental pillar of our democracy. That's why I'm supporting private member's motion M168 to affirm my support for net neutrality and the protection of an open internet in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our neighbours in the United States recently decided that internet service providers will no longer be regulated as utilities, like they currently are in Canada. Instead, these service providers will now be designated as information services. This new information service designation means that providers can purposely impact at the speed at which websites load based on how much users and content creators are paying them, or if the content belongs to a competitor. Although there is no formal move to give internet service providers in Canada the same power, the American case highlights the importance of protecting net neutrality here. It is an issue that many Canadians concerned, and rightfully so. The internet has become an essential service in Canada, and it must remain a freely available utility. Service providers should not dictate how people use the internet. According to the Canadian Telecommunications Act, internet providers in Canada, like Bell and Rogers, are explicitly treated as providing a utility, ensuring they practice common carriage. Common carriage stipulates that these providers cannot influence or give preference to content passing through the distribution networks, such as a website a user is trying to access. There will be a review of the Canadian Telecommunications Act in the near future, and I'm honoured to have a seat at the House Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, where I presume I will have the opportunity to formally engage in this review process. In that capacity, I will push for the continued protection of common carriage in the telecommunications industry. The fight for net neutrality is extremely important right now. A few months ago, Bell and several other media conglomerates announced a proposal to create a mandatory blocking system for websites that they have arbitrarily determined are inappropriate. Bell's proposal asks Canada's internet service providers to block websites they deem as piracy. The blocking process would take place with little to no oversight by our courts. Obviously, this plan has internet and net neutrality experts concerned. This plan would seriously harm an open internet access for users and violates freedom of expression rights. Michael Geist, the Canadian Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa, warned that agreeing to this proposal is a slippery slope. I quote, "The CRTC should be particularly wary of establishing a mandated blocking system given the likelihood that it will quickly expand beyond sites that blatantly, overwhelmingly, or structurally engage in infringing or enabling or facilitating the infringing of copyright. For example, Bell, Rogers, and Quebecer last year targeted TV add-ons, a site that contains considerable non-infringing content. That would presumably represent the type of site destined for that block list. Canadians should be concerned about this proposal. In fact, more than 6,000 people complained directly to CRTC, and advocacy group Open Media's Stop Canada Censorship campaign logged almost 30,000 comments. Clearly, maintaining net neutrality is important to many Canadians, and I have heard personally from many of my constituents in Edmonton about how important net neutrality has become to them. Mr. Speaker, I'm passionate about free speech, a freedom promised to all Canadians in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've already seen attacks on our free speech and freedom of conscience, including the Liberals' value test, which blocked hundreds of charitable and religious organizations across the country from receiving Canada Summer Jobs funding. As well, free speech on university campuses is also under attack. Controversial speakers are frequently uninvited when a minority of students complain because they don't want to be exposed to ideas they don't agree with. This is plain and clear censorship happening on university campuses across the country. Students enroll in universities to think critically, and to take part in thinking critically is able to dissect and decide their positions on certain issues. How can students develop this crucial skill if universities are not allowing discussion on different viewpoints? Lindsay Shepherd, a teaching assistant at Wilfrid Laurier University, was recently disciplined for showing a debate that aired on public television that featured a commentator with a viewpoint that made a student in Lindsay Shepherd's class uncomfortable. In her words, universities are no longer places where one can engage with controversial ideas. They're echo chambers for left-wing ideology. Mr. Speaker, being exposed to different ideas may be uncomfortable, but learning and respecting others' viewpoints is essential to our democracy, a democracy we can be proud of and one that is at risk of deteriorating. We cannot stop healthy debate and discussion from happening just because it might make someone feel uncomfortable. We also have a government that recently promised to give, over 5 years, $50 million to save local newspapers. As a Conservative, I wholeheartedly support a strong, free, and independent press because local news sources strengthen communities. However, I do not support government funding and the level of control that comes with government funding. In order to be free and unbiased, the press must not have, or even the perception of, government interference. The Prime Minister cannot be trusted to pick and choose organizations that will administer funding to news outlets. Such a process will compromise the independence of a free press and lead to skepticism from the general public. As well, the Liberals are now involved in a scandal involving the possible misuse of a Facebook user's data. A Canadian, Christopher Wiley, went public about how his company mined Facebook data during the recent election in the United States. We later learned that he was employed under 2 separate Liberal leaders and was also awarded a $100,000 contract by this Prime Minister just 2 years ago. He allegedly helped the party refine the data analytics practices. We don't know what else he did because the government won't tell us. They also won't go public about their data collection practices. though we know they've stepped up spending on their data analytics for the 2015 election. I hope they will be honest with Canadians about what they collected and what they used it for. Data mining allows companies to collect information about people online and learn what they like and they don't like. Companies can then release targeted ads and control what people see based on their online profiles. We know that targeted ads on Facebook played a huge factor in the U.S. election, and we don't want to see that happen here in Canada. We want Canadians to be able to formulate their own opinions about elections, who to vote for, without influence from companies or political parties. Net neutrality fits into this complex debate. No one has a right to arbitrarily decide what people can and cannot access, not this government, not the internet service providers, and certainly not the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Doing so would be blatant censorship, allowing companies like Bell and Rogers to slow down internet speeds when users try to access certain websites. It's a slippery slope. This government clearly shown a laissez-faire attitude about Canadians' privacy online and our rights and freedoms of speech. When we have a government that may have been involved in data mining, it makes protecting the internet and privacy of Canadians even more important. It's vitally important that we support net neutrality in Canada and continue to ensure that all web traffic is given equal treatment by internet service providers. Given this government's track record attacking free speech and freedom of conscience, I'm a bit surprised that this motion was brought forward by a government member. However, I do think it's a very important motion as it recognizes that the internet has thrived due to net neutrality and its principles of openness and transparency. Supporting this motion is the right thing to do for my constituents and for all Canadians. As Shadow Minister of Science, I'm keenly interested in research, innovation, and technology. I support loosening regulation where appropriate to encourage innovation. However, the belief in equality is a fundamental principle of conservatism, and as such, I do not believe that Canadians' access to information should be arbitrarily disadvantaged. Freedom of speech, and with that, the free flow of information, is important for all Canadians. Large media conglomerates should not have the ability to arbitrarily decide on Canadians' behalf what they can and cannot see online. These are guiding fundamental principles to our society. That's why I'm grateful to have the opportunity to stand today and support motion M168. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle will have approximately 3 minutes, and he'll have the other 7 coming to him when the topic comes up again. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to applaud the member for Oakville's initiative on bringing forward a motion to defend net neutrality, and it gives me great pride to be able to second this motion. As has been noted already a number of times, the core concept of net neutrality already exists strongly in Canadian law without being specifically named. It is an important principle. Net neutrality is a significantly bigger issue than limiting the speed of Netflix, and I'm somebody who's quite sensitive to being asked to slow down. So it is also a far broader discussion than we give it credit for. I'll dive into all of that over the next few minutes and into next month, I suppose. At its core, net neutrality means that internet service providers and the backbone providers that the ISPs are connected to do not judge, limit, or control the content, speed, or nature of your internet traffic. Any packet, the basic unit of an internet connection, coming in is relayed to its destination, provided it meets basic security requirements. Net neutrality need not extend to blindly permitting distributed denial of service attacks, for example, nor the forwarding of packets to spoofed headers. Indeed, a DDoS is a third-party attack on neutrality by negatively affecting another service. But I digress. The point is, if you take away net neutrality, what you are taking away is a network provider's obligation to pass on a packet without judging it. So at its simplest, not having net neutrality means that any ISP can rate limit, which means selectively slow down, a bandwidth-intensive service like Netflix without affecting the rest of your connection. And that is how the big internet service providers will sell this to you, as a fundamental question of fairness. It sounds reasonable. Netflix alone represents about 35% of internet traffic in North America today. It isn't, of course, actually reasonable. If an ISP is not capable of sustaining the capacity they have sold you, they have oversold it. I'll come back to that next time this is up for debate in a few weeks. Unfortunately, this position by net neutrality opposing ISPs means that the provider is given the right to look at your traffic, a right they do not currently have except in aggregate. And once they have this right also comes with obligations. ISPs, for example, will no longer be able to claim neutrality if a customer is looking at illegal content. Good, you might say, but no, not necessarily good, and here's why. Once the ISP is required to monitor your traffic, because without neutrality they become effectively required to, because they can no longer claim they couldn't, should they be sued or charged, and is also no longer required to be neutral about the transmission of this traffic, the door is wide open for ISPs to decide what you can and cannot do on the internet. This, then, becomes a fundamental rights issue. Without net neutrality, there is nothing stopping Bell Canada, for example, the country's largest internet provider, one of 3 roughly equally large-sized cell phone providers, and the plurality owner of Canada's domestic content creation market from limiting your internet access on your Bell Canada connection or phone to Bell Canada content, which includes CTV when you use the mobile network Crave TV, the sports network, and so forth, or preventing you from accessing, say, CBC content. In fact, they already do this to an extent. You cannot watch Discovery Channel online without a login to either a Bell service or a television provider that subscribes to it. They're clearly keen to have this power, and I'm looking forward to finishing this in a few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes and 10 seconds coming to him when the topic comes up again. Comme il est 6h30, conformément.
It being 6:30 p.m., the House will now proceed with the business of S32 under private members' business.
The time provided for the consideration of this item of private members' business. Whoops. I got these backwards. Something didn't seem right. Anyways, the other one expired. The time provided for the consideration of item of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now we'll proceed to, well, now that it's 6:30, pursuant to Standing Order 37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill S-232 under private members' business. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I was really happy to be able to speak previously to Jewish Heritage Month. And so it's a pleasure to once again have a chance to rise and to speak with you about this important private members bill that's going to give an opportunity to all of us to celebrate our Jewish heritage here in this country. As someone who is proud to now live in Toronto, one of the parts that I really enjoy is the opportunity that this bill will give for people as an encouragement to discover our heritage in Toronto and our history of Jewish Canadians living in Toronto. Jews have been in Toronto, the Jewish people, since the early 19th century. But since the 1970s, we've become the largest Jewish community in the whole country. Now we number about 200,000 people, and we have made our mark in the country, in the city, showing all of the things that we can contribute in so many ways through our cultural centers, our art, and through our food, which I will get to, because the last time I spoke about bagels, and we have so much more tremendous food in the city. One of the parts that I really enjoy is the music. For me, Jewish music, klezmer music, is something that really makes me happy. And this year, being that it's 2018, marks my 20th wedding anniversary, in fact, in August. And at our wedding, we had the Flying Bulgar Klezmer Band. We had klezmer music. It was a really wonderful way for us to celebrate the day. And so, you know, with 20 years ago, I get to bring back some memories of some great music. Flying Bulgar Klezmer Band just celebrated their 30th anniversary, and they celebrated that with a concert at Hughes Room in Toronto. So just a chance for us to get out there and listen to the music that we have in our city. There is an Ashkenaz festival that has often happened down at the Harbourfront, a place where you can go and you listen to music and really enjoy and celebrate together. When I think about Jewish Heritage Month, I get to think about things like that, chances to get out and to really enjoy our music and celebrate. I always like to also think about things like film. And many years ago, I went to the Jewish Film Festival. In fact, this year it will be May 3rd to the 13th, so people can go out and get their tickets. But the one that I remember from the last time that I went to the movie that I remember was Havana Nagila, which was a film, it's very topical for the moment because we're on the eve of Passover, of people, Jewish Canadians, who went down to Cuba to help Jewish Cubans celebrate Passover by bringing matzah and Haggadot, and to have a chance to celebrate and to see the different ways that we in different countries can celebrate the holiday. But it's opportunities like that, going out and seeing movies, listening to the music and telling the stories, that really we can hear and experience our Jewish heritage. When I was thinking about films, it's not just the Jewish Film Festival. There's also a Jewish Film Society that is at the Miles Nadal Center. And that is, in fact, celebrating 40 years. So this is a year full of anniversaries, apparently. It's celebrating 40 years this year. It is the longest-running Jewish film society in all of North America, and it's based right in Toronto. So the film festival was founded or the Film Society was founded in 1978, and they have 8 Jewish film events throughout the year with discussions. People have an opportunity to learn more about these films and speak about them. The next one is coming up on April 8th, and it's called Hannah's Journey. So that's it. It might be a little bit of a spicy film. I was looking at the description. It might be a little controversial. It might be an interesting choice for people who are looking for a film. The next one after that, if you can't make April 8th, is on June 3rd, and it is called Melting Away. And it's going to be a Jewish film, but in celebration of Pride, because it's also happening during Pride Month. So these are ways that we can see how Jewish history is evolving in our city through the arts, with our music and our films, and there are opportunities to enjoy them every day in our city, but with Jewish Heritage Month, it'll give us an extra impetus to go out and try and seek those opportunities. There's a lot more that happens at the Miles Nadal Center as well. It is right down on Spadina and Bloor. It's downtown hub location. It's somewhere where people can go and get Yiddish lessons. So maybe Jewish Heritage Month, people will want to get out and to renew the Yiddish language. I have to say, it's one of those things that I've noticed in my own family. My grandparents spoke Yiddish perfectly well. My father, a little bit less well. Me, they use it as a secret language to talk about things when they didn't want me to understand. I don't really understand Yiddish at all. So when I saw that there are Yiddish lessons at Miles Nadal, I thought, this is my chance to understand when my dad is talking to others in Yiddish what he's talking about. Well, I might seek out some of these lessons. They also do Shabbat together. I particularly like the No Shush Shabbat. That is a noisy by design Shabbat for people who feel like they might feel not welcome with families, young kids. It's loud. Opportunity for people to rediscover Shabbat and to the community meal that it brings together. What I really love about the vibrancy of the Jewish community in Toronto is that it has so many different aspects like that and such an inclusive feel with opportunities for people who maybe haven't really thought about their Jewish heritage or want to learn more about it to be able to jump in and learn more. It's kind of an exciting thing. When I think about Jewish heritage in Toronto, though, and many of you may have watched, on CBC in the past, I think about the King of Kensington, because that is such a, if I thought about the one person who I saw on TV who was a Jewish person and, what that kind of meant as part of our cultural history and our television history, the King of Kensington. And just down the street from the Miles Nadal Center is the Kensington Market. That's where the TV show was based. There are, in fact, walking tours that people can take if you're interested in Jewish history. If during Jewish Heritage Month you're interested in getting out there and learning more, you can, in fact, take a walking tour through the Kensington Market and to learn about how the Jewish community really came together in the Kensington Market in the 1920s and built up the market. Now it's changed. It's not a largely Jewish community anymore, but there are still parts of the history that you can find there, including some synagogues. And it's a chance to really see how the life continues to be vibrant and change over. So I recommend, May is a nice warm month. Get out there, take a walking tour, go walk around in the Kensington Market. Think about the King of Kensington. So I'd like to close off, Mr. Speaker, because last time I closed off speaking about food, and again, we're at that hour of the day where I start thinking about food again. So I'd like to close off with talking about some Jewish food. And in Toronto, we now have Nosh Fest, which I think is a wonderful idea. It happened in October last year at the Artscape Witchwood Barns. They had cooking demonstrations and kids' activities and klezmer music, but also a chance to eat all sorts of Jewish foods like dill pickles, knishes, even new twists on knishes, bagels, rugula, and because Passover's around the corner, I guess I have to mention it, they had gefilte fish. Not my favorite of the Jewish foods, but they had it there. It was something for people to go and check out. one of the things that I thought about when I think about heritage, sometimes you think about mementos you have in your kitchen, things that you bring back childhood memories. For me, it is a cookbook called Second Helpings, Please. There are lots of Jewish households across the country. We had that cookbook. They actually had a signing at Noshfest where they had a renewed Second Helpings, Please, and they had a signing by the author of the cookbooks. I'm going to have to go check that out and try out some of the recipes during Jewish Heritage Month, because that brings a particular smile. I can remember my mom kind of piling through the pages of that book. I know that my time is coming to an end, Mr. Speaker, so I will just leave it as remembering that we are heading into Passover, just around the corner. To me, it's one of the most important holidays. It's a chance to slow down, spend time with family, to share stories, and to talk about our heritage. It's where we build our heritage and our future from it. And so as we head into Jewish Heritage Month, I really want to thank the member from York Centre for bringing this to us, because this is going to be a chance to celebrate so much of what we have that is so vibrant in the Jewish community across Canada, but in Toronto in particular. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the debate on Bill S-232 in this place today. Ultimately, this bill proposes that throughout Canada, the month of May be known as Jewish Heritage Month, in recognition of the many contributions that Jewish Canadians have made towards helping build a stronger, more prosperous Canada. Now, prior to this bill coming from the other place, I was unaware that Canada has the 4th largest Jewish population in the world. Likewise, on the list of major cities worldwide with the highest percentage of population with a Jewish origin, Canadian cities appeared on the list 8 times. In my time in this House, we have known great parliamentarians such as Irwin Cotler and Joe Oliver, who were elected from some of these very same communities. Now, these gentlemen are well respected on both sides of this place. And in this Parliament, I will recall the passionate words from the member from Mount Royal who spoke against the BDS movement. In my view, it was a proud moment in this House when 229 members of Parliament from both sides of this place opposed and condemned the BDS movement, because the BDS movement serves as a reminder that those who are Jewish still face challenges here in Canada to this very day. In fact, we know of the groups that most frequently target for hate crimes in Canada is the Jewish population among them. Now, I know that all members of this place are concerned about that. Now, does this bill actually fix that, Mr. Speaker? No. However, in my view, this bill serves as an important reminder. Here in Canada, we have always known that it is our diversity that makes us unique. But despite that diversity, we all have a common love for this great country we call Canada, because collectively, we are all part of Canada. We are what makes our country so unique and so special. Now, we may not always agree on how best we can build a stronger Canada. However, we almost universally admire at how respectfully we can agree to disagree with each other. And as parliamentarians, we are well versed in the art of disagreement, and we do so often daily. Yet, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we recognize our role and respect our differences. Now, I believe we also understand the importance of showing leadership on issues. In this case, I believe it's important to recognize the importance that Jewish Canadians have helped make in building a stronger Canada. And I did some research on the subject. Yes, I'm sure some people are shocked. I did some research on this. In virtually every Canadian endeavor, in virtually every decade since the 1930s, Jewish Canadians have made significant and important contributions to virtually every area of Canadian life. In fact, there are literally too many to mention in this speech, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not point out that to this very day, Jewish Canadians continue to make important contributions towards our Canadian fabric in cities, in towns and communities all across Canada. As a member of Parliament, I believe pointing out and honoring this proud part of Canadian history in the month of May through the declaration of Canadian Jewish Heritage Month is a small and important step towards increasing tolerance and acceptance. Now, before I close, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize the member from York Centre, Liberal MP, who has worked with Conservative Senator Linda Frum to bring this bill forward. This constructive bipartisanship, in a small way, symbolizes what this bill can achieve by bringing people together in recognition of an important contribution here in Canada. And I'd also like to recognize former member Irwin Cotler, who first introduced this idea through a motion. It is always rewarding when members of Parliament from all sides come together in support of a common cause, Mr. Speaker, something that doesn't always happen, particularly last week. But it's nice to see it here today. On a slightly different note, I would like to recognize the good work of many Jewish Canadians in my region who operate the Okanagan Jewish Community Center. This unique facility helps promote an inclusive atmosphere of understanding and respect in the Okanagan. And on a final note, I'd like to personally thank all the Jewish Canadians who have graciously invited me to attend events in other parts of British Columbia. These meetings have always been meaningful to me, have been very rewarding, and insightful and helpful in my work as a member of Parliament. In particular, I value the positive, welcoming, and nonpartisan relation that has been formed. Some of the best conversations, Mr. Speaker, happen around a dinner table or in a living room. And as I mentioned earlier, disagreement, challenging opinions. Some of these conversations I've had, Mr. Speaker, have been very helpful to me here in this place. Now, I know that an inclusive, respectful, and tolerant approach is how we can contribute to building a stronger Canada. This bill shares in those values, and why I am pleased to support it, to stand up tonight to speak about it, and encourage all honorable members, if they can't speak to it, stand to it when we put it forward in a vote or support it to see it go straight through this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate all the contributions by members tonight. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have this opportunity to stand in support of Bill S-232, which would establish May as Jewish Heritage Month. In 2006, a similar bill was passed in the United States to celebrate the contributions of the American Jewish community, and Ontario established May as Jewish Heritage Month in 2012. Bill S-232 is an important statement of recognition for the Jewish community of Canada and its many contributions. In London, Ontario, the Jewish Community Centre provides adult Jewish education for those wishing to learn about philosophy, art, culture, and the history of Jewish Londoners. Charitable giving is sponsored by the London Jewish Community Foundation. A community garden behind the Shalom Synagogue welcomes local gardeners. Coming in out of the cold hosts lunches and clothing donations for those in need. Each year there's a Hanukkah party for families to celebrate the Festival of Lights. There's also a seniors complex adjacent to the community center and a friendship club for seniors to share in a stimulating variety of educational and recreational activities. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I reflect on the importance of the Jewish community to the fabric of our country, I must also reflect on another reality. It's not so long ago that Canada had an unofficial anti-Jewish immigration policy of none is too many. Anti-Semitism in Canada's immigration policy ultimately led to the refusal to admit Jewish refugees between 1933 and 1948. And while anti-Semitism goes back centuries, it's important to recognize its existence in Canada. Historian David Rome wrote, "The reluctance of the Canadian government to admit Jewish refugees was a fair reflection of public opinion. The Canadian Jewish Congress was prepared to sponsor the coming and guarantee the financial support of 10,000 Jewish refugees to Canada. Yet the Government of Canada rejected this proposal. The reason? Simple. Not only was immigration unpopular in the context of the Great Depression, but as well anti-Semitism was rife in Canada. And the end result was that many who could have been saved perished in the Holocaust. In May 1939, the St. Louis, a ship carrying 907 German Jews, was refused permission to dock in Halifax because of pressure from high-ranking Canadian politicians. 254 of the Jews turned away by the Mackenzie King government did not survive the genocide. It is the sincere hope of many in this House that passing this declaration and promoting the month of May as Jewish Heritage Month will allow us to ensure never again. The tragedy of the Holocaust is part of our Canadian heritage. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we can have this discussion without understanding the tragedy of the Holocaust, the Shoah, a dark time in our collective history. And in remembering those events, we can recognize the strength and resiliency of Holocaust survivors and the need for a Jewish Heritage Month. In London, Ontario, the Jewish community commemorates survivors of the Holocaust each spring with its Shoah project, Voices of Survivors. The survivors and their descendants tell the stories of those who somehow miraculously escaped the slaughter. Nearly 11 million innocent people were murdered during the Nazi reign of terror. Hitler's final solution, a plan to systematically rid the world of Jews, resulted in the death of 6 million Jews. In the years following World War II, nearly 100 survivors found their way to London, Ontario, seeking a place to live without fear or discrimination. London was their refuge and provided them with opportunities to contribute to the community. Many of these survivors became active in the life of London as business leaders, doctors, academics, retailers, developers, and political activists. And they developed religious organizations, corporations, and charities. The Shoah Project, launched in 2006 by the Jewish Community Center at the annual Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Remembrance Day commemoration, sought to record and preserve the personal stories of those survivors. The objective is to raise awareness and allow Londoners to hear about the wartime hardships of London survivors and all those who perished. It encourages understanding and the hope that the Holocaust will not be forgotten. The stories are heartbreaking, and they remind us to never forget the reality of Auschwitz, Sobibor, and Babi Yar. And so the voices of survivors are heard in London, Ontario, their stories haunting. Eva Dykestein said, "Today is my worst nightmare. I had already lost friends, my father's entire family, and our life was literally bombed out of existence. But today is more difficult than anything I have ever had to face. Today I have to say goodbye to my home, my village, my mother and my father. They're being sent to Uzbekistan while I'm being sent to Siberia, deep in the bowels of Russia. My mother pulls my precious 8-month-old daughter from my arms. Is there anything more cruel than this?" Bill Nightingale said, "My brother David and I were summoned for selection. They had already taken our other brother away, and we never saw him again. Now they came for both of us. David told me to go to the end of the lane and just disappear. I slipped away from the end of the line and ran back to the house to hide in the attic. I saw them take David away with the rest of the group. I'm saved, but for how long? Until they call my name again, and I follow like a sheep to my slaughter." And Jerry and Fanny Goose, who survived the ghetto and death camps. Mr. Speaker, I taught Holocaust literature in my English classes in London for 25 years, and I did so because I had discovered that many of my senior students had no idea about the Holocaust. I was very concerned that ignorance of those horrific events could prevent my students from understanding the consequences of prejudice, hatred, and racism. I wanted them to be informed so they could reject and push back against the ugliness of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, ageism, misogyny, and homophobia. We must work to end racism and xenophobia because the truth is we are not always the kind and tolerant nation we believe ourselves to be. The recent and horrific killing of 6 Muslim men during evening prayers at their Quebec City mosque speaks to the reality of racism in our midst. And while thousands of Canadians attended vigils, sent messages of goodwill, there is still that fear of the other. We need to come to terms with that as surely as we have to realize that as long as women are susceptible to violence because they are women, and Indigenous peoples are denied the recognition of their contributions and key role in our nation, and the LGBTQ2 community is looked upon with fear and suspicion, we have not created the nation we should aspire to build. In 2018, one might ask, what action can we take today? Well, first and foremost, we must remember the contributions of those who are members of our multicultural communities. I mentioned the civic involvement of the Jewish community in London and wish to also mention the charity of others. Zakat is a special charitable donation that Muslims give every year before Eid al-Fitr. It is given on behalf of every member of the family to ease the suffering of millions around the world. Many in our communities contribute to women's shelters and programs to help women fleeing violence, and the LGBTQ2 community holds pride festivals across Canada to remind us of our common bond of citizenship and support for each other. If we truly wish to acknowledge that we will not stand by in the face of another genocide, we need to honor our international obligations and prioritize the resettlement of those who are faced with genocide today. People targeted for their race, religion, culture, and sexual identity continue to be vulnerable. It would be a great mark of respect for the survivors of the Shoah and their families if all violence were removed from our society, and that we were to make every effort to combat anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, misogyny, racism, and homophobia in Canada. We must be aware of the reality of hate crimes and the need for the training of police forces so that when there is a hate crime, it's recognized, reported, and acted upon. Mr. Speaker, the Jewish community, like so many others, has beautiful customs from which we can learn. In a rich, diverse, multicultural society like ours, it's truly our good fortune that we have the opportunity to learn from our communities. And as a parliamentarian, I've seen the resiliency and compassion of Canadians. So I, along with my NDP caucus, will vote in favor of recognizing May as Jewish Heritage Month in Canada. We believe this will give Canadians an opportunity to reflect on the great contributions of Canada's diverse communities. The passage of S232 provides us with the opportunity to reflect on our history and redouble our efforts to ensure never again.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-Les Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my turn now to join with my colleagues who have had the pleasure of speaking to Bill S232, sponsored here in the House by one of our colleagues, the member for York Centre. Allow me to say that the creation of such a Canadian Jewish Heritage Month is an idea that I was very interested in speaking about. When I was asked if I was interested in speaking, I said to myself, I better go do some reading, do some research on Canadian Jewish heritage, and unfortunately, I only had 10 minutes to speak in favor of this bill, but there's so much to say about all of the good works of the Jewish community since their arrival here in Canada, all of the benefits to the country. So I'll just focus on the efforts of the Jewish community in Quebec. There's a lot to be said, and I'd like to say as much of it as I can. I was proud and impressed to read this fascinating history. It's a beginning. I hope this bill will allow all Canadians and Quebecers to learn even more about Canadian Jewish history. So let me begin by quoting what Shimon Ogle said, the head of the Jewish-Israeli Association in the Senate, about this bill. And when I read what he said, I thought, yes, that's exactly the purpose of this bill, and I couldn't say it better myself. So he said that Heritage Months, by their very nature, are a way of proactively reducing the ignorance that is the actual source of prejudice. And in that sense, this bill plays an important role because it would give Canadians an opportunity to learn about the values of the Jewish community and to dispel any myths or superstitions. I think that's why I'm fully behind Bill S-232. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not the first country in the world to create this kind of Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. George Bush in 2006 did the same in the U.S. And in Ontario, the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month was created in 2012.
Now in Quebec, I did a great deal of reading, and there's one specific book that interested me. It was written by Pierre Jacob and Pierre Anctil, and it talks about the 400 years of Jewish history in the province. I'll give you some examples of the history of the Jewish people in Quebec. And it's really related to the history of Canada, because in 1738, Esther Brandeau arrived in Canada, the first Jewish person in the history of Canada, and she came here disguised as a man. She was discovered by a religious congregation, and they were going to try and attempt to have her change religions. And she held her ground, and she was, according to the research that was conducted in Quebec, the first Jewish woman to settle here. Now, another anecdote, in 1961, Aaron Hart established himself in Trois-Rivières and settled in this community. Now, his son, Ezekiel, decided to run for office to fill the seat for Lower Canada, and in 1807 and 1809 he was elected twice. And Ezekiel Hart was excluded from the chamber because he was Jewish. So a person doesn't understand, a Jewish person, to think that they'll let someone else determine their fate. So Ezekiel took action, legal action. Members of the community got involved, and they continued the fight. And finally, his efforts in 1832 resulted in the Parliament adopting legislation to allow Jewish people to have the right to sit in the Assembly. Now, at the time when that act was promulgated in 1832, there were some 20 in Quebec and less than 100 in Canada. So at the time, they were very influential, and they were determined to stay here and make their place in this country. So I could keep going, because there are a host of examples in the book. I'd recommend it to other members of Parliament, and if I have another opportunity, I will speak to it as well. But it's a book written by Pierre Anctil and Mr. Jacob, 400 Years of Jewish History. And there are some 90,000 in Quebec now. It's a very large community. And in the 30s, governments hadn't put in place a system for health care, but the Jewish Committee developed its own support network. It had schools, hospitals, clinics. Then we have the Montreal Jewish General Hospital, which is known to all Quebecers. More than 70% of the patients there are non-Jewish. They are people from citizens who are able to take advantage of this establishment put in place by the Jewish people back in the day, Mr. Speaker. So the Jewish community participated actively in developing Quebec and Canada, and I've got a few names for you. I know that I'll leave some out, but there are so many people we could mention here, but just to enable my colleagues to recognize some of the members of the community, and they are having a major impact in the province. Leonard Cohen, everyone knows Leonard Cohen. Sonia Ben Ezra, who's a TV announcer. Alan Gold, the first to be appointed to the Quebec head of the court in the 60s, and Victor Goldbloom,
the first appointed to cabinet, Maurice Polak in Quebec City. Everybody in Quebec City of a certain age knows the Polak store. Mr. Polak was a real institution in Quebec. Marcel Adam, who was a pioneer when it comes to shopping centres, Mr. Speaker. Sam Steinberg, who was in charge of Steinberg Enterprises, the Reitman family. Reitmans, rather. So there are a number of others I could have mentioned, and I apologize to those who I didn't think of as part of my speech. And as my colleague opposite said, the first MP, there are so many. 10 minutes simply isn't enough to talk about them all. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my speech with words from Michael Mostine of B'nai B'rith, Canada. The legislation is more than welcome. It will acknowledge the accomplishments of Canadian Jewish people who've overcome serious barriers and have made an important contribution to the fabric of Canadian society. Members of the community never considered themselves as victims, took action, faced their challenges, and it's thanks to our perseverance and our ability to confront adversity that we have helped to build Canada. And this is true, even if there weren't many of them. They have helped to develop our country, and it's of the utmost importance to highlight the contributions of the Jewish community by making May Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. As my colleagues who've spoken before me, Mr. Speaker, I offer my support. I support Bill S-232, and I hope that we will achieve consensus. I hope that we won't have to wait until May 2019 to have our first Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. I hope that we can move quickly so that May 2018 will in fact be the first Canadian Jewish Heritage Month here.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Right of reply, the honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to conclude the debate on Bill S-232, the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act. It's been an honour to sponsor the bill in this House, and I would like to thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle for their strong support. I also want to thank Senator Frum, who co-sponsored this bill with me and guided it through the other place. Since its introduction in December 2016, this initiative has been welcomed by members of the Jewish community from across the country. None of this would be possible, though, without the groundwork laid by the former member for Mount Royal, the Honourable Irwin Cotler, who originally introduced the substance of this bill in 2015. I have thanked Professor Cotler each and every time I have spoken on this bill, and I have dedicated my efforts in his name. I don't do it just because he is my dear friend and mentor, but because he is an inspirational leader who exemplifies the very best of what it means to be a Canadian and a member of the Canadian Jewish community. I would like to spend my time remaining honouring and paying tribute to this exemplary man. Professor Cotler is one of the world's preeminent international legal minds and human rights advocates. For 26 years, he was a law professor at McGill University and the director of its human rights program. During that time, he served as counsel to prisoners of conscience from around the world, including Natan Sharansky, Nelson Mandela, and Jacobo Timmerman. He is a member of the international legal team of Nobel Peace Laureate Liu Xiaobo and serves as international legal counsel to imprisoned blogger Raif Badawi and Venezuelan political prisoner Leopoldo Lopez. Irwin has been described as counsel for the oppressed and freedom's counsel. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. In 1999, when lesser persons would have begun thinking of retirement after an esteemed legal career, Professor Cotler ran for office. For 16 years, he served Canadians as the Liberal Member of Parliament for Mount Royal. He brought his insatiable appetite for justice and human rights work to his work in government. During that time, we were privileged to have him as our Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Among many accomplishments, he initiated the first ever comprehensive reform of the Supreme Court appointments process, crafted the Civil Marriage Act, the first ever legislation to grant marriage equality to LGBTQ Canadians, and quashed more wrongful convictions in a single year than any prior minister. He didn't slow down in opposition or lose his drive to advance Canada as a beacon of justice and human rights. He advocated and oversaw the creation of the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights, which I am now privileged to chair. He chaired the Interparliamentary Group for Human Rights in Iran, the Interparliamentary Group of Justice for Sergei Magnitsky, and I should add he was a driving force behind Canada's adoption of the Magnitsky Act. As colleagues in this House who worked with Irwin well know, he was less a politician than a parliamentarian scholar. He was among the most very respected members of this House, and his legacy is felt across party lines to this day. Now, despite his supposed retirement in 2015, it turns out that Irwin's political career was more of a sabbatical from his real job, the defense of human rights around the world. Without pause, at 75 years old, he returned to the struggle for international justice as the founder and chair of the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. He now travels and works just as hard as he ever did as a Member of Parliament. Last September, he was appointed to the Organization of American States Independent International Experts on Possible Crimes Against Humanity in Venezuela, and he has not stopped or slowed his unmatched advocacy for prisoners of conscience around the globe. Why does his story matter, Mr. Speaker? Because for over a half-century, Professor Kotler has been bringing great pride and honour to the Canadian Jewish community. On a personal note, I am constantly inspired by his example that he has set. My own journey as an MP, including my work on human rights, and this bill are entirely due to his ongoing legacy. Let my closing words on this bill be a thank you to Irwin for all his contributions and to the great pride that he brings to the Canadian Jewish community each and every day. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to close the debate on Bill S-232. I look forward to this May being the inaugural Canadian Jewish Heritage Month when we can all celebrate together. Thank you.
La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Moved that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 28, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. At ordre.
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be able to rise on a question that I asked last week about the UN mission in Mali, which the Prime Minister has announced that we'll be going to. Now, I'd like to point out that in that question, I did quote some former Liberals, or currently still Liberals, that are raising some major questions. General Romeo Blair said back in 2016, he said, I wouldn't touch Mali with a 10-foot pole. And he's talking from experience. Here's a general that did UN missions in places like Rwanda and witnessed atrocities and had to deal with the UN bureaucratic chain of command and very restrictive rules of engagement. And on top of that, Eileen Carroll, a former Liberal member and Minister for International Cooperation, stated that Mali is wrong-headed and folly and that there is no peace to keep. And I couldn't agree more with her and her assessment of this mission in Mali, Mr. Speaker. Now, it's also important to point out that, the Liberals and, Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, over
2 years ago, made a promise that they are going to increase the number of UN peacekeepers that Canada provides on an annual basis. And they said there's going to be 600 troops and 150 police officers deployed around the world on multiple UN missions, carrying the flag and really being used as political pawns for the Prime Minister's, I guess, his aspirations and self-ambition to have a Security Council seat on the UN. But it's important to note that this month, the number of actual troops who are deployed on UN missions around the world today stands at only 22. It's the lowest level we have ever been. And as much as the government likes to say, well, you know, you guys let the UN mission slide under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, I can tell you they never went below 130. And we're at 22 today. It is a huge embarrassment for the government, and I think it's one of the reasons that they are rushing this announcement without having all the balls in a row and lined up all the details on this mission, because they're trying to turn the page on their disastrous trip to India, their complete folly that we're seeing in so many files on the foreign affairs front, and we're also seeing, of course, numbers of peacekeepers down to only 22 Canadian soldiers on missions around the world. Now, what we're also seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a complete inability and a lack of articulation of exactly what our troops are going to be doing on this mission in Mali. How many troops are there actually going to be? We talk about, and we hear there's going to be an air task force, 4 Griffin helicopters, 2 Chinook helicopters, medevac, transport and logistics, maybe some special operation forces, maybe some close combat support, but we're not hearing exactly what anybody's doing and exactly when they're leaving. There's talking maybe sometime late summer, but the Prime Minister has yet to explain to Canadians and yet to explain to us here in the House of Commons, how is the UN mission in Mali in our national interest? Why is there no peace to keep? And why would we put our troops into a situation, as we have done in previous UN peacekeeping missions, where they go into a mission where there's no peace to keep? And then they have to sit beside 2 warring factions and essentially sit on their hands and only shoot back when they're shot at themselves. And so that's the type of restrictive rules of engagement they have. They can't proactively take out the threat. They can't really do responsibility to protect civilian people and prevent those casualties among the population. And all too often, we'll have soldiers come back who are on UN peacekeeping missions, dealing with PTSD and other operational stress injuries, who have witnessed atrocities like they saw in Serbia, like they saw in Bosnia, that they saw in Rwanda and Somalia.
Du ministre de la Défense nationale.
Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canada is determined to build a safer and more prosperous world. Our government is proud of what we accomplished during the ministerial conference, the UN Ministerial Conference on Peacekeeping in 2017 in Vancouver. During the conference, we committed to improving the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping operations in several ways. At the time, we announced the Vancouver Principles. The Vancouver Principles adopt a firmer attitude when it comes to the prevention and recruitment of child soldiers as part of peacekeeping missions, and these principles stem in a large part from the work done by General Romeo Dallaire. Another initiative from this Vancouver conference is the ELSI initiative. As part of it, Canada will cooperate with partners to provide assistance and incentives to increase the proportion of women deployed as part of UN peacekeeping operations and to broaden the essential role that they play. It has been acknowledged that conflict resolution goes more quickly and peace lasts longer when women are involved. The Prime Minister has clearly expressed his commitment to gender equality and the participation of women in our missions. We will ensure that Canada contributes to achieve the objectives of the UN Security Council by increasing the number of women deployed as part of peacekeeping operations. Based on the accomplishments from the Vancouver conference, last week the government announced Canada's second joint commitment, one to deploy an air task force for the UN mission to Mali for a 12-month period. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that this is a deployment to a francophone country where the bilingualism of our armed forces will be an asset. We promised to Canadians that we would renew our commitment to peacekeeping, and this is exactly what we're doing. Last week, at the request of the UN, we announced that Canada would be providing an air task force, including up to 2 Chinook helicopters and 4 Griffin helicopters, which will provide transport and logistic capabilities, which are very important, as well as escort and armed protection. The deployment will also include some members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And this is another example of the commitment our government made to get involved in the world. Of course, we need to acknowledge that they are facing great risks. We can't eliminate all of these risks, but we must take action to mitigate the risks that our armed forces are facing while on operation. They will have the appropriate equipment and training they need for their missions. We promised to Canadians that we would renew our commitment to peacekeeping, and as I said, that is exactly what we're doing. This is just another example of the government's commitment to get involved internationally, and I'm proud to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue along these lines. Tomorrow, the Minister of National Defense will address the UN Security Council on collective action to improve UN peacekeeping operations. Mr. Speaker, be it leading an advanced battle group under NATO in Latvia, providing military training in Ukraine, or providing the necessary assets for peacekeeping, Canada is showing leadership at the international level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one thing the government, again, fails to do is fully explain how this is in Canada's national interest. You know, the UN peacekeeping mission in Mali is the most dangerous UN mission in the world, with over 162 peacekeepers already killed, and there is no peace to keep. It's a hot, active combat zone, and we don't need to be putting our troops between warring factions who aren't interested in peace. And we have to also remind Canadians that there is uncontrolled terrorist organizations all through the region who are also fighting and using blue helmets for target practice. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister is using this to curry favor. He's using our troops as pawns, and that's why we have to have a debate and a vote on this mission before we deploy any troops. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, that we will always put, as Conservatives, the best interests of our troops first and foremost, and make sure that when we do deploy them, that they're being used in the right way with the right objectives under the right principles that include a chain of command that they can respect, as well as the rules of engagement that they can protect themselves and protect the populations they're going to.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud to have committed to making a contribution that will increase Canada's impact and that will increase the stabilization forces of the United Nations. General Dallaire supports our mission. He said that it is a very important decision to help maintain and keep peace in Africa in a role that will allow us to contribute technology as well that will also increase the impact of our mission on the ground. Mr. Speaker, I want to say again that the safety of our men and women on the ground is our greatest priority. Stability in Mali is especially important for us, and we will be contributing to the UN efforts for peacekeeping and stability in Mali, thus helping to counter emerging threats and ensure the safety of Canadians here and abroad. So I would conclude in repeating the words of Colonel Drapeau. He said, this is a substantial contribution and Canada can be proud of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on October 25th, I rose in this House in order to ask a question about the poverty that so many of our fellow citizens are experiencing. In 2018, in the second greatest economic power in the world, a large part of our population still lives in poverty, and this government has not taken any concrete steps to tackle this poverty. I feel that this is absolutely unacceptable. It's no longer the time to simply make promises, it's time to act. Mr. Speaker, this government promised to help hundreds of thousands of seniors be lifted out of poverty when it made registration for the guaranteed income supplement automatic, this government ended up letting down 500,000 seniors, low-income seniors, who are still not receiving their benefit because the reform does not apply to new registrations. Eligible seniors will therefore not be automatically registered, and too many low-income seniors still are not aware that they are eligible for the GIS. That is why the New Democrats are asking that all eligible individuals receive automatically the guaranteed income supplement. The NDP is calling on this government to make the GIS automatic for all seniors and also to increase it in order to ensure that our seniors no longer have to live in poverty. Mr. Speaker, these people receive less than $10,000 a year. Can we not guarantee a decent income for these people and give them the supplement that they deserve? The population is aging in this country, and it is high time that we provided a decent income to our seniors. We need to ensure that a country as rich as ours doesn't let anyone down. This situation has become critical, Mr. Speaker. A recent report published by Oxfam said that the inequality is increasing throughout the world, and every day this inequality is becoming even greater. I feel that it's time that this government took responsibility and implemented ambitious steps to tackle this persistent and worrisome poverty for the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, inequality is increasing every year in Canada, yet no government to date has seemed to be able to implement a policy to solve the problem of poverty here. Over the past year, the fortunes of Canadian billionaires have increased by approximately $28 billion. And tax fairness could have helped the 4.9 million Canadians who still live under the poverty line. In order to reduce this shameful poverty in this country, I think that it is necessary to act upstream, as was recently suggested by the Canadian Medical Association. They feel that it is important to invest in social measures that will counter this issue more than increased budgets. That is why I'm calling on the government to listen to the opinions of these organizations, Oxfam and Campaign 2000, that are calling on them to implement progressive policies that will finally make the richest and the poorest more equal. My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. What is the government waiting for to implement a real strategy to tackle poverty? Seniors, families, children, the unemployed, Indigenous children, disabled people, refugees, and so many of our fellow citizens are waiting for the government to finally act to end this plague, which is poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question and for the opportunity to be able to speak about what our government is doing for the people of Canada. This is a very important subject for our government. It's very important for children in Canada.
Is not something that we need to be told to act on. We have acted. We have acted across so many fronts, and I will, in my short time, try to get all of those actions into a single speech. First and foremost, the Canada Child Benefit has lifted close to 900,000 kids out of poverty. We did that in our first year in office, and we've indexed that to sustain the progress that we've made on that front. That lifts countless children straight out of poverty and does it in a way that's progressive and has been celebrated by food banks, by anti-poverty organizations, by Oxfam, by Campaign 2000, right across the country. It's one of the most progressive new policies in my lifetime in this country. After that, we immediately started to double the investments to provinces on affordable housing in our first budget and sustained those as we moved towards the National Housing Strategy that was launched last year. The focal point of that is the Canada Housing Benefit, which comes into place next year. But in the interim, we started building new housing so that when the subsidies arrive, they arrive at the same time that new housing arrives. On that alone, 500,000 Canadians through the National Housing Strategy, we lifted out a core housing need, once again alleviating poverty. When it comes to seniors, the Guaranteed Income Supplement was boosted, and Contrary to the presentation we just heard, Canadians are now automatically enrolled and have been since the start of January. It was one of the changes we made prior to introducing the budget. That automatic enrollment has also been applied to the Canada's Workers' Benefit, which is a boost in earnings that are no longer taxed as a result of low-income wage earners who re-enter the workforce in order to support their re-entry. The Canada Workers' Benefit, which replaces the WITB, the Workers' Income Tax Benefit, is now also something which is automatically applied to anybody who files their income tax if they're eligible. Again, that's going to lift close to 20,000 people and impact close to 300,000 people in this country and lift even more people out of poverty. On top of all of that, we have also lowered the retirement age back down to 65, and that eliminates the potential for hundreds of thousands of Canadians to fall off the cliff upon retirement and end up in poverty. So again, additional dollars have come the way that the member opposite has asked for, and it's there. Add to that $7.5 billion invested into childcare, the first provincial, territorial, and federal government agreement on childcare this country has ever seen. We didn't wait to spend that in the next 5 or 6 years, as the NDP promised under their platform. We didn't wait for the provinces to come up with their half of the money before we started spending ours. The $7.5 billion, which is being signed in provinces and territories, day by day. We only have 2 provinces left to have the complete package put together. That as well, in my province alone, has delivered 100,000 new affordable and regulated and high-quality daycare spaces, many of which are in the city that I represent. So when you add it all up, whether it's the 900,000 or the 300,000 or the 20,000 or the 70,000 or the 500,000, we have lifted well over 1 million people out of poverty in our first 2 years in office, and that's not good enough. Our focus now is getting to the next million and the million after that, and this government won't rest as long as poverty defines too many people's lives in this country, and most importantly, Indigenous kids and racialized people who often bear the most horrific brunt of poverty. We have got to do better. We have to make sure every Canadian gets advantaged by the programs we've put in place, proudly put in place as the new government.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, during my last adjournment debate, my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development, said, Mr. Speaker, as I have said before, I do not object to the party opposite us pushing us to do more. And so, Mr. Speaker, just allow me to suggest a few measures that could do more to reduce poverty. Implement a universal daycare system. Too many parents still pay too much today. They pay $80 a day sometimes. Recognize the right to housing by including it in the Canadian Charter of Rights. Make the guaranteed income supplement automatic for all seniors in this country. There are still some seniors who do not receive the GIS. Implement a guaranteed minimum income. Implement a national plan to end homelessness.
Well, the National Housing Strategy does place the right to housing within a human rights-based framework. We are now starting the final consultations before introducing legislation in the next few months that will produce that critically important body of work. And so I am proud of the work we've done on that. In fact, we've actually, if you take a look at what we've done in homelessness, we doubled the money in our first budget and are now spending an extra $100 million annually, every year on homelessness as we move to reduce it by as much as we can, which in contrast to the NDP's platform was only $10 million a year increase, which just wasn't good enough, and was one of the reasons their housing policy didn't get them elected to government. It wasn't a strong enough housing policy. In fact, I would call it timid, if I could quote their leader as he describes other people's housing policies. Theirs was worse than timid. It was meek. On the issue of basic income, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think we're looking at the different ways in which our programs layer up and create the platform to lift people out with those sorts of supports. And that poverty reduction strategy.
For Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I hope this government can agree that forcing a Ghanaian LGBTQ asylum seeker to lose 8 fingers because of frostbite in a desperate attempt to cross over from the U.S. to Canada is unjust. I hope this government can agree that forcing a pregnant woman to carry her crying toddler across the border in the freezing cold is unjust. I hope this government can agree that having a woman die of hypothermia in the hope of finding a better life in Canada is a preventable tragedy. And yet the government has done nothing to rectify this injustice. These are the direct effects of the Safe Third Country Agreement. The xenophobic, anti-refugee political climate in the U.S., combined with the inadequacies in the U.S. asylum system, such as the lack of access to legal counsel, result in genuine refugee claims being denied. So far, the IRB has found that about 69% of these asylum seekers are found valid. These are the direct effects of the Safe Third Country Agreement, Mr. Speaker. And to be clear, so far, these are irregular crossers and not illegal crossers. Canada's Immigration Refugee Protection Act recognizes the principle of international refugee law prescribed in the Refugee Convention that a state shall not impose penalties on refugees who may enter without authorization. Canadian immigration law clearly stipulates that seeking asylum through an unmarked border crossing is not illegal, and the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship should know this. That's why it was so disappointing that the Minister has willfully chosen to ignore this fact and ceded to Conservative pressure by using the term illegal at a recent committee meeting. Let me emphasize that the words illegal and irregular are not, as the minister stated, quote, interchangeable. As a former refugee lawyer, he should not be ignorant to this fact, especially at a time when irregular crossings is increasing and is occurring as a result of the parameters set out in the Safe Third Country Agreement. Despite the government's attempts to turn a blind eye and sweep this issue under the rug, there's no evidence of it going away. The numbers speak for themselves. 65 million people are forcibly displaced globally. In 2016, there were 2,464 asylum claims made by irregular crossers, and in 2017, that figure rose to 20,593. In the first 2 months of 2018, there have been over 3,000 irregular crossers. The organizations that are faced with the daily impact of increased irregular border crossings are being left stranded by this government. The IRB faces a backlog of 43,000 cases with an increase of 2,100 per month. Despite this trend, there are 24 vacancies for board members at the IRB. Mr. Adaman, in his testimony to the Standing Committee, explained that the lack of funding prevents him from attracting board members to fill these vacancies. Quote, funding is limited for 2 years. He explained that, which means the organizations can only offer short-term contracts to prospective board members. This is not good enough. The government needs to fund the NGOs on the ground who are scrambling to address the issue. They need to support the provinces who are trying to meet these demands, and for the government to step up and do what is right and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement and ensure that there are resources for the NGOs and the provinces who are trying to do all the heavy lifting.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you probably know, Mr. Speaker, asylum applications are, for the most part, governed by international treaties that Canada has signed. And so, by law, it is our duty to review asylum applications. That is why the asylum granting system is very different from other areas of immigration. Here are a few explanations as to why. The Safe Third Party Agreement is a treaty that was established between Canada and the United States, and it is based on the principle that has been recognized by the High Commissioner for Refugees, that asylum seekers have to apply in the first country they arrive in. Under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the United States are subject to an ongoing review in order to make sure that this country continues to fulfill the conditions that led to its designation as a safe third country. As the Minister has pointed out several times, the High Commissioner's representative in Canada has stated that the conditions that prevailed at the time the treaty was signed in 2004 are still the same today.
I find it quite disappointing, Mr. Speaker, to see the NDP take on the same partisan position that the Conservatives are taking, which undermines the credibility of the High Commissioner for Refugees. These are experts in the area of international refugee rights. This agreement is a very important tool that Canada and the United States use for the purposes of an orderly processing of asylum applications that are brought forward in our countries. That being said, Mr. Speaker, coming illegal into Canada between designated entry points is dangerous and also breaks the law. Anyone who is intercepted by the RCMP or local police services, Mr. Speaker, after having crossed the border illegally, is brought before an immigration officer, who then undertakes an assessment in order to establish the identity of that individual and to see whether or not that individual is eligible. There will be a first security check in order to make sure that that individual does not present a threat to Canada's safety and in order to determine whether they are eligible to seek asylum. Mr. Speaker, our government, as you know, has been intensifying its outreach work in order to explain to the public how the asylum system works in Canada. It's working very closely with our missions in the United States, with communities in the United States, and we publish messages on social media in Canada and in the United States in order to provide accurate information. We have pointed out that entering the country between entry points is not a free pass to Canada. There are strict rules for immigration and for border and immigration services, and we will apply them in order to protect our communities. We have also said that when individuals enter Canada and apply for asylum, these individuals risk losing their temporary protection in the United States. And Mr. Speaker, just to show you how serious this issue is and how seriously we take the issue, Budget 2018 granted $173.2 million to support security operations at the Canadian border and for processing asylum applications. So these funds will help our partners properly manage the increased pressure on our asylum system, including intercepting individuals, determining eligibility, and decision-making for asylum applications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder who's actually catering to the Conservatives. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister, just used the word illegal to describe asylum seekers coming over from the United States. They're not illegal, they're irregular. Instead of adopting anti-refugee rhetoric by calling asylum seekers illegal, or as the Prime Minister suggested, economic migrants jumping the queue, the government needs to act with courage and recognize the situation as they are. And by the way, lawyers, human rights advocates, NGOs, and the community have been calling for the government to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. And in fact, there's a court case right now against the government on this issue. And yet, the government turns a blind eye to this reality, causing people to cross over, risking life and limb, and then using words like illegal crossers to cater to the Conservatives' point of view is absolutely shameful.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, just to repeat this once again, the Safe Third Country Agreement, which is recognized by the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees, requires that asylum seekers make their application in the first country they arrive in. Now, this agreement is still being respected, and I'm disappointed to see that the NDP is debating the competencies of the High Commissioner. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we're going to do everything we can, and Budget 2018 granted millions of dollars to support our work regarding these irregular border crossings and to help us process applications. We'll continue to work on this file in order to improve the situation as quickly as possible. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed moved and adopted. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.